Welcome in, Daybreak. It is Friday, TGIF. Thank goodness it's Friday.
Here's to the losers in the game.
6:11 the time. Welcome into Daybreak 96.5, News Talk 965.com, all over the listening area here in West Tennessee. 46 degrees, Midtown Jackson at the Gene Langley Ford Studios here in North Highland. Feels like 42. It is chilly outside this morning. Overcast skies and 47 officially at the airport this morning. Did have some showers yesterday. Maybe some light rain overnight. Nothing very serious. We'll see cloudy skies through the mid-morning today. Then we'll be clearing by afternoon. Look for a high near 55 today. Tonight, areas of frost overnight tonight. Early morning hours, frost moving in. Otherwise, we'll see partly cloudy skies tonight, a low around 36. Hello. And tomorrow, starting off your weekend, a 50% chance of showers afternoon. Areas of frost early tomorrow. Otherwise, mostly cloudy, high near 56 tomorrow. Winds out of the east, northeast, around 5 to 10, becoming southeast by afternoon. But we do have a 50% chance of showers afternoon tomorrow. Showers, possibly a thunderstorm tomorrow night. Low around 48 degrees on Sunday. Chance of showers before noon. Showers and thunderstorms before noon. Then showers following, mostly cloudy with a high near 58 and breezy. Gusts as high as 25 miles per hour on Sunday. So that's where we start things out on this Friday. Greg Wood in the studio with you here at 96.5 Daybreak. G Units in Murfreesboro covering the girls' state tournament at the Murphy Center at MTSU. We will get a call in from G Unit and Dan Reeves there. Still doing basketball action. They may as well just stay up there because boys' tournament is next week. We may not see Dan and G Unit for another week or so. I don't know. But they are in Murfreesboro. They went up yesterday to carry the Southside Lady Hawks. They advance to the championship game tomorrow. Believe that's right. We'll get a complete breakdown when we hear from those two guys live from MTSU. We'll check in with them later on in the next hour, hopefully. Well, good Friday morning to you. It is March the 10th, 2023. It was this date 174 years ago in 1849, an Illinois attorney filed a patent for an inflatable airbag to lift grounded boats off sandbars. However, the inventor, one Abraham Lincoln, was too busy pursuing politics and the invention never developed. Well, filed a patent for an inflatable airbag to lift grounded boats off sandbars. Okay. Filed a patent for it, but he was warming up for politics and never got the invention off the ground. I did not know that. 1876, Alexander Graham Bell transmitted the first telephone message to his assistant in the next room. Mr. Watson, come here, I want you. Were the first words transmitted over the telephone. It was 147 years ago. We've come a long way. 1880, the Salvation Army arrived in the U.S. after being created in England. Salvation Army. I think I was a grown human person when I discovered that the Salvation Army is a church. I didn't know that. I just thought it was some benevolent organization. I had no idea that it was actually a religious church, but it is. And it arrived in the U.S. this date in 1880. 1977, astronomers discovered rings around Uranus. Careful. Wait a minute. Knock it off. I know it's Friday. Chill. 35 years ago today, 1988, Andy Gibb died of a heart ailment. He was only 30 years old. Remember Andy Gibb? He was the little Gibb brother that wasn't in the Bee Gees. He had broken out and gone solo. 1988, he died. Buffy the Vampire Slayer premiered on the WB, ran for 7 seasons, but it took off this night, 1997. Lloyd Bridges died in Westwood, California. He was 85. That happened this date, 1998. And Vince Gill married Amy Grant. This date back in 2000. Today's their 23rd wedding anniversary. Back in 03, 20 years ago today, AC/DC, The Police, The Clash, Elvis Costello and the Attractions, and the Righteous Brothers, all inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That was 20 years ago today. And 15 years ago, Madonna, John Mellencamp, Leonard Cohen, the Dave Clark Five, and the Ventures were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Corey Haim died of pneumonia at the age of 38. That was this date back in 2010. Some of the things happening on this date. Let's look at birthdays. We got a birthday today. Let's look and see who you share one with on this March the 10th. Emily Osment is 31. She was Hannah Montana's best friend on Hannah Montana. Emily Osment, 31. Olivia Wilde is 39 today. Carrie Underwood is 40. Dan Pudi, 44. Bree Turner, 46. Timbaland is 51. John Hamm from Mad Men, right? He's 52. Paget Brewster, 54. Edie Brickell. Remember her and the New Bohemians? Edie Brickell, 57. Nana Cherry, 59. Jeff Emmett from Pearl Jam is 60. Jasmine Guy, 61. Mitch Gaylord, 62. Lance Burton, 63. Sharon Stone is 65. Shannon Tweed, Gene Simmons' wife, she's 66. Tom Schultz from Boston. He is Boston. Tom Schultz, 76. Chuck Norris is 83. Chuck Norris, 83. That sucker's so tough he can blow bubbles with beef jerky. You know what I'm saying? It's Chuck Norris. He's 83. Dean Torrance from Jan and Dean, the Dean from Jan and Dean, is 83 today. Today is National Pack Your Lunch Day. This weekend, we spring forward into daylight saving time. That will happen Sunday morning. You go to bed Saturday night, just roll those clocks forward. Daylight saving time begins this weekend. And we're 1 week away from St. Patrick's Day. 7 days. So this time next week, we'll be, I don't know, eating Lucky Charms. I don't know. Kissing the Blarney Stone. Whatever you do. I don't know. But that's 1 week from today. 7 days to St. Patrick's Day. All right, it's 6:20 on this Friday. Daybreak 96.5, newstalk965.com. It's 46 in Midtown at the Gene Langley Ford Studios. Feels like 42 outside. It's 46 at the airport. Overcast skies. Chances of rain throughout the day, today and tonight. And cooler temperatures overnight. We've got frost mentioned in the forecast for overnight tonight and going into in the morning as well. So that's where we start things off on this Friday. It is March the 10th. This is Daybreak, and we're back after this. Sports and more. We'll check some headlines as well when we come back right here.
News Talk 96.5 FM will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. The debate will begin at 6:30. All 6 qualified candidates for this mayoral race will be participating. News Talk 96.5 wants you, our listeners, to participate by submitting your What Do You Want to Know questions on our website. News Talk 96.5 will select a series of your submitted questions to be included and presented to the candidates in the live debate. Log on to newstalk965.com and submit your questions in the space provided. We invite you to attend the debate and hear the answers to the questions from each of the candidates for Jackson City Mayor. News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. For more information, call our office at 731-800-6397.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford in partnership with Ford Motor Company is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
Not a good day for the markets yesterday. We'll review that before the opening bell. Just coming up in about 35 minutes. So markets will open for the final time this week. Not a great day yesterday, so we'll go over that and give you the prognostication on the markets for the weekend and what we can look for. They're still discussing several key issues that will affect the economy, mainly the prospect of rising interest rates. Looks like that's going to happen. So we'll talk about all that coming up. I don't know whether you've been following this story or not, but it's being picked up with several news outlets this week, and particularly today. There's a big story about it taking place here in the state of Tennessee, Nashville. The Republican lieutenant governor of our fair state has been commenting fire emojis on one young man's thirst trap pics for months now. And now it's got the attention of the media. The official Instagram account of Randy McNally, who's been Tennessee's lieutenant governor since 2017 and is also the Speaker of the state Senate, has been liking Instagram photos of a young man posing in his underwear and commenting with fire emojis. Do you know about this? Have you heard about this? Finn, you can turn a rainy day into rainbows and sunshine, McNally commented on one of the Instagrams of Franklin Superstar, whose name on Facebook is Franklin McClure. And the image is a close-up of his derriere. Okay? Now, the lieutenant governor is commenting on these photos. In January, McClure posted a photo of lollipops with the caption, "I don't eat them. They were just my favorites. And I took a pic." And then some other comments that I can't broadcast freely. McNally commented on the photo, "Best of health to you, Finn." Finn is listed as McClure's nickname on Facebook, and his Facebook account lists his gender as male. McClure also posted a photo of his shorts pulled down low on his hips, almost exposing his bait and tackle. McNally commented on the photo with a heart emoji. The lieutenant governor, people. McNally's communications director, Adam Kleinheider, confirmed in an email that McNally is the individual behind his Instagram and that there is nothing sinister about his social media use. Trying to imply something sinister or inappropriate about a great-grandfather's use of social media says more about the mind of the left-wing operative making the implication than it does about Randy McNally. That's McNally's communications director. As anyone in Tennessee politics knows, Lieutenant Governor McNally is a prolific social media commenter. He takes great pains to view every post he can and frequently posts encouraging things to many of his followers. Does he always use the proper emoji at the proper time? Maybe not. But he enjoys interacting with constituents and Tennesseans of all religions, backgrounds, and orientations on social media. He has no intention of stopping, he adds. Just a week ago, Lieutenant Governor McNally commented fire emojis along with "Way to go, Finn, you light up the world" on a video of McClure wearing makeup and posing. On Facebook, McClure posted a video of himself singing "Where Have All the Flowers Gone?" and McNally commented, "Great song. I remember when Peter, Paul, and Mary sung it. Your rendition was wicked good. Keep on singing, Finn." Shut up. Come on, man. This, just off the heels of Tennessee becoming the first state to ban public drag performances last week, when the governor signed the law prohibiting male or female impersonators who provide entertainment that appeals to a prurient interest in public or where there are minors present. The law goes into effect July 1st. So the lieutenant governor, I got to see these guys' pictures. I want to see what this guy looks like and why the lieutenant governor is all over it. Just 3 years ago, the Tennessee Senate passed a bill that would protect religious adoption agencies if they wanted to discriminate against same-sex couples. McNally, the lieutenant governor, did not vote on that bill. Back in 2019, McNally said he wanted to be sensitive to the rights of individuals in regard to several bills that would affect LGBTQ people. 2 years ago, McNally said allowing transgender girls to compete in girls' sports could hurt sports, but added that the decision on whether to allow it should be left to local officials. Now, the guy that's taking the pictures that the lieutenant governor seems inclined to scroll over and comment on, he did not immediately reply to a request for comment for this story, but he told the Tennessee Holler. Does anybody read the Tennessee Holler? I got to pull that up. I've never heard of the Tennessee Holler. Do you read the Tennessee Holler? I don't. I'm fixing to. But McClure told the Tennessee Holler, which broke the story, that he's 20 years old and he and McNally were Facebook friends first. McClure said he didn't take McNally's comments seriously. "I just thought he was older and out of touch," McClure said. "I've always taken it as a compliment. I don't dislike him or think he's a bad person. He's one of the only people who has consistently uplifted me and made me feel good." Okay. All right, let's go to the Tennessee Holler. This might be my new go-to website. What is this? No way. No. This guy's picture. No. Yeah, you can check out the Tennessee Holler. It's safe. It's just a news aggregator. But it does have the story. Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally has issued a statement blaming us for calling out his hypocrisy. This is the Tennessee Holler reporting, but importantly, not denying that he is the one who made these comments, not claiming he was hacked, not blaming an underling. There's an interview that's posted. No, y'all, He cannot be commenting on these pictures, y'all. No. I mean, they're not profane, but it seems inappropriate and uncomfortable for the lieutenant governor to be commenting on these photos. No, stop it. What? All right, we're going to be scrolling through this Tennessee Holler. Their cut line is always yell the truth. But it's just it's a news site. I guess this is the first time I've seen it, so I guess it's geared primarily towards Tennessee. So it's Tennessee news. Tennessee Holler, always yell the truth. And then there's a map of, or a logo of the state of Tennessee that looks like the state flag. So, yeah, it's tnholler.com. You can check it out, tnholler.com. When you jump in your car this morning or on your home speaker system, whatever, and you open Spotify today, look around the side a bit, the app, see if it looks a little different today. Spotify has redesigned its mobile app, and surprise, it looks a lot like TikTok. Now, I've got Spotify open here on my iPad, and I haven't really noticed a difference. I'll have to get out of my playlist and go back to the search screen, the home screen, see what it looks like. But I haven't noticed any difference this morning. The most drastic changes to the app include vertical TikTok-like discovery feeds for music, podcasts, and audiobooks that let you scroll through previews of each type of content. Okay. Spotify also introduced a smart shuffle mode for premium subscribers that recommends new songs for your queue if you're listening to a playlist. See, I haven't seen that. I guess the app needs to be updated. I'll do that when we go to the next break, see what it looks like then. Once you finish a podcast episode, similar podcasts will autoplay. No, I don't know about that. I don't know if I like that or not. We'll update the app here on my iPad in just a moment. We'll see what it looks like then. With its TikTokification, Spotify joins the ranks of Reddit, Netflix, Instagram, and YouTube, which have all doubled down on people's desire to only see bite-sized versions of everything while using their phones. Some new features started rolling out Wednesday of this week, and the company announced that more will come online soon. Spotify said these changes amount to the app's biggest revamp ever and are intended to help users discover new music, and let artists showcase their work in front of potential fans. The glow up also comes less than a month after Spotify introduced the AI DJ feature to its app. Where are these features? I'm not seeing any of this. I got to hear the AI DJ, artificial intelligence, the artificially intelligent DJ. Well, hello. So check Spotify today. I'm going to update my app, see if I can find some of these features. Today has been dubbed Mario Day. Why, you wonder? Because it's March 10th. And if you squeeze the abbreviation for March and the letter or the numbers 10, it looks like Mario. MAR10. Put them together. They say it looks like Mario. So it's Mario Day. That is lame. Somebody does not have enough to do. Apparently, you can do that with other months and dates. They recommend one idea, January the 15th, JAN15. They say it could be a celebration of Janis Joplin. JAN15 looks like Janice. So it'd be Janice Day. Today's Mario Day. Whatever. Stocks falling across the board in the lead up to the jobs report out this morning. Investors primarily concerned that the U.S. will have added too many jobs last month. because a jumbo jobs number could encourage the Fed to ramp up the interest rate hikes. Well, those are coming. We know. We just don't know by how much or when, but we understand that that's going to happen. This could bump it forward, though. Jobs growth has topped estimates for the last 10 months, according to Bloomberg. So the jobs report is out this morning. We'll find that when that comes out. All right, there's some of the headlines this morning. At 6:37, 23 away from the top of the hour. The boys are in Murfreesboro at the Girls State Tournament going on now. The championship games are tomorrow, but we've still got games to play today. We'll catch up with G Unit and or Dan Reeves coming up a little later in the show here at 96.5. It's Daybreak. And find out who's on schedule today and who has already advanced to the championship games for tomorrow. I think one team in particular is already in and will be playing tomorrow morning around 11 o'clock, I think. We'll get the details on that. All coming up. 6:38, 22 away from the top of the hour. 45 degrees here in Midtown at the Gene Langley Ford Studios. 47 now officially at the airport. Overcast skies and rain possible this morning and afternoon and evening. Tell you more about that later on. This is Daybreak.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring for?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling,"
and carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900, or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadigger with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting. When every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off, because you said,
"Show me the bling."
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today. Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
We're 17 away from the top of the hour. That Mexican drug cartel blamed for kidnapping 4 American tourists and killing 2 of them, they have apologized. That's right. A Mexican drug cartel has apologized. In a letter claiming to be written by the Scorpions faction of the Gulf Cartel, the authors regretted the violence and said they handed over the perpetrators to authorities. Cartels have been known to turn on the PR machine whenever they sense a threat to their business operations, according to the Associated Press, which obtained a copy of the letter. That's not right, but anyway, the cartels have apologized. Yeti, you know the company Yeti, and your coolers and your cups and your tumblers and all, Yeti, them. They have recalled 1.9 million coolers and gear cases because the magnets are falling off and can get dangerously stuck in your digestive system if swallowed. So they've recalled 1.9 million coolers and gear cases. So if you've got one, check your serial number and see if you don't get another one. Or what, I don't know how they're taking care of it. They've recalled them. 3 people in Japan, now get this. 3 people in Japan were arrested in connection with sushi terrorism. What? Yeah, you heard it. 3 people arrested in connection with sushi terrorism. That is a viral prank where perpetrators put saliva on food at conveyor belt sushi restaurants. No. Let's not do that, please. You know the conveyor belt sushi, right? You've seen them. They're usually in malls here. That's where I've seen them. They're in malls. It's a gimmick, but they make all this sushi and they put it on different colored plates, and it just goes around like a train on this conveyor belt all over the restaurant. It comes right by your table. And depending on the color of plate you pull off of the conveyor belt, that's what you get charged. Like the blue plate will be like $4. The yellow plate will be $5. You know, the green plate will be $3. Something like that. So every time it comes around, it's like, ooh, that looks good. That looks good. And it just keeps going. And you just pull off what you want when it comes, oh, that one looks good. And, you know, you've got $12 worth of sushi or whatever. Anyway, it's kind of a gimmick. But this sushi terrorism is happening in Japan where they call it a prank. That's not a prank. But they're putting saliva on the sushi when it comes by their table and just lets it go around to, GM, General Motors, is offering buyouts to the majority of its salaried workforce. CEO Mary Barra writing, it's part of an effort to shed $2 billion in structural costs in the next 2 years. So they're offering buyouts to their salaried workers. That's happened before in industry. Apple, meanwhile, is launching a classical music app the end of this month. A classical music app, separate from, what's it called? What's their music thing called? I don't know. Anyway, for you Apple users, you classical music lovers and Apple users, figure it's one and the same. Sounds like the same bunch of people to me. classical music app. That's coming out March the 28th. And I'm still trying to download the new app here. The Spotify has updated, by the way, and that's what we're waiting on. It's got a new look. It's more TikTok-like, it says. Much more TikTok-like. So we're trying to see if we can notice any changes. Mine is not updated yet, so I don't know. Would you try this? I want to find out, because some of you are just absolutely bonkers nuts, and I think some of you would. Today is National Ranch Dressing Day. And Hidden Valley, our favorite ranch, Hidden Valley Ranch, has just unveiled ranch dressing ice cream. It'll be at Walmart for 2 months starting March 20th. So later this month, you'll be able to get Hidden Valley Ranch dressing ice cream at Walmart. Are you going to try this? It's a limited time thing, so you'll only have 2 months to try it. They'll start selling it March the 20th, and it'll be around through the end of May. They partnered with the ice cream brand Van Leeuwen. I don't know. I never heard of it. But they make a lot of weird flavors, apparently. They say it has, quote, savory flavors of ranch, including buttermilk, flavorful herbs, and a touch of sweetness. Ranch dressing ice cream. A few people have already tried it, and it sounds like it could be a hit for you real, true ranch lovers. If you just like ranch, you might not enjoy it. People.com, the magazine, People.com, says there's an oniony smell that's kind of off-putting, but it tasted better than expected. No. Writers at foodandwine.com also tried it. One person said there's a major garlic powder taste. Gross. What someone else said, it's basically a sweeter version of ranch and would go great with French fries. Oh, there's a picture of it. Hidden Valley Ranch ice cream. But, yep, there it is. Ugh. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. I like ice cream so much. I think it's criminal to do something like this. Don't mess with ice cream. Just don't do it. I'm okay if you like ranch. I like ranch every now and then. It's not my favorite. But I'm down with it, on occasion. I'm okay with it. But don't mess with my ice cream. I don't want ranch ice cream. I don't want that. I mean, it looks like it could be like a butter pecan. It's kind of that color. It's not as white and creamy looking as the actual dressing is, at least not in this photo. So, and if it has an oniony smell or an overpowering garlic taste to it, I don't know. I don't want that in my ice cream. But March the 20th, you'll be able to get it only at Walmart. Hidden Valley Ranch and Walmart teaming up with Van Leeuwen. I don't know. That's the ice cream manufacturer. That's the ice cream. They've got ranch dressing in it. So, I don't know. Roll the dice if you're into that. Not me. Count me out. 6:50 the time. We're 10 away from the top of the hour. This is Daybreak.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson-Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit Hampton.com.
They say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors at Jackson. Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster. Perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford in partnership with Ford Motor Company is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
We're all busy this time of year. There's back to school, football season, and this little thing around here called harvest. You don't have time to be sick or in the hospital. Did you know that the COVID Delta variant is more contagious than the common cold? And that doctors are seeing more young and healthy unvaccinated people in the hospital? Get informed about vaccines and make the decision that's right for you and the ones you love. Find out more at getvaccineanswers.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
The Southside Hawks play here. 96.5 FM, News Talk West Tennessee. NewsTalkWTN.com.
Is that you, Modine?
It's me, Modine.
I think it may be.
Interdimensional outer space being.
There's a video floating around on Instagram. I've seen it before, but for whatever reason, it has caught the eye of whoever prepares the prep sheet. And it's a video that showcases the most iconic yeahs in pop music. You know, because everybody throws in a yeah in a song. Everybody does it. So they've taken some of the most iconic ones and mashed them all together in this video, and it's pretty clever. We'll file this under the category don't have enough to do during the day. But here it goes. It's pretty cute. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, wait. Where'd it go? Oh, I think it muted. Hang on, let's try again. Oh, it did mute. Hang on. There it is. All right, let's see if we got it now. Oh, it wants to. One more time. All right, we're waiting for Instagram to play along here. It's only just a few seconds long, but whoever put this together obviously didn't have enough to do. They were just goofing off in their bedroom. Here we go. Let's try it again. Here we go. Oh, I did hear. Wait, well, let's see if you can. That was some David Lee Roth. That's some Britney. Who was that? Lil Jon. The Beatles. Queen. I got a few of them there. That's pretty cute, whoever did that. So that's out there. I'll see if I can post that on our Facebook page and play that. That would be cool for a ringtone. He'd be freaking everybody out. How many songs has he got in that montage? It is Mario Day. We celebrated International Women's Day earlier in the week. And this weekend, of course, we spring forward into daylight saving time. That will be Saturday night, Sunday morning. And here are some tips to help you adjust to the time change this weekend. Daylight saving time begins Sunday at 2 a.m. Eastern time, which means we lose an hour of sleep Saturday night. Here are a few tips to help you deal with the transition. 1, cut out caffeine. Don't have any caffeine at least 6 hours before bed this weekend. Okay? No alcohol either. Even just one drink can disturb your sleep, so maybe skip the sauce tomorrow night. Eat light. Don't eat a meal 2 or 3 hours before you plan on going to bed. It can interfere with the quality of your sleep. Make your bed a place you want to sleep in, meaning fresh, clean sheets, no phones, no tablets. And go to bed earlier. Says to minimize the impact of the time change, make a few gradual adjustments rather than just one big one the night of. So it says go to bed 15 to 30 minutes earlier than usual tonight and again tomorrow, and you should be fully adjusted by Monday. Nobody's going to do any of that. I mean, I understand the effort involved there, and it probably would help, but we've been doing this a while. We can handle it. Spring forward. Sunday at 2. We've got another country music award show. We'll talk about that. I don't know what it is, but that's on the way. That's all we need is just one more country music show. And the Academy Awards are this weekend. The Oscars, Sunday night. So we'll talk about some of the nominees. This time next year, we'll be talking about Cocaine Bear getting an Oscar. Cocaine Bear will win an Academy Award next year. Put that in the bank. Top of the hour is here. We're back with Hour 2 of Daybreak 96.5.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. California being swamped by another so-called atmospheric river. Instead of snow, this time it's bringing heavy rains. North central California, buried in feet of snow in recent weeks, is under flood warnings while flood watches are posted to the south. The unsettled weather expected to continue right through the weekend. It's been a mass shooting in Hamburg, Germany.
Emergency vehicles rushed to the scene Thursday evening of a 3-story building next to an auto repair shop a few miles from downtown Hamburg. Police believe the shooter is among the 8 dead. They're not sure how many people were wounded.
Correspondent Donna Border says a shooting occurred at a Jehovah's Witnesses hall. Prosecutors say the gunman was a former member of the group. They are aspects of his budget proposal that President Biden did not spend a lot of time talking about when he rolled out the plan yesterday. The group Americans for Tax Reform says the Biden blueprint includes almost $4.7 trillion in new taxes on individuals and businesses. There is the highest personal income tax rate since 1986, along with the highest capital gains tax in 45 years. House Republicans say energy tops their agenda for this Congress.
The party will focus on H.R. 1, or the Lower Energy Cost Act, which includes various energy components. One portion focuses on increasing the speed of energy and mining projects. The bill also is expected to include measures to protect fracking and remove restrictions on natural gas imports and exports. Tasha Stevens reporting.
It was the crying that tipped off the gas station attendant to the newborn baby found in a trash can in Fullerton, California. Police investigating the infant hospitalized, critical but stable condition. Stock futures in the red this morning. More on these stories at townhall.com.
It's Prager here. Sue and I mean it. Dogs are part of our family. We love Otto and Snoopy so much. There's nothing quite like their loyal companionship. So we provide them with Rough Greens. In fact, I just talked to my wife about it because we want them to be healthy and we want them to be with us as long as possible. That's true. I know Sebastian Gorka feels the same way.
The Pragers and I couldn't agree more. Our pups, Killian and Leia, rely on us to provide what's best for them. And naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black has packed Rough Greens full of vitamins, minerals, digestive enzymes, omega oils, and more that supplement their food in a way that has shown us great results. Trying out Rough Greens is an easy yes, recommended by me, Dr. G.
Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here, and I'm so proud that the Pragers and Sebastian Gorka have entrusted their dog's health to Rough Greens. I'm so confident that Rough Greens can help your dog, I'm offering you a free Jumpstart trial bag. Just cover the shipping. Yes, your dog's food is dead food, but you can bring it back to life with Rough Greens. Go to ruffgreens.com.
British Prime Minister Sunak is meeting in Paris with French President Macron, a bid to mend fences following post-Brexit tensions. The BBC's Hugh Schofield in Paris.
It's a question of resetting a relationship which went very badly wrong 4 or 5 years ago, and which the French agree with the British is in desperate need of just returning to what it should always have been. The relationship is vital because we cooperate in so many different ways, of trade, but also defense, security, energy. Both countries will be looking for tighter cooperation on nuclear power, renewables. So in all sorts of areas, if there isn't cooperation between Britain and Europe, it's felt.
Poland's lawmakers have approved a new law relaxing the rules for the installation of onshore wind turbines. The move was urged by the European Union. The law requires approval of the Polish president. News and analysis, townhall.com. California Attorney General Rob Bonta is suing Huntington Beach, hoping to force a residential building boom.
Bonta asked a judge on Thursday to force the seaside city to comply with state law requiring it to build more housing. City officials later filed their own lawsuit in federal court. The city's asking a judge to block the state from forcing it to build more homes. City officials say the new homes would transform their suburban community into an urban one. State officials say California needs 2.5 million new homes by 2030 to keep up with demand. The state builds about 125,000 homes each year. Keith Peters reporting.
The government releases the February jobs report later this morning. Economists expect it to show that America's employers added 205,000 jobs last month, far fewer than in January, when 500,000 people were hired in the U.S. More on these stories at townhall.com.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioTE at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioTE. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Love living in a rural community where neighbors help neighbors, even if we don't always agree on sports teams, politics, or the COVID-19 vaccines. We all have our opinions. Getting vaccinated is your choice, and no one can make your mind up for you. Talk to your healthcare provider about your questions to help make a decision that's right for you. GetVaccineAnswers.org has the latest information to help you decide. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
Welcome back in on this Friday morning, TGIF. It's Daybreak 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com. My name's Greg Wood. My co-host G-Unit is on the road in the Murph. He's in the Burrows covering the girls' state championship tournament. We've got action today on the courts, and the championship games are lined up for tomorrow. We'll see if we can get an update from G-Unit Dan Reeves live from Murfreesboro at MTSU. They'll get started later on this morning. We got games on tap, and then the championship games will be tomorrow. Fingers crossed we got a team or two in there from West Tennessee. It is 45 degrees here in Midtown at the Gene Langley Ford Studios here on North Highland. It's 47 degrees. Well, it's 45 here, but it feels like 41. Officially, it's 47 out at the airport. That's the National Weather Service reporting station. So it's 47 there and overcast. Forecast for today, cloudy through mid-morning, then gradually clearing. Look for a high near 55 degrees today. Tonight, areas of frost overnight. Hello. That's right, areas of frost overnight tonight. Otherwise, partly cloudy, a low around 36 degrees tonight. And tomorrow, starting off your weekend, a 50% chance of showers afternoon. Frost early tomorrow. Otherwise, mostly cloudy with a high near 56 degrees tomorrow. But a 50% chance of showers as well. Tomorrow night, showers, thunderstorms, low around 48 tomorrow night. And Sunday, showers, thunderstorms before noon. Showers following through the afternoon. Mostly cloudy. Look for a high near 58 and breezy. Here come the winds again Sunday. Winds out of the north, northwest at around 10 to 20. Gusts as high as 25. And then Monday, back to work. Your extended forecast, mostly sunny. Look for a high near 48 on Monday. So things are cooling back down all over the area.
Up and ready now, here I come.
7:10 the time on this Friday. We had a shooting in North Jackson. That is under investigation by the JPD. Around 9:30 last night, this WBBJ reporting, a news tipster notified them of a possible shooting at a local gas station. JPD say the shooting did not occur at the Dodge store on North Highland, but the suspect's vehicle was left there. As of late last night, a suspect is not in custody. However, the investigation is ongoing. Anyone with information on that incident should contact the JPD. That number is 425-8400. No details regarding injuries or damage. Nothing confirmed by law enforcement at this time. That can be updated at any time. That happened last night. Found that car last night around 10 o'clock at the Dodge store, North Highland Avenue. So no real details on that. We'll continue to follow that, and that release was from the Jackson Police Department, so more on that coming up. It is March the 10th. What is today? I can't remember now what day this was. We did International Women's Day earlier this week. Today is Mario Day. And what was the other thing? I can't remember now. It was 174 years ago, this date in 1849, an Illinois attorney, keep that in your back pocket, filed a patent for an inflatable airbag to lift grounded boats off of sandbars in the river. However, said attorney/inventor, one Abraham Lincoln, was too busy chasing politics, and the invention never got off the ground. They never developed his invention, which was a balloon. But Abe Lincoln, 1849. 1876 on this date, 1876, Alexander Graham Bell transmitted the first telephone message to his assistant in the next room, Mr. Watson, come here. We've come a long way in 147 years with respect to the telephone. Holy cow. The Salvation Army arrived in the U.S. after being created in England, 1880. The Salvation Army arrived here in the States. 1977, astronomers discovered rings around Uranus. Stop it. Some of you call it Uranus. You know what I'm talking about. Stop that. I know it's Friday, but just knock it off. That was in 1977. They discovered the rings. 1988, Andy Gibb died of a heart ailment. One of the Bee Gee brothers, the Gibb brothers, Bee Gees, Andy Gibb. He was only 30 years old when he died in 1988. Buffy the Vampire Slayer premiered on the WB this night in 1997. Lloyd Bridges died in Westwood, California, this date 1998. He was 85. And Vince Gill married Amy Grant this date 23 years ago, back in 2000. So this is their 23rd wedding anniversary, Vince Gill and Amy Grant. 20 years ago, back in 03, AC/DC, The Police, The Clash, Elvis Costello and the Attractions, and the Righteous Brothers were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And 15 years ago, back in 08, Madonna, John Mellencamp, Leonard Cohen, the Dave Clark Five, and the Ventures were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Corey Haim died. Young Hollywood actor. He died this day back in 2010 of pneumonia. He was only 38 years old. Birthdays today on this March 10th. Emily Osment is 31. She was Hannah Montana's best friend on Hannah Montana. Remember that? Emily Osment, 31. Olivia Wilde is 39. Carrie Underwood is 40 today. Danny Pudi is 44, Bree Turner 46, Timbaland 51, John Hamm from Mad Men 52, Paget Brewster, Criminal Minds 54, Edie Brickell, remember her? Edie Brickell in the New Bohemians? What I Am is What I Am, and What I Am, you remember that? She was married to Paul Simon for a brief moment back in the day. But Edie Brickell, what's she up to now? She's 57, Nina Cherry 59, Jasmine Guy, 61. Mitch Gaylord's 50 or 62. Lance Burton is 63. Sharon Stone is 65. Shannon Tweed, Gene Simmons from Kiss's wife, she's 66. Tom Schultz, Boston. Well, he is Boston. The band, Boston. He is 76. He is the band Boston. He's also got a master's degree from MIT, by the way, in case you didn't know. He's 76 today. Chuck Norris is 83. Chuck Norris is 83. Dean Torrance from Jan and Dean, the Dean from Jan and Dean, is 83 today. Today is National Pack Your Lunch Day. That's what it is. National Pack Your Lunch Day. We're 2 days away from daylight saving time. That occurs Sunday morning, early. And we're a week away from St. Patrick's Day. This time next week, we'll be wearing the green. Or whatever else you do on St. Patty's Day. Green beer and all of that. The Blarney Stone. I don't know. Lucky Charms. There we go. That's every day. That's every day. But yes, 1 week away from St. Patrick's Day. That's where we start things off on this second hour of Daybreak. Fingers crossed we get to check in with G-Unit. He is with Dan Reeves, and they are on the road. They are in Murfreesboro covering the TSSAA Girls State Championship Tournament. The championship games will be tomorrow. I think they tip off around 11 o'clock and get the first game started then. Who's in? We don't know. That's why we need to check in with G-Unit. He's on the road. He's at the Murphy Center at MTSU, and they'll have action later on today and hopefully tomorrow as well when we get to the championship games. Few teams from West Tennessee still alive. I think, I know Jackson Southside, the Lady Hawks are in. Wayne County, I believe, is still in. South Gibson County, I believe they lost yesterday, so the Lady Hornets, I believe, will be coming home. It seems like we've got one more from West Tennessee. I don't know whether it's McKenzie or Dresden or Martin Westview. I think one of those is still alive. But I know our Southside Lady Hawks from right here in Jackson, just down the street here, they are still alive. So we'll find out some more details on that coming up. It is 7:18. It's Daybreak. My name's Greg Wood. G-Unit's on the road. We're back after this right here at 96.5 and newstalk965.com.
Did you hear you can now earn your degree or certificate online at Jackson State Community College with degrees and certificates in criminal justice, business, healthcare, tech, and more? There's never been a better time to pursue your education online from the comfort of your own home. Jackson State also offers remote and hybrid options to cater to your busy schedule. Learn more about their online programs at jscc.edu/online.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring for?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling,"
and carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900, or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadigger with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said,
"Show me the bling." So
call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today. Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular care in West Tennessee. At Corbin Cardiology, our patient-centered approach, along with a full array of diagnostic imaging services, sets us apart from other cardiovascular clinics. Corbin Cardiology has clinics in Bartlett, Dyersburg, Lexington, and the newest location is now open in Jackson at 58 Murray Guard Drive. To schedule an appointment in office or by telemedicine, visit CorbinCardiology.com
or call 731-513-5701.
Do you want to dance? Moving, grooving, slip and slide. Come on, baby, don't you There's a place down the street where everybody loves to meet. They got a band plays all night long. Everybody moves when they play this song. They do the South Side Shuffle. They do the South Side Shuffle. They do the South Side Shuffle. All night long. So come on, baby, come with me. There's lots to do, there's lots to see. Wear your tight dress, I'll shine my shoes. I got all the money, honey, I need to use. We do the South Side Shuffle. Come on, I'm doing the South Side Shuffle.
Yeah, we hope we're doing the Southside Shuffle after today and tomorrow at the Girls State Championship Tournament going on in Murfreesboro. Southside Lady Hawks still alive in tournament play, I do believe. We'll check in with G-Unit coming up later this hour. Fingers crossed on that. They're probably not even up yet. They're probably not even in yet. They probably didn't come home last night. Television news this morning, the post-production editors behind Saturday Night Live are ready to strike, and they've got a deadline of April the 1st. Barring an agreement with producer NBC Universal, the 12 to 20 editing crew members have announced that they intend to halt work and disrupt the show should bargaining sessions in their bid for pay inequities and health benefits continue to stall. The deadline comes after the group, which successfully organized with the Motion Picture Editors Guild and is part of the IATCE Local 700 union, voiced aims to negotiate a contract back in October. As previously reported, bargaining sessions have since taken place, but sticking points remain, notably around the issue of health benefits. Crew members continue to receive the same health coverage, but no agreement had yet been reached. Furthermore, the union has unsuccessfully sought a contract that would guarantee the workers fair pay. Now, members of the Saturday Night Live editing team are paid rates far below industry standards, while colleagues working other jobs on the show receive pay appropriate to their crafts. Assistant editors at SNL, for instance, make hourly wages that represent only a fraction of the industry standard minimum rate for assistant editors on union shows. The company's wage proposals don't meaningfully address that gap. Moreover, NBC Universal has offered annual increases that fall short of annual raises in industry-wide agreements, despite increases to cost of living. They're also looking for retroactive pay that management has refused. No guarantees there. Furthermore, NBC Universal has argued for a two-tiered health insurance system that could result in reduced benefits for future editors. Now, the show's post-production unit has received significant support from other craftspeople, many of whom have been seen wearing Contract Now shirts to work. In addition to support from behind-the-scenes crews, several cast members donned the Contract Now shirts back February the 4th during the on-camera goodbyes at the end of the show. I haven't watched Saturday Night Live in I don't know when. I didn't even know this was going on. But in the nearly 50-year history of Saturday Night Live, the series has never before been targeted with a show-specific strike. This is in Variety magazine, by the way. Sources tell Variety that NBC is committed to closing the negotiations by the end of the month and continues to work quickly to reach an agreement. And the workers, the editors and assistant editors have given them a deadline of April the 1st. The first strike in 50 years for that show. That's incredible. And other news this morning, Larry Newman has just walked in the building. That's your headline for the day right there. He's entered the building. What are you doing up this early? Yeah, I know. Yeah. I think they may call in here in just a bit. We need an update so I bet they're not even in yet. I bet they never came home. They're still out there catting around in Murfreesboro. A trend that's out now that many of you saw on TikTok this week. People are trying M&M's, the candy, as eyeshadow after a video showed up on TikTok about jail makeup, and it went viral this week. In a reposted clip, which has 17.5 million views as of yesterday, an incarcerated person is caught wearing blue eyeshadow and a bright red lip while sweeping the floor of the jailhouse. The security guard requests a tutorial, so she shows the guard how she created her makeup look with a blue M&M and a red Fireball candy, using a graphite pencil as eyeliner. Before they took them away from her and confiscated them. You can't use M&M's as makeup in jail, but she had figured out a way to do it. Many left comments in shock at the obstacles the woman faced in order to feel pretty. Let her keep her jail makeup, one person wrote. Others have tried even recreating the look themselves following her instructions, and they're all over TikTok. Says, we use all kinds of creative things to make ourselves pretty in jail, said Amanda, an influencer who was formerly incarcerated. You can use M&M's for pretty much anything, she said. You get a good color palette. You can use it for eyeshadow, even blush, she said. M&M makeup. And people are doing it and then posting their videos. Wonder if it smells like chocolate. Well, the Fireball was lit. Rubbing that on your lips for lipstick, that comes with some consequences because those things are hot. I think they're hot. That's on TikTok. Meanwhile, we found out earlier today, I was not aware of this, that Spotify, if you're a subscribing member to Spotify, and most of us are, I am, they have redesigned their app. So when you open it today, if your app has updated to the new version, it will mimic the look of TikTok. Spotify will. It's a TikTok-like discovery feed for music, podcasts, and audiobooks that let you scroll through previews of each type of content. Mine updated, but I can't tell any difference. But I've got a split screen going with different things, so it may not. You may just have to have it open. I'm not sure. Spotify also introduced a smart shuffle mode for premium subscribers that recommends new songs for your queue if you're listening to a playlist. Okay. And then once you finish a podcast episode, similar podcast will autoplay. Turn off the autoplay. Don't like that. Spotify now joins the ranks of Reddit, Netflix, Instagram, and YouTube, which have all doubled down on people's desire to only see bite-sized versions of everything while using their phones. Some new features started rolling out Wednesday of this week, and the company announced that more will come online soon. The intent is to help users discover new music and let artists showcase their work in front of potential fans. The Glow Up, I like how they call it that, the Glow Up also comes less than a month after Spotify introduced the AI DJ feature. I forgot about that. I've got to try that. This is the artificially intelligent DJ. Well, that's all of us. That's all of us. We're all artificially intelligent. That's how we get the job. But Spotify has introduced the AI DJ feature on its app. Well, now, where is it? How do you get to that? Let me see. AI DJ for personalized recommendations. The voice is based on that of Spotify executive Xavier Jernigan. Company said it may expand voice options in the future. It will only talk after every 5th song or so. So you'll be able to shift the mood by pressing a button at the bottom of the screen. Where's that button? Your library. I've only got 3 buttons. I've got home, I've got search, and your library. I'm going to have to play this out. See what I can find out. Now, this is not the first time Spotify has used AI. They already use it to generate customized playlists. They use AI to do that. So far, DJ is only available in English for premium subscribers in the U.S. and Canada. So that's me. So I should be able to find it. I'll do that. 7:31, bottom of the 7 o'clock hour. State tournament action going on in Murfreesboro today. The Southside Lady Hawks, I believe, are in action. Fingers crossed they make it through, get a win today, and they're in the championship tomorrow. All that happening in Murfreesboro this weekend. Boys state tournament action begins next week. All on the campus of MTSU. Our guys are on campus today with action coming later on. And then possibly tomorrow as well for the championship game. 7:32 is the time, 45 degrees on the outside. This is Daybreak, 96.5 FM, News Talk 96.5.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for 2 targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
So I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
All right, welcome back into Daybreak 738. We're 22 minutes away from the top of the hour. I don't know if you've been following this story coming out of Nashville where it concerns the lieutenant governor, Randy McNally. He has been commenting and dropping heart and fire emojis on a young man's thirst trap photos and videos on Instagram. Republican Lieutenant Governor of Tennessee, Randy McNally, has been commenting fire emojis on one young man's thirst trap pictures and videos for months now. The official Instagram account of Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally, who's been LT, Lieutenant Governor, since 2017 and is also the Speaker of the Senate, has been liking Instagram photos of a young man posing in his underwear and commenting with fire emojis. Young man goes by the name of Finn on Instagram, and the lieutenant governor dropping a line says, "Finn, you can turn a rainy day into rainbows and sunshine." And the image that he commented that on is a picture of a close-up of this young man's derriere. Back in January, the young man's name is Franklin McClure. He posted a photo of lollipops with the caption, "I didn't eat them. They were just my favorites and I took a pic." And then he says some other things that I can't say on the radio. Then McNally commented on that photo as well. "Best of health to you, Finn." Finn is listed as McClure's nickname on Facebook, and his Facebook account lists his gender as male. McClure also posted a photo of his shorts pulled down low on his hips, almost exposing his bait and tackle. The lieutenant governor commented on that photo with a heart emoji. What? The lieutenant governor's communications director confirmed in an email that McNally is the individual behind his Instagram and that there is nothing sinister about his social media use. He has no intention of stopping, the communications director said. Just 1 week ago, the lieutenant governor commented fire emojis along with the words, "Way to go, Finn, you light up the world," on a video of McClure wearing makeup and posing. On Facebook, The young man posted a video of himself singing Where Have All the Flowers Gone, and the lieutenant governor commented, "Great song. I remember when Peter, Paul, and Mary sung it. Your rendition was wicked good. Keep on singing, Finn." What is going on? Now, you can, this story got kicked off from the website tnholler.com, TennesseeHoller.com. It's a news aggregator. It's a web page. They do some of their own reporting, and but they link to other stories from across the state as well. And this was one of their local stories when they got wind of it. And now it's caught fire across the country that our lieutenant governor is commenting and throwing up fire and heart emojis on thirst trap pictures and videos from some dude. Okay. Whatever floats your boat. I mean, this wouldn't be news. We wouldn't even be talking about it if it wasn't the lieutenant governor of the state of Tennessee. You don't really expect to hear that. Or if you're on Instagram and see that, you're like, no, that can't be. Is that the lieutenant? No, not Randy McNally. But it is. And his office has confirmed. Now, McClure, the young man, did not immediately reply to a request for comment, but he told the Tennessee Holler, that's tnholler.com, they broke the story. He told Tennessee Holler that he's 20 years old and he and McNally were Facebook friends first. McClure said he did not take McNally's comments seriously. Said, I just thought he was older and out of touch, McClure said. I've always taken it as a compliment. I don't dislike him or think he's a bad person. He's one of the only people who has consistently uplifted me and made me feel good. Meanwhile, Tennessee, the first state in the country to ban drag performances in public. Other states are now considering similar bans. So we've got type of a dichotomy going between the governor and the lieutenant governor. Possibly. I don't know. How old is Randy McNally? Maybe he doesn't realize this is a young man. I don't know. But you can, if you go to Tennessee Holler, you can see the young man's posts and what the lieutenant governor actually commented or posted underneath these photos. It is odd behavior, to say the least, by the lieutenant governor, but you can check that out. Wow. All right, let's take a look at weather because we've got some rain moving into the forecast. It's going to be a busy week because of daylight saving time begins Sunday morning. We spring forward Sunday morning, 2 a.m. We spring forward. Don't forget. So we've got some weather over the weekend that may affect things as well. Today we've got cloudy skies. That will be through mid-morning. We've got some sunshine out there, but cloudy through mid-morning, then clearing a bit, high near 55 today. Frost overnight tonight, possibly. Areas of frost overnight tonight, late night hours. Otherwise, partly cloudy tonight. Look for a low around 36. Things are cooling down. It was very much cooler this morning. Tomorrow, starting off your weekend, a 50% chance of showers. Afternoon, areas of frost early tomorrow. Otherwise, mostly cloudy. Look for a high near 56. Tomorrow night, showers, possibly a thunderstorm, low around 48. Sunday, chance of showers and thunderstorms morning hours before noon. Showers following afterwards, mostly cloudy. High near 58 and breezy. Here come the winds again. Winds out of the northwest at around 10 to 20. Gusts as high as 25 on Sunday. Sunday night, partly cloudy, low around 34. Breezy again. And Monday, back to work, mostly sunny with a high near 48. Yeah, things are going to be cooling down. Monday night, low of 29. Yeesh. I was hoping we were kind of over that. But yes, things cooling back down. Of course, it is, early March. We're not to spring yet. So, yeah, it's cooling back down. Things are actually moderating itself a little bit after we had those 80-degree days last week and week before. Things are getting close to back to normal. with cooler temps this weekend as well. Spring forward this weekend. Right now it's 7:45, 15 away from the top of the hour. This is Daybreak.
News Talk 96.5 FM will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. The debate will begin at 6:30. All 6 qualified candidates for this mayoral race will be participating. News Talk 96.5 wants you, our listeners, to participate by submitting your What Do You Want to Know questions on our website. News Talk 96.5 will select a series of your submitted questions to be included and presented to the candidates in the live debate. Log on to newstalk965.com and submit your questions in the space provided. We invite you to attend the debate and hear the answers to the questions from each of the candidates for Jackson City Mayor. News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. For more information, call our office at 731-800-6397.
Welcome to Hampton Inn and Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn and Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
She'll make you breakfast, she'll make you toast, but she don't use butter, and she don't use cheese, she don't use jelly or any of these. She uses Vaseline, Vaseline, shows. But when he's at home and he blows his nose, you don't use tissues or a sleeve, you don't use napkins or any of these. He uses magazines,
Well, that's a throwback right there. 7:51, we're 9 away from the top of the hour. The Academy Awards are Sunday night at the Dolby Theater in Los Angeles. Nominees for Best Picture this year: All Quiet on the Western Front, Avatar: The Way of Water, The Banshees of Inisherin, whatever that is, Elvis, Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Fabelmans, Tar, Top Gun Maverick, Triangle of Sadness, and Women Talking. Those are the nominees for Best Picture. Actor in a leading role: Austin Butler for Elvis, Colin Farrell for The Banshees of Inisherin, whatever, Brendan Fraser for The Whale, Paul Mescal for After Sun, and Bill Nighy for Living. Actress in a leading role: Cate Blanchett for Tar, Ana de Armas for Blonde, Andrea Riseborough for To Leslie, Michelle Williams, The Fabelmans, and Michelle Yeoh for Everything Everywhere All at Once. Then we got supporting roles for actor, actress, animated, cinematography, costume, directing. Todd Field for Tar, Daniel Kwan, Daniel Scheinert for Everything Everywhere All at Once, Martin McDonough for The Banshees of Ruben Östlund for Triangle of Sadness, and Steven Spielberg for The Fabelmans. So those are your main categories, some of the main categories. Then we get into makeup, hairstyling, music, original score, that kind of thing. Sound, this thing will go on for 4 hours or longer. I don't think anybody that's going to watch that. This is a 2023 Academy Awards. 23 categories. 23 categories. Sunday night, the 95th Annual Academy Awards, Dolby Theater, Hollywood. It'll be on ABC television. Okay. Vinyl outsold compact discs for the first time in 35 years this past year. CDs were outsold by vinyl in 2022. No. Yes, CDs were outsold by vinyl last year. That's the headline. This is the first time that's happened since 1987. It was 35 years prior. Music fans bought more than 41 million units on vinyl compared to 33 million CDs. That's a pretty big gap. Vinyl sales were up 3% from 40 million units in 2021. CD sales were down 28% from 47 million. That's a big gap. Biggest album on vinyl was Midnights by Taylor Swift, which moved 945,000 copies on vinyl. Harry's House by Harry Styles was second with 480,000. So Taylor Swift doubled up on Harry Styles for the top two positions. We told you last hour that coming later this month, in fact, the 20th of this month, Walmart will add Hidden Valley Ranch ice cream to the dairy case. Now, I know. I'm only telling you this because today is National Ranch Dressing Day. It's National Ranch Dressing Day. And Hidden Valley has come in with guns a-blazing. And I'm not kidding. They have announced a new ranch dressing ice cream, and it'll be hitting Walmart stores later this month. It's a limited time thing. You've only got 2 months to try it. They start selling it March the 20th, and it'll be around through the end of May. It's only going to be at Walmart. Okay. But Hidden Valley partnered with the ice cream brand Van Leeuwen. Did I say that right? Van Leeuwen? Van Leeuwen? Well, anyway, it's an ice cream outfit, and they make a lot of weird flavors, apparently. They say it has, quote, savory flavors of ranch, including buttermilk, flavorful herbs, and a touch of sweetness. A few people have tried it, and it sounds like it could be a hit if you're a true ranch lover. If you just like ranch, and it goes on everything, then you might get into it. Otherwise, I can't imagine I can't imagine. Pass. People magazine says there's an oniony smell that's kind of off-putting, but it tasted better than expected. I can't imagine. Miss me. Writers at foodandwine.com, Food and Wine publication and website, they also tried it. One person said there's a major garlic powder taste. But someone else said it's basically a sweeter version of ranch and would go great with French fries. Oh my gosh. No. National Ranch Dressing Day. Hidden Valley Ranch ice cream. No. Coming soon to the dairy case at your local Walmart. It's happening. It's happening. Larry Newman in the studio. Well, he's not in the studio, but he will be soon. The Dan Reeves Show is coming your way at 8 o'clock. The boys are in Murfreesboro covering the state tournament. Southside's already punched their ticket. They won yesterday. They play in the championship game tomorrow morning. I believe that is morning. If not, it's early afternoon. We'll get the time on that. They'll have the story on that coming up after the top of the hour. Back to the Academy Awards, the 95th Academy Awards coming up Sunday night. Only 3 movies have ever won all of the big 5 Oscars. That's Best Picture, Director, Actor, Actress, and either Best Adapted or Original Screenplay. Only 3 movies. The first one was Clark Gable's It Happened One Night. The second one was One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And the third one, Silence of the Lambs. Those 3 movies are the only ones that have ever won all of the big 5. Best Picture, Director, Actor, Actress, and Original Screenplay. It won't happen this year because none of the films are nominated in all 5 of those categories, so we're not going to get one this year. Well, it's only happened 3 times. One Flew Over the Cuckoo. It happened one night. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and The Silence of the Lambs. And believe it or not, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look this up and see if it's true. But Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, is an Oscar-nominated movie. What category, you might ask? Well, this may explain that. It was up for Best Makeup at the 2000 Oscars. It didn't win, but it was nominated. Topsy-Turvy, whatever that is, won that particular Oscar. But yes, a nominee for an Academy Award was Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. That's Sunday night. We'll be an hour ahead by the time the Oscars hit the air Sunday night from Hollywood because we spring forward this weekend. Daylight saving time begins. Weather for throughout the day today, cloudy through mid-morning, then clearing for the rest of the day. We'll see sunshine, but a high of only 55 today. Frost overnight tonight. Going to get chilly. Watch for frost overnight tonight and tomorrow morning. Partly cloudy tonight, low of 36. 50% chance of showers afternoon tomorrow, high near 56. More showers tomorrow night and Sunday. Sunday night, we've got partly cloudy skies, a low around 34. And Monday, mostly sunny with a high near 48. So that's where we set up the weekend and back to work on Monday. Dan Reeves Show coming up there live from Murfreesboro. Congratulations to the Southside Lady Hawks making it to the championship game. That is tomorrow. And I'm assuming we'll have that game live on the air. You guys have a great weekend. See you Monday.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. A taxpayer watchdog group has conducted a detailed analysis of President Biden's newly released budget proposal. The nonpartisan Americans for Tax Reform reports the Biden plan includes close to $4.7 trillion in new taxes on businesses and individuals. The February jobs report due out shortly, and a strengthening economy along with new hires would not necessarily be welcome news.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell has made it clear that the Federal Reserve would increase the size of its rate hikes if evidence continues to point to a robust economy and persistently high inflation. And economists believe that would mean a substantial half-point increase in its key short-term interest rate at the Fed's next meeting in 2 weeks, rather than a quarter-point hike as it did in its meeting in February. A month ago, the government dropped a bombshell jobs report that showed employers adding 500,000 jobs in January. That was twice the December gain. Donna Warder, Washington.
Some choosing to play the race card on the southern border crisis.
A letter authored by 20 Democrats on the House Oversight and Accountability Committee claims efforts to stop illegal immigration is a racist act by white lawmakers and demands the Republicans on the committee sign the letter to denounce white supremacy. A spokesperson for the Republican-led committee said, quote, "It's shameful that Democrats are calling efforts to protect the American people from the worst border crisis in history racist. Democrats are trying to distract from President Biden's border crisis and their failure to conduct oversight of it for 2 years," end quote. Tasha Stevens reporting.
A man opened fire at a Jehovah's Witnesses hall in the German city of Hamburg, killing 7 people, including an unborn child, before turning the gun on himself. Wall Street, Dow futures down 88. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. Relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Take as little as 3 minutes to see if you could save on motorcycle insurance with Progressive. Come on, you've spent more time than that thinking about helmets with faces on them.
I should get a new helmet. Ooh, maybe I'll get one of those ones that looks like a face with painted teeth and eyebrows, you know? Oh, that's so cool. People are like, whoa, is that a person with 2 faces? Oh, no, it's a helmet and 1 face.
Get a quote in as little as 3 minutes at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
The leaders of Australia and India agree to strengthen their partnership in defense and other key areas.
The Australian Prime Minister called India a top-tier security partner, saying there's never been a point when the strategic alignment was stronger. Their defense relationship has grown in response to Chinese military activity in the Indo-Pacific, and they plan to strengthen joint naval exercises. This despite the fact that they have starkly different responses to the war in Ukraine. Australia has condemned it, but India has been more neutral. Delhi has long bought most of its weapons from Russia, although it is also looking for new suppliers. Australia and India have also drawn closer on trade, and they've agreed now to accelerate a broader economic partnership.
The BBC's Barbara Plett-Usher. Iran says it has reached a deal with Saudi Arabia to resume diplomatic relations and reopen embassies in the 2 countries after years of heightened tensions. News and analysis at townhall.com. Punishment for a heinous crime.
Texas has executed an inmate for the drug-related killings of 4 people more than 30 years ago, including a woman who was 9 months pregnant. All 4 had been tied up and shot in the head in a Houston home during a drug robbery in 1992. 52-year-old Arthur Brown Jr. received a lethal injection in Huntsville, Texas. His execution was carried out after the U.S. Supreme Court declined to stop it. Brown's attorneys had argued he was exempt from execution because he was intellectually disabled. Brown was the 5th inmate in Texas and the 9th in the U.S. put to death this year. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
A letter purportedly from the Mexican drug cartel blamed for abducting 4 Americans and killing 2 of them in Mexico condemns the violence and says the gang turned over to authorities its members who were responsible for the killings. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutoBodyTN.com.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Put a frog in boiling water and it'll jump right out. But put a frog in cool water and slowly heat it up, that frog will boil. As veterans, we tell ourselves the lie that we can handle anything. We let the water boil. You are not a frog. If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach. Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
And we are here, and Dan Reeves is not. So I think he's going to get in a little bit later. We'll see.
You don't believe that, do you?
No. But you know what? When he starts talking about himself, I can just pull that right down. And
that'll be handy today.
You have the power, Larry. You have
I
the
have
power
today.
Good
You
morning,
got that
everybody.
right.
Good morning. It's Friday. It's finally Friday. You guys happy about that? I am.
Oh, yeah.
It's March 10th, if you can believe that. I mean, time is just cruising on by.
It's going to be Christmas soon.
Yeah, pretty much. 45 degrees outside. It is 8:08 in the morning, and we are here on the Dan Reeves Show. But as you heard, he is not. He is a famous sportscaster.
He's elusive.
Yes, he is.
As well. He
Yeah.
is elusive.
He's a famous sportscaster. He's in Murfreesboro getting ready to do the girls basketball championships and
Tomorrow.
Boys tomorrow. Girls tomorrow.
Now they're just doing the South Side.
Just
game,
South Side.
so
All right, good. Very exciting.
The Lady Hawks won last
They
night?
won. They were down by 16 at the half.
Oh, wow.
And they just a furious comeback, and it was
epic.
There was a lot of referee involvement
Sounds
in the
like it was
game that
epic.
probably shouldn't have been. They called over 50 fouls.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Double overtime.
But it went double OT,
Yep.
and they pulled away, and they hit all their free throws when they had to be fouled.
Right.
And then it got the 9-point lead, and that was it.
That was
and it was
it.
over. So
they're playing tomorrow for
they're
the
playing
state,
11 o'clock tomorrow.
state championship.
For everything.
Right? So we'll be on the air about 10:30 tomorrow.
How exciting.
Oh,
Go
yeah,
Lady
yeah.
Hawks. Go,
Yeah,
go,
go girls.
So they oh man, it was a very exciting game.
It
and I
sounds
was
like it.
here, but I mean it sounded exciting. We'll put it that way.
So, real hard turn here. Can we talk about why it's so cold and miserable outside today, Larry?
Yeah, it's cold, all right.
Groundhog.
Yeah, he said, 6 more weeks of winter. I think we're
that
in
rodent.
it.
I hate that. Puxatawny Phil is a jerk.
Yeah, Puxatawny Phil needs to retire.
They're calling for frost.
No.
Frost tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you put any plants out, get them back in. Yeah, it's going to be cold tonight.
See, that's why I kept asking, is it spring? Is it officially spring? And I was getting kind of negative comments around here at the radio station. And apparently it's not spring.
Yeah, apparently now you know why.
That's a no.
Yep,
Well,
not quite.
It's been raining. Well, the weather, see, I get to do that on my terms.
That's
now.
right. Go ahead.
Currently,
go,
it's
baby.
45, feels like 35.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
really?
it's chilly. Mostly cloudy this morning, then clearing. Highs in the mid-50s. Northwest winds around 10 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, the low will be 36. Partly cloudy, areas of frost after midnight. Lows in the mid-30s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. So that's what's going on today. Tomorrow, we're supposed to get a little bit of rain, but
We are tomorrow?
yeah,
rain?
we'll see what happens.
What about the barometric pressure in Bemis?
Well, my Doppler weather will not refresh for some reason. It's just all weird. So I'll come back to that.
Okay.
I might have to shut it down and restart it. I don't know.
That's how I fix everything.
Yeah. But I've got so many windows open too. That might have something to do with it.
That
But
usually does.
as we go through, I will close some of these windows.
Yeah, I'm shopping on Amazon as we speak.
Gina's busy over here. She's got to
Yeah, I
get her
got stuff
shopping
to
in.
do. I
You know,
gotta get
it's
my
very
online
important
in here.
Yeah, very important.
Well, last night there was a shooting in North Jackson.
No.
Around 9:30, a tipster notified WBBJ there was a possible shooting at a local gas station.
Oh,
Jackson
no.
police say the shooting did not occur at the Dodges on North Highland, but the suspect's vehicle was left there.
That's right down the street.
Yeah, yeah.
Sheesh.
So
Did they catch him?
No, not yet.
They caught his vehicle.
They've got a vehicle. Let's say.
Okay.
They say it's a suspect's, but I don't know. The suspect is not in custody. However, the investigation is ongoing, so we will keep watching that. No details regarding injuries or damage were confirmed by law enforcement at this time. And anytime there's something like that, they keep quiet.
Yeah.
So, which is a good thing.
Yeah, because then we can all be just paranoid
Oh,
as
yeah.
we tool around North Jackson today.
Yeah, that's a little scary. I don't like hearing about these shootings. I don't like having to worry about that in our little beautiful town. This just, that's just not right.
Well, that was one of the reasons I left my previous employer. I was in Memphis 2 and 3 days a week.
Right.
And, any given moment, you feel like, gunshots are going to start raining out.
Yeah, that's we're blues musicians, and we had been, performing in Memphis the whole time that we've been living here. And then in the last year and a half, 2 years, things got so weird. Being on Beale Street and hearing gunshots out on Beale Street while you're on stage. And I know our friend Jimmy Taylor, our buddy who is in Little Boys Blue, he had his son on stage with him, and that's one of the things that made them stop playing in Memphis. He said, "Are you kidding me? I've got to be worried that my beautiful grown son, who's in the band with me, it has to be subject to somebody out there shooting guns on Beale Street." Just so scary. So yeah, it made a bunch of us stop going to Memphis, and a lot of our friends in Memphis, their neighborhoods have changed, and there's gunshots every night, and this is not good. I don't have a solution. I don't know how we fix it, but I know that this is not how life is supposed to be. We're not supposed to be lying in our beds and hearing gunshots. That's just not what's supposed to be going on. We're not supposed to be on stage and hearing gunshots. That's just not right.
There's rampant carjackings in broad daylight on major thoroughfares.
In Memphis, you're talking about? Yeah.
Yes. So I had an opportunity to get off the road about a month ago and restart a radio career.
Yeah.
So I opted in to do things local and live in Jackson, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Well, my first thought when I buy a new car is
Gene Langley Ford.
Well, that too.
Yeah,
but
absolutely, of course.
What are the percentage of these cars are being stolen? And I always go for the one nobody wants.
The bluff factor, right? You get a car with some bluff factor nobody wants.
I guess, in a emergency they might, but so far so good.
What are you driving, Larry?
I'm driving a Honda HR-V.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about anybody stealing that.
Not at all.
Yep. That's a good thing, right? That's a good thing.
So what's going on this weekend in Jackson? Got anything exciting going on? I was talking to my husband this morning when I was getting dressed. We have zero plans other than I have a lunch date.
Yeah, we got a lunch date.
Laura.
You and me are going to lunch. I know that much. That's about all I know about what's exciting that's going on today.
Yeah.
This weekend. Today, I'll be in Milan doing tarot cards from 12:30 to 6 today. So I got a big, long, exciting day of tarot card reading. That'll be pretty cool.
You're really good at that.
Thank you. I really enjoy it. It's an unlikely career for me. I've always been into it, but I never thought I would really do it for money and really do it like that's my full-time job right now. That's hilarious,
Let
right?
me ask you this. Do you ever get pushback here in Jackson, Tennessee?
Not a lot, I have to say. I really don't. I get a lot of people asking, like, well, what do you think? Is this of the devil? And I always say, no, it's not. And I always say, no. I had a big talk with God when I started to do this in public because I respect everyone's opinions and everyone's beliefs. And I know that I'm in the Bible Belt, so they call it, I get it, the buckle of the Bible Belt. I understand that, but there's absolutely nothing about what I do that is negative or dark or ugly or occult. It's not like that at all. It's about encouraging people with their life. I use tarot cards as a means of therapy. So
exactly.
I use it as a way to talk about your life and help you to love yourself more and help you to become encouraged. That's what I'm doing. And that is true. God said to me, like, anytime you're encouraging one of my children, you're doing my good work. And I said, okay, good. Then that's what it is. I'm doing good work. That's all there is to it. And
it's the intention behind it.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
And if you come and see me, you'd understand. It's about pictures that give you a feeling that help you start to understand some things or look at things from a different perspective or a higher perspective. And it's really helpful for people. So that's why I sort of say, like, okay, well, don't be terrified, as we always say. Don't be afraid. Don't be terrified of just some other way to try to get at your psyche. We all need to do self-development. We all need to be working on ourselves. So this is just one more kind of interesting and cool, colorful way to work on yourself. So,
well, we were in here the last time we were together, the three of us. You did Gina's.
Yep.
You read the tarot cards
Yep.
for her, and I was making the comments how positive everything was.
Yeah,
There was no satanic,
not at all. Not at all. No, nothing like that.
Just very positive, and of course Gina loved it, so that's a good thing.
And whenever negative cards come up, they come up as a warning. Like, if you read your horoscope and it says, like, yeah, today's going to be a crap day,
then it will be.
Well, it's not that it will be, but that you have the opportunity to use that prophecy and change it around, right? If somebody says, like, things might go weird for you today, then you're aware. You're like, okay, well, I'm going to make sure things don't go weird for me today. So it just gives you a little bit more personal power. And yeah, I think that's part of it. When a warning card comes up, I have to tell the truth. I have to tell people what I see, but I always do it with a real loving hand, right? So, but yeah, it's pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to doing that tonight. And then
where do you do that?
That at the Herbal Connection in Milan.
The Herbal
Yeah,
Connection.
and then on Tuesdays at the Downtown Tavern. Yeah, 6 to 9.
What's the Herbal Connection?
The Herbal Connection is an amazing metaphysical store in
metaphysical store,
in
Larry.
Milan. They have crystals, they have books, they have all kinds of homemade gifts. They have a whole bunch of vendors that are local that make things and then bring them. So there's homemade candles and homemade herbal teas and just all kinds of really neat remedies in the store. She's got a lot of supplements. And then she's got great books. She's got great incense holders, really neat wall hangings, really cool clothes. She has amazing tapestries. Like, it's a really cool store.
Sounds like I would really dig it.
You would love it. Anybody would really dig it. People walk in there and it's so full of stuff that you just look all around. Yeah, the Herbal Connection in Milan. It's really neat. It's a
now
really
you
cool
have
place.
something to do this weekend. Go to the Herbal store in Milan.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's a pretty cool place. So yeah, I'm lucky enough to be able to work there, and yeah, it's going to be a good day. What about you, Larry? You got big plans for the weekend?
Basketball.
Oh yeah, you're going to be the basketball.
I'll be here.
You'll be the tie line supervisor.
Really exciting, though. I mean, kudos to those
Yeah.
Lady Hawks.
Yes,
South side. All
It
the way.
is.
The south side of Jackson's going to lose their minds when they win tomorrow.
I know they are, aren't they? Yeah. Is there a good chance they're going to win? What do you think,
Yeah,
Barry?
I think so. The team that they're playing, which is,
I
can't remember. It's
You might need
something
to.
Academy, Livingston Academy or something like that. They beat South Gibson.
Oh,
And yeah, they knocked them out, but I think it was a close game. And so Southside just needs to go play Southside basketball, and they'll be fine. So
That's exciting. That's really exciting. Yeah, go Lady Hawks. That'll be awesome. Yeah, we'll get some insight from Dan Reeves about that, I hope, and he'll be on that game tomorrow. So you'll get to hear the lovely silken tones of Dan Reeves.
Oh my goodness! How much did he pay you to say that?
in G Unit,
In G Unit. Oh wait, and what about the new person, Z Money?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't met Z Money yet. I don't know who that is.
I don't either.
I haven't either, but his reputation precedes him, or at least his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Well, let's go and take us a break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about more stuff.
That sounds great.
Let's see. Let's get this thing going here.
It's a big Friday, so we got lots to talk about. Stay with us here, WBFG. We're looking forward to talking to you some more. News Talk, West Tennessee.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog. I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster, perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit NewsTalkWTN.com. Then click to download.
And we are back. This is the Dan Reeves Show, sans Dan Reeves.
Where is Danny? That elusive creature.
I hope he's in bed. I hope he's sleeping. I hope he's taking it easy. That guy's, pretty much one of the hardest working guys in show business.
You got that right.
I take a different take on that. Why isn't he bringing us breakfast?
Well, I'm sure there's that too. But Murfreesboro is a far cry from Little Jackson, so he's far away. He can't get us breakfast today.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Gina.
He couldn't make it home last night. P and G Unit and Z Money must have went out last night.
Z Money.
Yeah. It is a lot easier to stay there than it is to drive back and forth 2.5 hours. So I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. And hopefully he's in his bed getting some rest. That's what I'm really hoping.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. He's a big boy.
He is a big boy. So did you guys hear that Robert Blake died? Beretta
I
died.
saw
So
yesterday.
sad. At the age of 89. And I do have a little personal story about him. I went to school with his son Noah Blake, who's actually kind of a famous actor now. Noah was a drummer at Interlochen Arts Academy where I went to school, and he was 3 years younger than me, so he was a freshman when I was a senior. And Noah had never acted before. He, obviously had a very famous actor father, but he was a drummer, and he thought he was going to be a drummer for his whole life. I gave Noah his first acting gig. He played Santa Claus for me in the show Santa Claus by E.E. Cummings, and he was great. He just had this natural charisma, a lot like his dad. In the day, Robert Blake was good looking, right? Really handsome, and Beretta was such a fun show with the bird and everything. Anyway, Noah's grown up to be a really great actor of his own, and I'm sorry for him today that his daddy's died. That's really sad, but we remember Robert Blake fondly, and I know he got into trouble here and there and whatever.
That's really how he's remembered.
Yeah, unfortunately. He should be remembered for his legacy as an actor. He was a great actor and a lot of fun to watch.
Not the murder trial.
No, and he completely changed television. Beretta was a smack talking, jive talking, kind of a different kind of a cop, and it was awesome. It was awesome to see that. So.
Well, I think my favorite performance by Robert Blake was in Cold Blood.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
I don't think I've seen that.
And about the Clutter family murders, and they got two drifters.
No.
You need to look that up.
That sounds like something I would
They've
dig,
got
actually.
They've got an older one. I'm thinking that was in the 50s maybe. And then they've got another one that they did in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same thing, but it's just different people. But Robert Blake in that thing is
Cold
just
Blood?
like, wow.
In Cold Blood.
In Cold Blood.
Yeah.
It's a book by Truman Capote.
Right.
Okay.
And if you ever watched the movie Capote,
yes,
a lot of that is based on his research and meeting those guys and so on and so forth. It's
Wild.
It's good too. So.
Wild. Are you into that true crime? Do you like the
I love true crime.
Do you?
I do too.
It's a wave now. People are all into true crime and
I have
stories
been
and
for
podcasts.
years,
Have you?
and-
Yeah.
You know what happens though? I'll be at home watching it and I'll scare myself.
Yeah, I can't watch things that are too scary. I don't like to have that in my consciousness. I can't handle it.
We live in a big old house and it creaks.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm gonna go get the dog. This
Yeah.
show's scaring me to death.
That dog would be barking if somebody was doing anything.
Yeah, I
but
notice that happens to me when I'm reading scary books. I don't like to watch it, but I do end up reading books that have scary things in them, and same sort of thing. You're like looking around every corner.
You start hearing
somebody must
things.
be outside. It's like, no, nobody's outside. You're all right.
Well, and I have 4 miniature wiener dogs.
You do not.
Yes, I do, and a giant dog.
Oh,
so
my
when the wind
goodness.
blows, they bark.
Oh, wow.
Really, when no one's there. So watch an American crime story.
No.
They start barking. They get the big dog upset. I'm sitting on the sofa with a butcher knife, texting my husband, come home, come home. I'm scared to death.
Unbelievable. That's pretty funny.
Oh, local news in Jackson.
Yeah, what's going on here in Jackson?
Daryl Samuels retired as Jackson Fire Chief after 37 years.
Okay.
And so that happened. And then they swore in the new chief, whose name is Don Friddle.
Don Friddle.
So we've got one retired and a new one coming in. So that's the big thing going on.
As far as fun stuff to do this weekend in Jackson, the Cadillac 3 Bandana Tour 2023. They are playing tonight at Hub City Brewery, which that's a cool place.
All
Have
right.
you been down there?
Oh, yeah.
That
that's
is
cool.
I love that venue.
Yeah.
731 Comedy Club has got a show tonight at 8 p.m. It doesn't say who's there. The times I've gone to the Comedy Club, though, I've laughed so hard my cheeks hurt.
Oh, that's
so
cool. Yeah, that's nice.
That's always a good.
And we're the 731 Comedy Club at 8 o'clock in the morning.
There we go.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
There we go.
That's
Not.
The Not Comedy Club. That's what we got going on here.
And then apparently there is a Chinky Harris Presents Bratz versus Barbie brunch tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Wow.
At Suite 7. So maybe I need to look into that for my grandchildren. That sounds like something they would enjoy.
There you go.
After our lunch.
After our lunch. Thank you. Laura and I we made that what?
Yeah, we got big plans.
We do. We're going to Picasso.
We got big plans
some
tomorrow.
Wine, some food.
Oh, yeah. I can't even wait. Oh, I love it.
I literally, when I woke up this morning, I'm like, yeah, I'm looking forward to that lunch.
Same here, because today I do have kind of a big day. 8 to 10 on the radio and 12:30 to 6 in Milan reading tarot cards. So it's one of those days where you're like, wow, this is going to be a day. So tomorrow is my reward. Yeah.
Yes.
Tomorrow's like sleep really late, get up and have lunch with Gina. Big whoop. That's going to be a great day. That's going to be a real good day.
Then turn your clock up an hour.
Oh, yeah. That's
right.
Saturday night you do that.
Daylight savings.
Everybody's going to be late to church Sunday.
And that's probably true.
I always turn mine up during the day.
You do?
Like early.
Right.
Because I get on that time. And then when I go to bed at the same time I go to bed and so on and so forth. And I never have problem with it.
So that's not how John and Gina roll.
How do John and Gina do it?
We
Y'all
don't
do it on
change
Sunday morning.
Oh gosh, we're late for church.
That's
so
probably
make sure
the
you
majority of people.
spring forward.
Spring forward this weekend. Yeah, Saturday night. Yeah.
Woo.
Supposedly, we should look this up, but supposedly this is the last time we're changing the time. From what I've heard, there's been legislation that we're not going to go back and forth on daylight savings and not daylight savings time anymore. So from what I have heard and gleaned, and let's get some confirmation on this, it does appear this may be the last time we actually change the time for daylight savings time, which would be so cool.
Which time are they going to have, though? This one or the new one?
They're going to stay on what we're going to have next. So if you call this daylight savings time or coming off, I'm not sure which.
I think we're on standard time. We're going into daylight savings.
Yeah,
Right.
supposedly we're going to stay on that time. So I don't know. We need some confirmation. Yes, thank you. Okay, that sounds great. Right on. So, well, we got not a lot of things going on this morning. It's a pretty nice day. Have we heard anything about traffic today so far?
Not so far. So
well, maybe that's a good thing.
No news is good news.
No news
I
is
look
good news
at it.
with traffic. That is for sure.
Now I've got some news on the Jackson Plaza. Site.
Let's hear about that.
And the Jackson City Council tabled the approval of a contract between the city and LRK Architects to design the Jackson Plaza site.
So they tabled it. So that means we're not interested?
They're trying to break this up. Let's see. The $289,000 project is being split into 5 tasks. With the first one to cost $128,300. There were concerns for 2 reasons. The first concern was whether the city council would be able to approve each task individually instead of in a bulk action. This would give the council the opportunity to discontinue the project if they were not satisfied. The second concern from Councilman Paul Taylor stemmed from a recent addition to the first task of $5,500 to hire the independent project manager service, raising the cost from $122,800 to $128,300. If continued through all 5 tasks, the independent consultant would earn $22,000. So that's what they've done so far. So we'll keep you up to date on that. But right now, they voted 6-2 to table the act right now. So
yeah, they're all up for re-election too.
Yeah,
that might have some bearing on the situation.
It might.
Yeah.
So the Senate did pass a bill to make daylight savings times permanent in 2023. However,
that would be now.
Yeah, that would be now. And well, so through November, we're not going to change. The bill is known as the Sunshine Protection Act, which is kind of funny.
What are they going to think of next?
It earned 17 co-sponsors from both parties in the upper chamber and has passed unanimous consent.
Great.
Senator Marco Rubio, a Republican from Florida, has long been a proponent of making the clock change permanent and led the push to pass this bill.
All right. So it is true.
But then they're saying the good news is if we can get this passed, we don't have to keep doing this stupidity anymore.
I'm glad it's not just me who thinks it's stupid, because I pretty much do think it's stupid.
So I don't think it's stupid. I really always look forward to this one, even though you lose an hour of sleep.
Right, but you gain so much.
It's like you get a whole nother day when you get home.
Yeah, it's totally true. So that after work daylight hours are really awesome.
They're wonderful.
Yeah, that's what we come to love. Yeah, well,
So the bill passed by the Senate must be approved by the House and signed by the President to become law.
Okay.
So it's that song, I'm just a bill.
I'm only a bill. I love that.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Serenading.
Stay tuned.
Well, this is
in the
exciting.
morning.
At least we know for as long as we can keep it, at least we know we're going to get some more sunshine every day. So that's going to be really fun.
And then it feels like spring too.
Yeah, it'll make it more springy. It'll just, as much as it's so hard in the fall when we turn it back and lose that hour and it's dark so early.
It's depressing.
It's as equally as wonderful when we get that hour back in the spring. So.
Yes.
But I would really like it if we could just keep the time straight and never change it again.
Well, their argument on this is that simply put, darkness kills, and darkness in the evening is far deadlier than darkness in the morning. University of Washington professor Steve Colandrillo said, the evening rush hour is twice as fatal as the morning for various reasons. Far more people are on the road, more alcohol is in drivers' bloodstreams, people are hurrying to get home, and more children are enjoying outdoor unsupervised play. So we'll see. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Well, then that's interesting if you start lobbying it in as a safety issue.
You get the moms behind you hardcore on that.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes that's what we need is a bunch of moms standing behind something because they're powerful. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, remember what happened? Like, we revolutionized a whole, a whole way of being by the moms just getting together and saying enough with the drunk driving.
Yeah, moms are a powerful force in this country.
For sure. Absolutely.
What was the name of the lady that spearheaded that? Her daughter got hit by a drunk driver. They actually made a TV movie about it. But I forget what her name is.
I'm on it. Hold on.
All right.
Gina's head researcher today.
She started the MADD.
Oh, yeah. MADD.
They killed her daughter, I think, and one of her friends, some drunk, and they were walking on the side of the road, and he ran off and hit them. So.
Yeah, well.
But you've got to start somewhere. Just a shame that, that it had to start that way.
Yeah,
but
it is. Tragedy does motivate people and does motivate people to try to make sure that doesn't happen to others. So I do like that part of it. What do you got?
I'm looking. Let's see who started it. Right here.
Dead air as we research.
Sorry. On May 3rd, 1980, Carl Leitner,
that's her.
A 13-year-old girl was killed by a drunken hit-and-run driver at Sunset and New York Avenues in Fair Oaks, California. The 46-year-old driver, who had recently been arrested for another DUI hit-and-run, left Carl's body at the scene. Carl's mother, Candace Leitner.
Candace,
there it is, yeah.
Organized Mothers Against Drunk Driving and subsequently served as its founding president. Ta-da!
There you go.
It's amazing what you can find on Google.
Yeah.
Everything's on there. Well, just about everything. But here we sit. We got frost coming tonight.
I wish you wouldn't talk about that like that.
Brr.
Oh my
well, it is something you want to know about. I had some plants that I put outside when it got so beautiful, and it was so cold the other day. I was like, I better get these plants inside. But tonight, for sure, a frost warning tonight. So if you've put anything outside in the interest of it getting rain or sunshine, let's get those plants back in because it could be frosty tonight.
And just to let you know that the groundhog is not an old wives' tale. It's true.
It seems to be coming through Puxatawny, Phil.
Despise that rodent. I do. He's 6 miles and
Oh, he has no power.
He's
he has
gigantic,
no power.
too.
Yeah, well,
he
just sits around and eats all day. Okay, we're going to take a short break here, and we will be back. I actually have some information from RuPaul about the anti-drag bills that are so.
Drag shows.
Okay.
So we'll get into that.
I saw a funny meme this morning that it was Dolly Parton. She said, "I dress more provocatively than any drag show. I hope they don't cancel me."
She's the national treasure.
Tennessee's own Dolly Parton worried about being canceled in the drag shows. So that's kind of funny.
Well, here we go. We'll talk to y'all in just a bit.
News Talk 96.5 FM will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. The debate will begin at 6:30. All 6 qualified candidates for this mayoral race will be participating. News Talk 96.5 wants you, our listeners, to participate by submitting your What Do You Want to Know questions on our website. News Talk 96.5 will select a series of your submitted questions to be included and presented to the candidates in the live debate. Log on to newstalk965.com and submit your questions in the space provided. We invite you to attend the debate and hear the answers to the questions from each of the candidates for Jackson City Mayor. News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. For more information, call our office at 731-800-6397.
What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Jean Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Jean Langley Ford in partnership with Ford Motor Company is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at JeanLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Jean Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
So I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
And we are back. This is the Dan Reeves Show without Dan Reeves.
Where's Dan Reeves?
Dan Reeves is in Murfreesboro.
Yep, he's getting ready to be a big superstar calling the game tomorrow. It's going to be really exciting.
It is. I can't wait. They're such a good team. They're well coached and just they've talked to several of the girls, very polite. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome.
Well, we're going to tell you about the phone lines, and we're going to tell you about the text line, and we're going to tell you about our studio sponsor, Jean Langley Ford.
Oh, yeah.
Woo-hoo!
Let's hear it.
Y'all
What
get
do
a
you got to
woohoo.
say about Jean Langley Ford? Let's hear it.
Well,
Well, Gina.
Since you ask, we are at the News Talk West Tennessee broadcasting live from the Jean Langley Ford Studios, 2152 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
That's where we are.
Jean Langley Ford is at 3500 East End Drive in Humboldt, Tennessee. Family owned and operated. You can shop online now at jeanlangleyford.com. You can just go in there and pick out a vehicle, pre-owned or new.
Right.
You can do the math on your down payment, the financing. So when you walk in the door, you're just ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
And it is the dealership that's service built. Ricky Jones runs the back side of the house, as my husband would say, the service department, and does an exceptional job. I can go on and on and on about this particular customer. So if y'all want to shut me up.
No. We want to hear.
I
I
can
mean,
go on
they're our
and
main
on and
sponsor. We want to hear all about Jean Langley Ford.
This beautiful studio is all due to Jean Langley
Jean
Ford.
Langley
Yeah.
Ford.
Absolutely.
And what does Dan say? They're on 3500 East End Drive. They straddle East End Drive, both sides. They have a huge stance.
New cars
It's a
on
wide
one side,
stance, yeah.
pre-owned cars on the
There
other.
you go.
Yep, that's a wide stance, all right.
And the phone lines, CWA phone lines. Tell us about those.
Well, that's we've got a new sponsor for the phone lines. It's called CWA Development. They're pretty awesome. So they're a commercial and residential maintenance, restoration, and renovation company. So if you have trouble or flooding or roof damage from all the recent weather, or you got a giant tree through your window, they can come and help you. So they're great with water and fire damage restoration. They do plumbing, they do gutters and roofs and roof and window cleaning. They do wood repairs, fencing, deck repairs, any places where trees might have fallen down, they can come and take care of that. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. These are some awesome people. You want to get this phone number in your phone. It is 731-503-9598. 731-503-9598. They are even open on Sundays for emergencies. CWA Development. Great new sponsor for our phone lines. And do join us on the phone line. Larry, what's that phone number?
It is 731-265-6496.
That's right. So give us a call.
731-265-6496.
We'd love to have you come on in the show and talk with us. We obviously, we're missing Dan, so we need some lively voices in here. You got something you want to say? Get on the phone and come and talk to us. Yeah, we're missing Danny.
The thing about Dan not being here is we don't have to talk about Dan yet. We're talking
Yeah, we
about
still
Dan.
are. Yeah, well, it's hard to not talk about Danny.
And our advanced rehab and medical text line is here.
It's here, all right.
The number is 731-800-TEXT or 731-800-8398. And you can text the show. And if you don't want to call in, you can do that. End your chronic pain. Call Dr. Shannon Bone now for your free consultation at 731-664-6998 and visit advancedrehabjackson.com for an explanation of our options to get you back to your active lifestyle. So that's the way that you can contact the show and get in here if there's something that you want to talk about. Also, coming up on March the 21st at Oman Arena from 3 to 6 will be the Jackson-Madison County Schools Career Fair 2023. So that's, go to Oman Arena. They've got all departments: academics, technology, food service, transportation, athletics, safety, special ed, and more. Visit jmcss.org/jobs now to apply. So that's coming up. And then the mayoral election election debate, where we're getting that too, is on on March the 23rd, which is a Thursday.
At Northside.
Northside.
Fabulous auditorium. 6:30 p.m. And it's brought to you by Sports Orthopedic and Spine. So we are super excited. All 6 candidates are going to be there, including obviously the incumbent, our mayor with the good hair, Scott Conger, is going to be there joining us. I think Dan and Chuck Walker are going to moderate. Someone else too. And it's going to be a great night. Our listeners have an opportunity to go on our website and submit the questions
that exciting.
They want us. Obviously, we're going to have the approval of what questions are asked. But please feel free to do that. And I think it's so important to understand the position of these local officials and, what they want to do to make our city even better.
Yeah.
So be active. And I love that that's a part of this radio station. We are live and local every day. It's all about what's going on in West Tennessee.
Absolutely. Sounds like a plan.
So can we talk about drag shows now?
Sure,
let's do it. We're teasing that till next hour.
Okay,
we're at the top of the hour.
Okay, I'm going to keep asking.
We're getting close to the top of the hour.
About
has flown by. Currently, the temperature is 45 degrees. Let's see if since I restarted everything, there it is.
What's the Doppler say?
I got that. I got to get to that page. The Doppler is clear right now. It is cloudy, but there's no rain on the Doppler right now. Barometric pressure in Bemis is 30.13.
Thank you. I feel better now.
I know.
I really do.
I know they are. They all feel good. That was for JP because he loves to keep up with that barometric pressure since he's now running unopposed for his seat.
He's the preacher, right?
Yeah. So,
Pastor JP for the seat. I'm sorry. What's he running for?
He's running for county commissioner.
Wow.
District 1.
Unopposed.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, there was
goodness.
a guy he was going to run against, and he's got some kind of family issues. And he had to beg out.
I'm sorry for that, but I think Pastor JP's got a great voice in this community. I think it would be pretty neat to see what he could do in local government. This guy's, he came here, he became a radio sensation coming on the air here. I know you guys did a show together on this station for a while, and we really, really like that, Pastor JP. He's a cool guy. He's got some great ideas, and he's motivated. That's what you want in your city government, somebody who's really motivated to make a difference. So I would love to see what happens with him. That's great. That's really cool.
Where's District 1? South Jackson?
South Jackson, okay. Yeah. It's South Jackson and parts of Bemis. And he was on one day, and he told it goes a lot of places. It's a big area. So, but it even gets into, over here too. So, I just don't know off the top of my head. Maybe he'll call in since we did give you our phone lines, so 731-265-6496. But he might be taking his boys. No, they're probably already there. It's 9:00. So. He's good about calling in every day.
Oh, I'd love to hear from you, Pastor JP. I miss you. We used to do the show together, and I loved that. We would come in on the early show. We did a 6 to 10 show for a long time here at the station, and a lot of times it was me and Pastor JP starting the show without Danny. He's home doing his makeup, getting in his hair just right. But we used to have so much fun making fun of him. I hate to say it, but
well, the first time I met him on the radio, they were in Washington on the trip for supporting Israel.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so that's the first time I heard him. And then when I met him, it was like, dude, you need to go back where I don't have to look at you. But he's my buddy. He knows I'm teasing. But we had a good little run there for a bit, and it was fun. He's a really nice guy, beautiful family.
Yeah,
he's got the bad baby. I mean, he's got everything.
That bad baby.
That baby, so sweet. I don't know how he got the name Bad Baby, but I think Dan did that.
Probably.
But we are coming up on the top of the hour in just a few seconds, and the news and some more ads, and then we will be back to talk about drag shows and RuPaul for a little bit, and see if I can get Gina up on her soapbox with steam coming out of her ears.
Oh, you can. You don't have to ask me twice.
Oh, good. I can't wait for this. This should be fun.
All right. Well, we shall return in just a bit here on Dan Reeves Show.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM, 96.5 FM, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. America's employers added more jobs last month than economists had been expecting.
U.S. employers added 311,000 jobs in February. That's a slowdown from the previous month, but a gain that could force the Fed to increase the pace of interest rate hikes to fight inflation. The unemployment rate rose to 3.6% from 3.4%. Ken Lorman reporting.
And last month's employment gains came in healthcare and retail, leisure and hospitality, and government. A mass shooting in the German city of Hamburg leaves 7 people dead, including the gunman.
A witness nearby filmed the perpetrator shooting into the building from outside as a flurry of gunshots echoed into the night sky. In the video shared with German news channel Nonstop News, the witness Gregor Miesbach can be heard shouting in disbelief. Speaking to Nonstop News after the shooting, Miesbach said, "There were probably 25 shots at least that I heard, and after the police got there was no gunfire for a long time. Then, after 5 minutes or so, there was a single shot." I'm Karen Chamas.
As an atmospheric river brings heavy rains to parts of California, authorities in still snowbound areas worry about the impact of all of that rain as it turns the snow to a heavy slush.
Some of these shaded neighborhoods have probably 8-10 feet in the city, and the county areas even more so. With all of the snow load and the amount of weight that's sitting on roofs, we have some pretty significant concerns coming up with roof snow load with all the rain.
Kim George with South Lake Tahoe Fire Rescue talking with KGO-TV. North Central California is under flood warnings while flood watches have been posted to the south. On Wall Street, Dow futures are up 34 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Dennis Prager here. Sue and I mean it. Dogs are part of our family. We love Otto and Snoopy so much. There's nothing quite like their loyal companionship. So we provide them with Rough Greens. In fact, I just talked to my wife about it because we want them to be healthy and we want them to be with us as long as possible. That's true. I know Sebastian Gorka feels the same way.
The Pragers and I couldn't agree more. Our pups, Killian and Leia, rely on us to provide what's best for them. And naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black has packed Rough Greens full of vitamins, minerals, digestive enzymes, omega oils, and more that supplement their food in a way that has shown us great results. Trying out Rough Greens is an easy yes, recommended by me, Dr. G.
Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here, and I'm so proud that the Pragers and Sebastian Gorka have entrusted their dog's health to Rough Greens. I'm so confident that Rough Greens can help your dog, I'm offering you a free Jumpstart trial bag. Just cover the shipping. Yes, your dog's food is dead food, but you can bring it back to life with Rough Greens. Go to ruffgreens.com.
Well, they say everybody talks about the weather, and here's some proof of that old adage.
Scientists say the La Nina weather phenomenon that increases Atlantic hurricane activity and worsens western drought is gone after 3 troublesome years. La Nina is a natural and temporary cooling of parts of the Pacific Ocean that changes weather worldwide. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration said that the globe is now in what's considered a neutral condition and probably trending to an El Nino in late summer or fall. And that's good news for the United States. Experts say La Nina is connected to more Atlantic storms and deeper droughts and wildfires in the West, making a La Nina often more damaging and expensive than the more famous El Nino. Keith Peters reporting.
The Israeli military says a Palestinian man who entered a West Bank settlement armed with knives and explosive devices shot and killed by an Israeli settler. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Looks like Chinese President Xi Jinping plans to stick around for a while.
The ceremonial National People's Congress awarded Xi his third 5-year term with a vote of 2,952 to 0. The outcome was a foregone conclusion for a leader who has sidelined potential challengers and filled the top ranks of the Communist Party with his supporters since taking power in 2012. In October, Xi broke with tradition and had himself named to a third 5-year term as party leader. The presidency had a 2-term limit, but that was deleted from the Chinese constitution earlier. All of it seen as an indication Xi Jinping plans to stay in power for life. I'm Ben Thomas.
A patient and 3 crew members survived last night's medical transport helicopter crash in North Carolina. The copter was heading for a hospital in Asheville when it went down in Macon County. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com. See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
So I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
And here we are once again in the Gene Langley Ford studio. And we are broadcasting 96.5 FM.
Live, local radio, and television. Get on the app and check us out. It's pretty cool. The News Talk West Tennessee app. It's really easy. You can download it from the Google Play Store or the Apple Store, and all you have to do is just click on it where it says Listen Live, which is cool because you can listen while you're driving or whatever. Or you can click on Watch Live, and you can watch us live. I mean, it's pretty wild to see what goes on behind the scenes in radio. Those of us who've been in radio for a while, we're used to not being on camera. So it's extra funny and special to see your favorite radio personalities on the TV as well. So it's pretty cool. Get us on the app. You can get that on your TVs that hook up to the internet. So do whatever you want to come and see us. But it's a lot of fun to watch, too. You get to see behind the scenes and what it really does take to run a radio station. It's a lot. It's a lot.
It is. A lot.
Yeah, right.
A lot.
Yeah, Larry knows. Larry ends up, getting stuck with the hard jobs a lot of times. Dan goes out and does the glamorous stuff, and then Larry's got to be producer Larry and try to keep everything going. He does a great job. So, yeah, kudos to you.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, good job, Larry. He keeps us all going.
Our phone line number, CWA telephones, 731-265-6496, and Advanced Rehab and Medical text line, 731-800-TEXT. So we've got those if you want to.
Yeah, let's hear from you.
Call in or text in. The Rocket is coming to Jackson on April 13th at Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clements will be the guest for our 4th annual event to benefit the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards. Next closest is Randy Johnson with 5, 354 wins, 4,672 strikeouts.
Wow.
His career spanned 24 years with the Boston Red Sox, the Yankees, he was with them twice, the Blue Jays, and the Houston Astros, world champions. I always throw that in because that's my baseball team. The 11-time All-Star won 2 World Series with the Yankees. Our silent auction will again be huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, etc. Just follow our page and we will be posting items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187 or email rocketroger2023@gmail.com for table sponsor or ticket information. Special thanks to our sponsor, Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com. So that gets us in for that coming up.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. How about that? Roger Clemens. That'll be a lot of fun to watch. Yeah, I'm sure he's got some interesting stories, right? It would be really cool to hear what he has to say. That's a long, storied career in baseball. That'll be a lot of fun to see what he's got on his mind and what he's got going down.
Well, they say that Roger likes karaoke.
Oh.
So they might even sing some karaoke while they're over there.
You gotta be kidding me.
I love me some karaoke.
We shall see.
I always say, everybody wants to be a rock star, right?
Oh, yeah.
The baseball players, they might be famous doing all the other things they do, and they also want to be rock stars. Yeah, that's classic.
Heck yeah.
That's funny. So are we getting into this drag show thing or what?
Please,
I want to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, we're coming to it. I want to remind you.
We're still teasing it.
I want to remind you that we do have the mayoral debate.
That's right.
Coming up, and that's on March the 23rd.
At 6:30 p.m.
6:30 at
Northside Auditorium.
Right. And the people that will be in the debate, Scott Conger, who is the incumbent, Ray Condry, Daryl K. Hubbard, Paul Sherrod, Lisa Williams-Lyons, and Jerry Wayne Woods. So they will be here. Election Day is May 2nd, and early voting starts April the 12th through the 27th. So
And our mayoral debate is brought to you by Sports Orthopedic and Spine.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are. They're making it happen for us.
That's great. That's going to be a great day. There'll be a lot of information you'll get to understand and meet the candidates. That should be really cool. And I'm certain with Dan Reeves and Chuck Walker, the big talker, at the helm, there should be a lot of fun. It should be a lot of fun. We don't want to make this a boring, stuffy event. We really want to get to know these people. These could, the mayor has a lot of your life in his hands, right? So it would be pretty neat to discover who our choices are. I know many people are very happy with Scott Conger. He's been a great mayor, his honor. He's really done a lot for us, and he's been a great friend to the radio station here. He's come and talked to us many times. So we'll just have to see who's after his job. It'll be interesting, right?
I know 5 people that are.
Yeah, at least, right?
Also, our very own Gabe Hart is going to be moderating
cool.
The debate as well. So, and he's got an excellent article right now that's on our website. It is called Messaging Matters, and really hit home on some things that I wholeheartedly agree with him on. So I encourage our listeners to go to our website and check out Gabe Hart's article on basically controlling the narrative.
Awesome. Now, isn't the website, it's newstalk965.com?
Yes.
Newstalk965.com. You don't need 96.5 or anything like that. Newstalk965.com. And I think you'll really, really enjoy there's a lot of great stuff on the website. It's well worth looking at. It's a great place to find breaking news as well. So
it is.
Yeah.
And it's just a way, again, to stay
in
tuned on what's going in locally.
Yeah.
What's happening. I was having a conversation with one of my girlfriends, and often I know what's going on nationally more than I know what's going on in Jackson, Tennessee.
Right.
So we're trying to bridge that gap here at News Talk 96.5.
Yeah, that's smart.
Well, that's one of the things when I do radio, I always have that. I find stories that are local.
Exactly.
If it's about the schools, if it's about different organizations.
Drag shows.
Yeah, drag shows. But, I mean, you want to talk, we are so into keeping everything local here, shopping and all those kind of things.
Yes.
And that we promote that. And so I'm always looking for shout outs and good news and different things. So
yeah,
that's the way I roll.
About our local heroes, right? We got a lot of local heroes.
Live and local.
We do.
Yeah, it's good to hear from them.
Okay. RuPaul.
Okay,
Here's
finally.
what RuPaul had to say. He's the face of the Drag Race franchise.
Which is
and
a phenomenal
I don't
show.
know, most of you may or may not know that this story has made the national news. It has been on the mainstream media, the story that Tennessee's outlawed drag shows, and it's a big deal that they're talking smack about Tennessee, is what I have to say. The national news, they're talking smack about Tennessee. So
It made Saturday Night Live.
Yes, that's right. It was
in a really
Weekend
embarrassing
Update
kind of
on
way.
Saturday Night Live. Yeah, right. So, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so he's responded to the recent wave of anti-drag and anti-trans legislation introduced by Republican lawmakers in the United States. So this is going on elsewhere other than
Yeah,
just
it's not
Tennessee.
just us.
But
Right.
in an Instagram video on Wednesday, the Emmy winner called the bills a classic distraction technique and urged Americans to register to vote. Now, people should know about distractions. The last one we had were Chinese balloons,
right?
Because there was something else going on. They were trying to take your focus off of
away
that.
from, yeah.
So
way
that's
to
what
go.
he's saying. He says, "Look over there, a classic distraction technique, distracting us away from the real issues that were voted into office." To focus on jobs, health care, keeping our children safe from harm at their own school, RuPaul said. But we know that bullies are incompetent at solving real issues. They look for easy targets so they can give the impression of being effective. They think our love, our light, our laughter, and our joys are signs of weakness, but they're wrong because that is our strength.
I agree wholeheartedly.
So that's
I like
that's
that.
what he
That's a
had to
good
say
comment.
about that.
Yeah, good comment.
And I agree, it's a distraction.
Yeah.
You know, we have real problems here in
Yeah,
Tennessee.
yeah.
We have problems with healthcare, access to healthcare.
Yeah.
We have, you know,
Roads, infrastructure, bridges,
funding education in the state. And for whatever reason, Nashville's focusing on drag shows.
Yeah.
And well, let me just read this, and this is from CNN. Republican Governor Bill Lee signed a bill into law Thursday afternoon that will restrict public drag show performances in Tennessee, making his state the first to do so. Wow, there's a dubious honor.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
The state Senate passed the bill earlier Thursday along party lines to limit adult cabaret performances on public property, so to shield them from the view of children, threatening violators with a misdemeanor and repeat offenders with a felony. So all of this noise and all of this Saturday Night Live satire,
right?
And all this attention, it's going to be a misdemeanor if you have a drag show on public property.
Mm-hmm.
So they haven't stopped them. They haven't changed them. And I don't know about you. I know that there was one last year in Jackson. They were going to do a drag show at a city park.
That's right.
And I guess this is what started all of this little blah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's the only one I've ever been aware of in my life. They're usually at, a nightclub or, a place where children aren't allowed anyway.
Yeah, I think that's what made the whole ruckus happen, was that this was going to be in a public park. It was going to be open to the public, which is awesome, but in a park, you never know who's there for what reasons. And yeah, the parks are the domains of the children a lot of times. And I could understand. I've had a long and storied past in the theater. I've lots of my friends are gay. I've had lots of friends that do drag, lots of cross-dresser trans friends. I mean, I'm a friend to that community. I don't have any objections to how people want to live their lives, but I do agree that a lot of times the drag shows can be overtly sexual. And I think that's the whole idea. It's just like, it does appear, and you know that this is true, and RuPaul would probably say it too, that when a man dresses in drag, they overdo it, right? It's like overcompensation. They so much makeup, enormous wigs. It's become a whole different thing, right? It's become a whole different art form. And it literally is. It's an art form for the people who practice it. So it's become a whole different art form that doesn't have to be just about sex. A lot of times it's just about expression. It's about, I want to wear these kinds of clothes. I want to do these kinds of things. But for some reason, they've kind of over-sexualized the drag shows, and I don't really understand that, but I know that that's what people are objecting to. It's just this, there's a lot of, TNA.
Even though there's no T.
Even though there's no T and, whatever, a highly modified A,
That is very nicely put, Laura.
Right? There's just a lot of extra, right? And if I don't have children, so I probably should not weigh in. But if I did have young kids, I think it might be a little bit controversial for them to watch it. But if a kid watches RuPaul's drag show, the Drag Race show, they probably see a lot of that anyway. So I don't know. I definitely was on the side of the people that were upset that we had to make a big deal out of this.
Ahead of the bill's signing, Lee faced accusations of hypocrisy after an unidentified Reddit user posted a photo from a 1977 high school yearbook, which purports to show the future governor dressed in women's clothing and a wig alongside female students dressed in men's suits.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, how the internet can come back and haunt you.
Right, sorry.
Governor Lee.
Sorry,
and of course
Governor.
he said, well, that was just entertainment.
Right,
well,
right.
What does he think a drag
show is? Right. I mean, I don't have any. I'm certain that the drag show that was, that was to be done in the park, that was later, put to the, I guess it was at the Carl Perkins Center inside. I have no. I'm certain they weren't trying to sexualize. I'm certain they weren't trying to, be predators. I'm certain that they weren't trying to hurt our children. I know they weren't. These are beautiful men with big hearts. Like they had no they had no intention of trying to do anything wrong in the city of Jackson. And I think that's one of the big reasons why it became such a huge issue. However, I get it. If you don't want your children to see those things, they shouldn't be in a public place. So I get that.
Well, it's my personal opinion. This is such a non-issue.
It is such a non-issue.
It is just
Yeah.
noise.
Yeah.
You know, and to your point, Larry, what are they doing that they're distracting us from?
Right.
Because there's something going on, because this is just nonsense.
Well, it's a small story compared to many large stories, right?
Compared to the $9 million
don't-
the governor turned
Yeah.
down in federal funding for HIV research and HIV patients in the state, and with no real plans to replace the $9 million.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. So, I mean, I like what RuPaul had to say.
Well, and then Greg reported this morning about the lieutenant governor, I believe, of Tennessee that was, I wish I had the article in front of me because I don't want to misquote, but that he was making, there was a young kid that was on a certain site and he was making, you know, ooh, you're hot and all this kind of stuff. I wish, I guess you can play back Greg Wood's show this morning, but,
Well, and at a news conference on Monday, the GOP governor ignored a question about whether he had once dressed in drag, but rejected any comparisons between the purported image and the drag show legislation. I would have more respect for the man if he just owned it and you know, the mistakes of our youth, or but then in the same breath going after drag shows.
Yeah.
You know, I don't care if the governor gets his freak on. I hope he does and enjoys his life. But don't impose your morals on the rest of us in the great state of Tennessee.
there you go.
You want more of the soapbox, Larry?
Yes.
I can give you
Let's
some
hear
soapbox.
it. Yeah, let's
Go,
hear
Gina.
it.
Go, Gina.
Yeah, Gina. We teased the audience for 2 hours about this. Let's hear it.
Well, and what's so sad about that, Laura, is it's such a non-issue.
Yeah.
It's a non-issue.
Yeah. Well, it's not a targeted issue, and that's sort of the way it's been portrayed, is that somebody was trying to do wrong. Nobody was trying to do wrong. They were trying to do what they do in a delightful and, exotic way. Nobody was really trying to do wrong. And, you can argue about that all you want, but I don't believe that the intent of anyone in Jackson was to be harmful or to be predatory or to be over-sexualizing. I just don't think that was their intent.
Well, that was the accusation that
I
Chris
get
Todd
it.
made.
Yeah.
That
I
people
get
are-
it that was the accusation, but I just don't think that was the intent.
What I'm hearing is you're absolutely correct.
Well, they have had in Conger Park, they have had a fair, I guess, so to speak.
A drag show fair?
No, there wasn't a drag show, but it was a
pride celebration.
It was booths and different things
Oh, a pride
from the gay
celebration.
community.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And not a word. But then they have the drag, and I don't know how many of those they've had. But I know of at least one, maybe two that they've had that. They've had it in Conger Park, open to the public.
Right.
And then we're going to do a drag show, and people just lost their minds.
Yeah, they did. They went.
I wonder if the governor's been to a drag show. I wonder if our state legislators have actually gone to a drag show, because they're making it out to be almost like a stripper show. And
Right.
it's nothing like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
It's more like, I don't know, kabuki theater with an edge.
That's a funny way to put it. Well, a lot of drag shows are a lot of, female impersonators.
Exactly.
That's what a lot of drag shows are, is, like Barbara Streisand comes out and then you get
Cher.
to, Cher. Exactly, right?
Tina Turner.
Liza Minnelli.
Absolutely. And you get to, be astonished at the portrayal of, your, some of your famous, fabulous, all-stars in a completely new and different way. So
And then you sit there and go, wow, she is just beautiful. And then wait, no, that's a man.
Yeah.
Like, just the illusion of it
Yeah.
all is so intriguing.
I agree.
And it has been my experience. Usually the audience is about 80% female.
yeah. yeah.
And, and there are usually some heterosexual males there who are very uncomfortable. Their wives or girlfriends made them come.
They're laughing and hooting and hollering, and they're like, oh my,
Oh,
oh, my. whatever. You don't have to accept everything or be everything. You don't have to think everything is okay. It's all right. We all have our own opinions, and that is one of the reasons why we have a news talk radio show, so that you can express your opinions. That's why you get to call in, you get to say how you feel, and that's part of the whole town weighing in about this. And I know there were some dramatic opinions, right? There were some definite dramatic opinions, and so we want to hear everybody. We want to hear what everybody has to say, because you might have a very valid point that I hadn't thought of, because I grew up seeing drag shows and I thought it was okay. So I never thought there was anything wrong with it. A lot of times what people fear is the unknown, right? What they think is like, oh, what's going to happen at that show? Are they going to come and get my kids or try to convince my kids to do drag? No, probably not. That probably didn't have anything to do with your kids.
So my girlfriend and I went to that comedian show, Leanne Morgan, last Saturday. She was so phenomenal.
Oh, good.
On the way down, we were talking about it, and she was upset because she thinks that this is a way to pick on drag show performers.
Yeah.
I think it's the opposite. I think it is... A lot of people in the state have never been to a drag show.
Yeah.
They don't know what a drag show
Exactly.
really is. And they really, it's not on their radar, so they really didn't do any research. It seems like an easy target for the politicians to go after. And they made much ado about nothing. That's, my personal opinion.
Well, it's a real different thing to have a drag show in a public place. That's one thing. A drag show in a private club is a whole different thing. And then, unfortunately, this whole issue's gotten lobbed in with the drag show story hours at libraries and at schools. And I get a little...
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I get a little...
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. It's a big deal. The New York Public Library and all different other kinds of places, a lot of them in the bigger cities, there's drag shows for kids and drag show story time for kids. I mean, if you want to get upset about something, that's a little bit more on my radar or something that would bother me, right?
I agree.
But, something in a public park's not as, it's not right in the schools. It's not right in your classroom. It's nothing like that. So, I think the issues got muddied because there are some issues in the country right now about should we be, having drag show storytime hour. I don't know if we should or not. It seems a little strange, but
I will say, looking at the governor's picture from 1977, he's got nice legs.
Now
I'll give Governor Lee that.
Now you all got to go Google that, see if you can find that. You got to show me. I want to see. Oh yeah, look at him. Wait a minute.
Got some.
Wow.
Got some gams on him.
I'm
huh?
sure that the Honorable Governor Bill Lee had no idea that would ever come into the public eye,
Yeah,
right?
he didn't know what social media. None of us did, right?
Right.
And thankfully, I grew up in a time when social media wasn't available.
Wasn't
And I
available.
made all my mistakes in private.
Yeah,
There you
thank
go.
you. Yeah.
We are going to take a little break. I'm going to come back and tell you about Rush Limbaugh's house just sold.
Oh, goodness. What did they
Obscene
find?
amount of money.
Obscene, right?
I wish I had that money, though. We will be right back.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. precisionautobodytn.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing details.
Hey, it's me, your cell phone. We need to talk about something serious. I know you love me, I know you like using me wherever you are, but I feel like this isn't working out when you're driving. I know you may think that it's possible to focus both on me and the road, but I just don't feel the same way. I think we should spend time away from each other when you're driving. It's for the best.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org, a message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you. The Southside Hawks play here. 96.5 FM, News Talk West Tennessee. NewsTalkWTN.com.
We getting funky up in here.
Friday, Larry.
Yes, it is.
Funky Friday. Here we go.
Cannot wait. Because, it's Funky Thursday for me because I work tomorrow too. But
That's going to be an exciting show.
It will.
It will be because Southside's going to win. They're just going to win.
They just have to win.
They're going to win.
They deserve to win.
They're going to win.
They're going to win.
Gonna win. I'm ready for them to win. I know how hard they've worked and just a good school, good coaches, good organization. So we've got that to look forward to this weekend.
Now, what time is that Saturday?
11 o'clock. We'll be
That's
on the
tomorrow.
air about 10:30.
Okay.
So that means
pregame?
we'll be on the air about 10:40. No, 10:30 because they're there already. They didn't.
They come
They
home.
spent the night. Well, they went Tuesday and left here at 10:30, and Dan didn't get over there till the start of the fourth quarter.
There was a wreck.
Because of the wreck, and
Closed the
that
road.
was just a
nightmare.
catastrophe. So they were there yesterday, and they'll be there Saturday. So everything's good. Because what time would you have to leave if the game starts at 11, and you got to be there an hour and a half or so before the game? Get set up and everything,
To get to Murfreesboro.
Well, let's get up at 3:30. No.
That's a hard no.
You can reach us at the CWA phone lines. Tell us about CWA.
Yeah, CWA is a new sponsor for us. We're pretty excited about them. They are a restoration and residential maintenance corporation. They do all kinds of residential and commercial maintenance, restoration, renovation. They help with fire and water damage. They work with your plumbing. They work with your gutters. They work with your roofs. They work with the windows. They do all kinds of wood repairs, fencing and decking. And they are open Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Sundays for emergencies. You can call CWA Development at 731-503-9598. That is 731-503-9598. This is a place to call if you've had any damage from the recent storms, or in case you have some flooding damage, or your septic line broke, or whatever you have. This is a great place to call to try to get some help. Restoration, redevelopment, all kinds of renovation, all kinds of maintenance. These are some people you want to get to know. Get those in your phone. 731-503-9598. Our new phone line sponsor, CWA Development.
And the Advanced Rehab and Medical Text line. That number is 731-800-TEXT. I do have a text here. It says, thank you. Y'all sound so good, and it gives us a break from Dan Reeves.
Oh.
So there you go. What can you say? The people have spoken.
Yeah, but we're still talking about Dan Reeves.
You bet we are. You bet we are.
Of him not being here. End your chronic pain. Call Dr. Shannon Bone now for your free consultation, 731-664-6998, and visit advancedrehabjackson.com for an explanation of your options to get you back to an active lifestyle. So that's our text line, and that's one of the texts that have come in, about the only one. I think people are in shock.
Is everybody asleep? What's going on?
Now they're in shock.
It's cold.
Yeah, it's cold. It's 46 degrees out at 9:43 in the morning. This is Friday, March 10th. If you're playing along, March is 1/3 over already.
It's going to be Christmas soon.
Yeah, it's definitely, hopefully going to be springtime soon. I am noticing some sunshine trying to peek out through those clouds out there, so that's good. It's 46 degrees, but what's it feel like, 36? That's not cool.
It's not.
I don't know how that happens, but it still feels pretty darn cold outside.
Well, you take into consideration the wind and everything else.
The humidity. Dan always talks about it's the humidity. That's why it's so cold.
Well, it is. If you ever
true.
lived in a dry climate, like I come from Colorado, the cold there is just nowhere near as cold as the cold here. We feel like a bunch of sissies. Here we are from Colorado with all of our warm coats and clothes on all the time because, that wet cold gets into your bones. And, it is a true thing when they say, like, I'm cold to the bone. Your bones are like stones in your body. They're made of minerals. They're just like the stones of the body. And just like rocks that are outside, they do absorb cold and moisture. So it is absolutely true that you can get cold to the bone because the bones, the giant stones inside of your body, have gotten cold. So, yeah, it's a trip to think about the idea that we are filled with rocks, right? Literally.
Well,
and you thought it was just your head, Larry.
Just to keep you a little colder.
That was funny.
Tomorrow, Saturday, 55 for the high, 50% chance of rain showers.
Oh.
Saturday night, it'll be 50 degrees and thunderstorms.
You're just a buzzkill
I
over there.
know
It's
it.
Friday, Larry.
Sunday, 54, 40% chance of storms. Not rain, but storms.
Again, buzzkill over there, my weekend.
Well, they've called this the atmospheric river that's coming from California. So, I'm so sure. Last Friday we had a wind event. Now we've got an atmospheric river. I tell you, these weathermen, these meteorologists are working overtime with their vocabularies, inventing new events for us to understand the weather better.
To basically say it's going to rain.
Yeah, it's going to rain. It's going to rain
Well,
for
see,
a long time.
I think the weather has a liberal feel to it.
I find
The
it
woke
coming
conservative
from
myself.
California.
The woke weather, the woke
me.
atmospheric river is on its way.
That's funny.
It is funny, isn't it?
Their droug's over because of all this weather they've
that's
had
true.
this winter.
That's true, which is actually a really good thing for California.
Yeah,
It
that
needs
was-
the water.
Yeah.
It takes down the fire danger. The fire danger in Colorado's way down because their snowpack is at 180%.
That's insane.
It's going to be it's one of those epic years. I lived in Steamboat in one of the epic years where we got 350 inches of snow in the month of January. Like, ridiculous. Where it snows a foot of snow every single day.
Yeah.
I lived through that many, many, many years. And so that's why I'm happy about living in Tennessee because, you don't get a foot of snow every day.
I grew up in Chicago.
Oh, cold there.
That lake effect
The
snow.
windy city and the wind.
And that wind
Yep.
feels like it's cutting you in half.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons I live in Jackson,
Yeah.
Humboldt, Tennessee, but West
Yeah.
Tennessee.
Yeah, there you go.
My girlfriend works for the University of Chicago, and she lives in the suburbs. When it snows, her husband has to dig her car out of the garage,
Wow.
Wow.
so that she can drive to the train station and take the train downtown and then walk like 4 blocks to work. Her name's Michelle. Hi, Michelle. I told her I don't plan that far ahead.
Yeah.
I would not survive.
That's a lot. That is a lot.
Well, they're calling for more snow in Northern California.
Wow.
They've had a ton
So
of
up
snow
in the
in
mountains.
California,
And,
Yeah, it never
And it-
rains in California. No, it snows.
No, it rained where my daughter lives. She said it's rained there over 2 weeks.
Wow.
Every day.
Wow. That's the
This-
atmospheric
Atmospheric
river they're
river.
talking about.
So-
Yeah. Atmospheric river.
Well, here's something that the longtime Palm Beach, Florida home of the late conservative commentator Rush Limbaugh has sold for $155 million,
No way.
according to property records.
All right, I'm
Now,
looking
how
it
many
up.
bedrooms?
I'm
How
looking
many
it up.
baths? I got to know.
Let's see if it even says that. It
That's
talks about
ridiculous.
people. The roughly 24,000 square foot
Wow.
main house was largely decorated by Limbaugh himself, according to the 2010 book An Army of One. A vast salon was meant to invoke Versailles,
Wow, I'm so sure.
The book said, and the dining room chandelier was a replica of the one in New York's Plaza Hotel.
Oh, my
And it's got a picture of this thing. My gosh.
Oh, my
That's
goodness.
a big place.
Some extravagance there, right?
Oh, a lot of extravagance.
You still haven't found out how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms?
Well, I keep
I mean,
looking.
$155 million house.
I'm on
Okay,
it.
we got to know, Gina.
And the Wall Street Journal's got an article about it.
That's hilarious.
It doesn't. It's just got people that have tried to buy it and so on and so forth, and it's the record price. So I gave you some of the things. What does yours say about bedrooms and all that kind of stuff? So I'll know if I want to go over there and put in a bid.
You need to put in an offer. I'm still looking it up. I think it's scary that it's decorated by Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah. Interesting.
It's on 2.7 acres.
That's not very much.
That's tiny.
I mean, that's a lot for California, but, that's not very much.
This is Florida.
Oh, Florida. I'm sorry, Florida. That's not very much for Florida
It's
either.
in Palm Beach.
Wow.
I'm still looking.
Wow.
There's about 250 feet of ocean frontage and
That's saying
direct
something.
access to the beach.
Mm.
It's 24,000 square feet. I covered that. I don't see the bedrooms. Anyway, yeah, wow.
I'm sure it has some.
For that much money, it better have 150 bedrooms. Good
That's
Lord.
a lot of money.
But in a 24,000 square foot house, I'm sure
That's like a warehouse.
there's a lot of bedrooms in there, I would think. But who knows?
Wow.
To invoke Versailles, he thinks he's...
I know, right? French royalty, Rush Limbaugh. Oh, my God.
King Louis.
Oh, my goodness. Isn't that wild? Wow.
If you got it, do it, right?
I guess so.
He made a fortune just spewing hate and vitriol every day.
Yeah. This is what hate buys, everybody.
This $155 million palatial estate in Florida.
Oh, my goodness.
He purchased the property for $3.9 million in 1998.
Wow.
Through a limited liability company, records show the seller was a trust tied to his widow, Catherine Adams Limbaugh. So there you go. So he's making $152 million profit. He's not.
Right.
So I think I'm kin to him.
I imagine you might be.
I think I am. On my great granddaddy's uncle's cousin's side.
You're going to want to look that up. Yeah. You're going to want to look that up, Larry.
Oh, me. I tell you what, we are coming near the end of our show. We've got Chuck Talker Walker coming up.
Chuck
and
Big
we're going to
Talker
be
Walker.
in here, Chuck, till about 30 seconds before you come on the air just to frustrate you. No, we will get out. We're not
out.
Dan Reeves.
Yeah, we'll get out.
Just so we know, inquiring minds want to know, Rush Limbaugh's house had 7 bedrooms.
That's it?
12 bathrooms.
12 bathrooms.
More bathrooms than bedrooms?
Yeah.
Wow.
So each bedroom had a bathroom, and then there were
7
several other.
bathrooms.
Well,
Some
in
common areas.
24,000 square feet, you better have a bunch of bathrooms.
Strategically placed as you go through the house.
That's the
It's like
reason
walking
for it,
through a
probably,
super
right?
center.
That's probably the reason for 12 bathrooms, so that you have one at hand when you're in whatever 1,000 square foot you are in.
Well, you know how it goes sometimes. When
Wow.
you got to go, you got to go.
Yeah, I guess so.
His net worth was $400 million with an estimated annual salary of $70 million when he passed away.
Wow. Yeah.
So it makes my 401k look a little sad.
I was going to say, it's not good that hate pays. That's not good.
Apparently it pays well.
That's not good. That's not good.
Rush Limbaugh, no longer with us, thank goodness. Some days.
God rest his little soul.
Bless his heart.
Yeah, bless his heart.
So we've talked about the weather. We've talked about phone calls. We've
shows.
talked about drag shows. We've talked about Roger Clemens.
Yeah.
We've talked about the governor's legs.
Yeah.
The governor's legs.
We saw the governor's legs.
We've talked about the mayor debate and the
let's get on that
candidates
again.
for that.
Very excited.
that big
And
mayoral
so,
debate.
We've tried to cover all of our bases.
We've covered a lot of ground.
We've talked
we
about
have.
Danny, too. We talked
Yeah.
quid a bit about Dan Reeves.
We always have to talk
Yeah.
about Dan
Well, yeah, of
Reeves.
course.
Always.
I mean, of course. He's our leader. He's our fearless leader and a very pretty pony.
And we miss him.
Yeah, I
I'm
miss
sure
you, Danny.
He's listening.
Yeah, I'm sure he's sleeping.
Danny, are you asleep right now?
What are you doing with your fingers crossed over there, Gina?
Uh,
Saying all that about.
That's funny.
Yeah, a little slow in the uptake there this morning, Larry. Need one more cup of coffee.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Well, I'm super excited about the tournament, and I know Southside's going to win tomorrow.
Yeah.
So excited. I know that Jackson will welcome them home in spectacular
Victory
fashion.
parade. We need a victory parade. Yep.
Well, there's a player that is in the Miss Basketball Finals. I shouldn't have said it because I can't remember her name. Anyway, she's awesome. She had 36 last count I got, but I think she hit 4 free throws at the end of the game.
Wow.
She never came out of the game. She was in the game for the whole game.
Wow.
And she was spent. I mean, she just, everything she had, she put into that game. So I'm hoping that doesn't interfere with the game Saturday, but once that adrenaline hits,
she'll be fine.
You're good to go. So
Well, they get to rest today.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They get today off.
I'm sure they'll have some kind of walkthrough or practice, or I know they watch films, but they watched that team yesterday
Mm-hmm. They
that
watched them
played Medina, South Gibson.
I get corrected every time I say that.
And I think Westview is the only other West Tennessee team that's still in, and they're in a different ranking. We're 3A, and I think they're 2A, maybe something like that.
Well, I'm definitely going to listen. That's so exciting. And
watch. You can watch here on News Talk.
Exactly.
News Talk 965.com. You can watch on the app. You'll be able to watch that game, and that's pretty exciting that we can bring you live and local games all the way from Murfreesboro with a beautiful tie line here into the studio. Thank God for Larry. I mean, it's going to be pretty exciting that people will be able to watch that game tomorrow.
I'm sure.
From the comfort of their own homes, right?
Now, what did Melissa say the last time Jackson had a women's high school basketball state championship? 1996? Is that right?
Wow.
Southside's never won it.
Oh,
wow.
So
they're
the
due. They're
city's gonna
due.
go crazy.
Yeah, they're due for it. Yeah.
And, the thing is, when they get into trouble in these games and they sub, it's like you're putting clones in. They all play the same way. They all hustle. I mean, it's just, it's amazing that the kids coming off the bench are as good as they are. I mean,
That's awesome.
they just fit right into the system.
Well, and we've been talking about this for a while now. Just the coaching exceptional, the talent exceptional.
Right.
It's just been the perfect storm. And they're still undefeated, correct?
Right.
Yep.
So
yep.
They're going to win tomorrow.
34-0.
That's a
Something
heck
like
of a
that.
season.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's a heck of a
That's a
season.
machine.
Yeah. Well, we got to get out of the way here. We got the big Chuck Walker Big Talker coming up next. We got to get out of the way for the Walker Talk show. We've had a really good fun time with you today. Happy Friday. We want you to, have a really good weekend. Be safe out there this weekend. Watch some girls basketball, and 46 degrees, 9:56 in the morning. You've got a great day planned if you're going to sit here and listen to Chuck Walker next. You're going to be happy about that. Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, they're going to do some really fun stuff. They're going to entertain you, keep you going all afternoon long. And then after that, all kinds of good stuff coming up later today. Right, Larry?
I'll be back at 4 o'clock.
All right. Larry's coming back from 4 to 6. That'll be a lot of fun. And
Me and the doc
I
will
was
be
going to
on.
ask you, how's that going?
It's good.
oh, yeah,
It's
I like
real
that.
good.
Yeah.
Dr. Fowler. He's cool.
Yeah.
I like him a lot. Anyway, from News Talk West Tennessee and WBFG, we're so happy that you listened to us for the last 2 hours. We've done our best to entertain you. It's been kind of funny and kind of silly, kind of off the cuff here without Dan, but we've done the best we can. And we love you guys. We just want to wish you a really good weekend and stay safe out there and enjoy yourself. Stay warm. Frost warning for tonight. So make sure you think about that. And thanks so much for listening. We appreciate you.
Bring in your little plants.
And your animals.
And your animals.
Don't forget about your animals tonight. It's going to be cold.
Yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. It's that stupid Puxatawny
Stupid
Bill.
coldness.
It's that Puxatawny Bill.
That's right. Anyway, we appreciate you. We love you. Have a real great weekend.
Not quite yet.
I'm trying to help you sign off so we can get out of his way.
I know. We're going to be in here till about 10:15 or so.
No way, man. We're out of here. We are out of here. Hey, I saw an arm. I saw a Chuck Walker arm.
Chuck Walker arm.
Well, you could tell it anywhere with those big muscles. You could see that anywhere. There he is. There he is. Yeah. Awesome, Chuck Walker. We're looking forward to hearing you.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Are you looking to move up in your career, change career paths, or maybe even thinking about finishing that degree you started? Jackson State Community College is here to help you greenlight your career. If you're 23 and older, you may qualify to go to college tuition-free through Tennessee Reconnect. Yes, you heard that right, tuition-free at Jackson State. Whether you're earning your degree for the first time to advance your career or finishing a degree you already started, Jackson State Community College is here to greenlight your career. It's time to take the next step in earning your degree. Learn how at jscc.edu/reconnect.
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular care in West Tennessee. At Corbin Cardiology.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason.
3.6% from a 53-year low of 3.4%. More Americans began searching for work, but not all found jobs.
That's correspondent Jeremy House. With parts of California still buried beneath feet of snow, another atmospheric river has arrived. This time it's bringing heavy rain. South Lake Tahoe City spokeswoman Lindsay Baker tells KGO-TV the amount of snow still on the ground is remarkable.
We keep digging out, but at some point we just feel like something has to give. I think people who have been here for a very long time have said this is more snow than they've ever seen. They've lived here for 20 years. It's more than they've ever seen.
And now flood warnings have been posted for north central California, while flood watches are up for southern California. Xi Jinping has been awarded an unprecedented third 5-year term as China's president, the BBC's Stephen McDonnell in Beijing.
Xi Jinping's power comes from him being General Secretary of the Communist Party and Chairman of the Central Military Commission. However, at the National People's Congress today, he was also again given the title of President. In the Chinese system of governance, it's only a ceremonial position. In terms of real control, of much more significance was him being reaffirmed as head of the military.
A shooting at a Jehovah's Witnesses hall in the German city of Hamburg has left 8 people dead. The gunman is among them. German prosecutors say he took his own life as police closed in. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 2 points, the Nasdaq off 86. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Lee Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare, and in the process started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die,
Last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all. You told me that you wish I was somebody you never met. Baby, something's telling me this ain't over yet. No way it was our last night. I kissed your lips, make you grip the sheets with your fingertips. Last bottle of Jack, we split a fifth. Just talking about life, going sip for sip. Yeah, You know you love to fight, and I say shit I don't mean, but I'm still gonna wake up wanting you and me. I know that last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all. You told me that you wish I was somebody you never met, but baby, something's telling me this ain't over yet. No way it was our last night.
Good morning. Welcome to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. And today, Chuck is being a masochist and letting me run the board and try this thing because we're both about to be traveling.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody's got to stand behind and do this.
Somebody's got to learn.
Mm-hmm.
You're about to be learned.
I'm going to be learned today.
You are going to be learned today. Julie running the board for us. Bob,
Yeah.
what about that? Let me show you. This is how you pop Bob up right
Okay.
there. Slide him all the way up to that midway button. Tell Bob good morning.
Good morning, Bob.
Oops, hello. I was going to say, I just couldn't do that to Julie. I was going to, do an imitation of Static, but I just couldn't do it. I'm
Don't
sorry.
do it to me on my first day
I'm in one of those moods this morning. I'm being just nasty.
Hey, that's okay. I woke up in a mood too this morning.
That doesn't sound like Julie at all. I get a phone call last night about 9 o'clock from Julie. She's like, "Hey, what are you doing?"
I had a messenger, from Facebook Messenger from a friend of mine, and she's like, "What are you doing up at 3:45 in the morning?" And I said, "Well, what are you doing up? What are you asking me for?" I had to do a little traveling today, so I had to be up.
Oh Lord!
Always. I never sleep. Ever. One night I sat up and read your book all night.
Oh wow!
And it
You
didn't put
were
her to
bored.
sleep. That's a heck of an endorsement. Did
that put her
really
to sleep.
good. It was really good.
I have a natural 6-hour biological clock. It's me all my life, and my parents would make me go to bed at 9. And 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm quietly walking around their house all night.
I get it.
That's my clock. Yeah.
When it's time, it's time.
Mm-hmm.
So Chuck handed me the notes today and was like, "Do this.
Okay.
You can do this."
Yeah.
Now, Bob, I'm going to
Yes.
need your help.
We're going to do it.
Okay, we're going to do this together. Where do
right.
you want to start?
Well, we can start briefly with China. China irritates me. I don't know.
Me
The
too.
Chinese government just kind of is irritating. They've got an unprecedented third term for President Xi. They call him president, but it's an authoritarian dictatorship, communist government. But he's got a third term, and he's pretty tough. So I don't imagine a lot's going to change. But that's in the news today, and that's about honestly it from the foreign end. The biggie, now you're going to react to this. I'm going to predict you're going to react to this. The Fed chair is predicting a higher than thought rate hike.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Why?
Fed. But why? Why? What are they trying to
That's
do?
a good... Well, they're trying to create a recession. And what happened was yesterday, he was testifying and everything, so fear gripped Wall Street, obviously, after the SVB Financial Group, and that's a bank that lends to tech companies, told investors it had to sell $1.75 billion in shares at a loss to recover rapidly declining customer deposits. So the banks took a hit yesterday. Now, people might say, "Oh, the banks, this and that." Here's the problem. With what the Fed's doing, which is going to be a 0.5 point jump, and with what they're doing and the way they're doing it, and they might do more, the end result is money is going to dry up in the financial circuit. It would be better if it dried up in Congress and they would quit spending. But so the money access out there. So here's SVB Group selling money because they don't have deposits.
And this is some of this is because now I heard a financial planner talking on one of his NPR or something, one of those stations today, and he said that you're having a lot of trouble because a couple of years ago you may have a 10-year bond just paying out 3%, but now a 10-year bond is paying out, 4 to 5
4
to
and
6%, and so they've kind of gotten behind on these bonds.
Right, exactly. And so, when interest rates were, that's correct, near zero, the large banks scooped up the treasuries, the bonds. Now, as you said, the Fed Reserve hikes the rate because they want to, quote, fight inflation. The bonds are worth less. And then the banks are sitting where? On losses. So it's a real problem. But the Fed has this, idea that they're going to tamper down inflation. Now, we keep hearing 08. I bought some caulking yesterday. I'm in my flip. I'm doing baseboards, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I went, and I'm not going to name the place because it's unfair. All the hardware stores are having to jack the rates up.
Oh yeah.
But I went to a hardware store, and I had a guy working for me, and I'm like, "Where's the $2.68 caulking?" And and now it's $3.62.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's almost a third. That's not 0.08, or 10%. That's almost a third,
right,
of price, and that's just one product. So, yeah, the transportation costs, the gasoline, etc. But the Fed, in its bright wisdom, is saying, well, got to squeeze the American consumer so that they don't spend as much, or what they spend, they'll have to pay more for it. So it's going to create a real problem, I think, in the housing market. This isn't 2007 when there were tons of surplus houses sitting around.
Yeah, no. I think there's 186 houses right now in West Tennessee in our system. So, I mean, there's, back in the day, it used to be 400 at any given time.
Right. And I tell people, as you know, I flip houses. I disclose, what I do. I flip houses and I do radio. And I tell people, look, I can still flip a house. People are still buying houses. Mm-hmm. Now, there's more qualified type of buyers. You're not getting into bidding wars and things in general, but I can still flip a house. My point to what I yell about is, what about the consumer that's stuck and they can't get into a house now, and they're stuck where they're at, and not wanting to pay rent and be stuck, not having a tax deduction. So it hurts the consumer with the Fed policy. Raising some of the rates was fine. They just went too much, too fast, and it makes the consumer say, "What am I going to do? I don't know what to do."
Yeah, and they can every time they raise those rates, there's less and less that they can afford, and it keeps hurting them. And with all the price hikes, it's not like we're seeing affordable housing being built on the regular.
Well, exactly. And then so in the whole talk now is towards the president's budget. He's putting a budget in where he does, a variety of things, expands Medicare, he auctions off. By the way, I don't know what this is. You all might know this, and I should, but I don't. He's going to auction off the rights to the radio spectrum.
What?
That is,
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Is it because I've been saying some bad things about him? Because every now and again, I have been known to do that.
He specifically said, "I'm going to auction off the Chuck Walker show."
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. I did see in the notes that Biden is trying to seek some budget cuts for this deficit that we've got in response to the GOP.
Yeah, he's got to do something on record, and then of course the House and Senate will have to do something. I just hope they hold to what they have said they're going to do, which is to actually do a budget, because the biggest scam for years in Washington is when you hear, "We passed a budget." No, they didn't. They passed continuing resolutions. They haven't done a budget in 15 to 16 years. They're passing continuing resolutions where they say, "We'll spend some more on domestic, we'll spend some more on defense here," and they do this whole budget within 30 days. The normal process used to be almost 9 to 10 months, and there'll be 13 bills. You have to go over them all, line by line, and do amendments on the floor of the House. That process has been done away with years ago because it makes them work too much. So they're going to maybe go back to it. So the president's done a budget, at least giving credit that he's done one. Hopefully they will continue to do budgets and not at the end say, "Well, we just got to do a resolution, kick the can down the field, you know.
How come more people don't call them out on that when they're misusing words on purpose?
Well, I think it's sort of inside baseball. I always said if I ran again, I could torture my sitting congressman because I know things. I could I could debate. I could just make him sweat. I mean, you know, and I would bring up the budget constantly. And he would say, you know, I'm sure that he would say, well, you know, I voted, and I would say, you didn't vote on a budget. Why have you been using the word budget before these good people? Why do you do that? Nobody calls them out on it. They are not budgets. They're continuing resolutions of spending that they don't go through the whole process to dig into this and then argue about it and then do amendments. Every once in a while, they'll do one or two parts of the budgets, but in general, they don't do what used to be done.
If we did budgets like that in our households, then we would be in a lot of trouble.
Well, sure. I was on Vermont radio this morning. We were talking about this very same thing, and I said, if any listener in Vermont can put $3,000 in their bank and spend $5,000 that month, call me up. I'm going to do my banking in Vermont. You know, same in Tennessee. Yeah, if you can find a bank, and that's what the Fed does. It doesn't matter what is put in the U.S. Treasury. Here, they just put out whatever they want. And the average person in this country obviously can't do that. That's not the way it works for people.
Yeah.
You know, Bob, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. We got into it. Of course, everybody knows about the big legislation. You know, we were made fun of on Saturday Night Live, and that all started in Jackson, Tennessee, and that's where the representative who brought this legislation is from. But as they're doing that, and the national media is watching, as that's happening, they're also, and Julie, you went to a meeting on this yesterday, so you're more familiar with it than me. You know, right now they can't increase your county taxes without, what is it, 20% growth?
So what they're going to do is they're basically proposing a developmental tax on anything new construction.
Business or residential, commercial or residential.
Right. But in the past, we've had it to where in order for them to be able to do that, you had to show 5 years of 20% growth each year. Well, now they're going to amend it, pull that out, and they're going to give each county the opportunity to do whatever they want. Well, what's going to happen is that's going to pass down to the consumer in all kinds of ways. And so there's been a massive kind of call to action to, you know, write into Ed Jackson, call, do something, say, hey, no, we don't want this. And it just seems like where we're at, our infrastructure is lacking for what's coming, but they're going to be able to raise some taxes and pass off larger costs to the consumer.
So the legislature of Tennessee, did they pass a law that allowed this to be done at different levels in the county?
They're working on it now.
They're working on it.
You know, because this one particular bill got all the eyes. Everybody was watching this one particular bill. And then while that's going on, here's something. You know how they do it, Bob.
Like, I think, yes.
Yeah, we do the drag bill, and then everybody's watching the drag bill. Meanwhile, well, that's like the Patriot Act. It sounds so glamorous. And the day the vote came up on the Patriot Act, and I don't know if you know this, but I look up on the board because my friends are like, oh, this is so horrible an act. And we have some of the best lawyers in the world that came into our offices to talk to us about it, you know. And so Butch Otter, who became the governor of one of the Dakotas, Ron Paul, you know Ron Paul that ran for president.
Of course.
And me, we were the only three that voted no. And I looked up on the voting board, and it's got green and red lights on the board. The wallpaper of the house turns into a voting board. And I look up there, and it's all green, a sea of green. And a guy from Georgia looks over at me and he says, you're going to lose your election. He said, you're going to be soft on Osama bin Laden. You're going to lose your election. 3 of us voted no. And that, on the Republican side. But, you know, it's sad. And of course, I defended it back home. And then my opponent said, you know, I favored Osama bin Laden.
Right, it's either or.
Then the next year, of course, everybody's like, oh, we got to repeal this thing. You know, spying on our libraries, but it sounded so good. Patriot Act, and people do that, and it was in the midst of a crisis. So that happens in politics. You got the drag bill, and the whole country's talking about the drag bill, and then something, maybe 3 or 4 other pieces of legislation roll out.
Yeah, absolutely. They get but will affect every single person out there, because with us getting this Blue Oval City expansion, there's going to be businesses popping up everywhere. There's going to be new construction popping up everywhere. So what's going to happen now is, if they're able to increase this, if every county can do this, of course, they're going to do that to bring in more money. Well, then that's a tax on, it's not just a tax on the new businesses and the new construction. That's a tax on every single person, because we all share in the increase. It's kind of like the Fed, we were talking about with them. It's, we all share in this. They don't just say, oh, well, I guess we're going to lose money for the next few years.
No, they're going to make sure to get theirs. And with them taking out that part of, you have to show 5 years of constant 20% growth. And then, it was supposed to be like, oh, this is for schools and for, firehouses and like city projects. But then at the end, it says any other county city project. So, I mean, they could do it for a dog park, or things we don't really just need.
Right.
Yeah.
Or they could build. How about if they build a theater for drag?
Oh, yeah, that ain't happening.
That'd be an irony.
That's
way to stir the pot. I love it.
That's how they go to jail, Bob.
So
first time misdemeanor, second time it's a felony offense.
Oh my gosh! So what do you think about this Tucker Carlson footage that's coming out? I feel like it's on every news channel, just throwing him to the dirt and stomping on him.
Well, yeah, I have a good friend, and he wanted me on his radio program for this, and I called him privately. I said, let me tell you what I think. He said, stay off my program. So, but here's, Tucker Carlson has taken some parts, and he had a couple people walking through very calmly, and he said he called them sightseers. 100 police officers were injured, and the bottom line is people broke through windows, and you can't do that. And so Tucker can try to recreate history. They have Tucker on record saying he hates Trump privately, because now the emails have all gone through. But yet he will do this because it's his show. And I know Tucker Carlson. I've had dinner with him before, so I know him. But I think on this one, the bottom line is he can point out some differences that haven't been seen. But people broke into the Capitol. They, did millions of dollars of damage, and 100 police officers were injured. And you can't just rewrite that. There are members on Capitol Hill, because I'm in contact with people up on the Hill, who want this to just go away and stop. I'm talking about Republicans. They want it to just go away, hit other things, the economy, etc. So I think in the end, he's stirred a lot of things up. To generically say they were sightseers, it's just not going. It's not going to sell amongst the majority of the American people.
The extra footage that was shown did appear like some police officers were walking around the guy they called QAnon shaman or whatever. I mean, it did appear that they were walking him around. It's just, this whole thing it's just weird. Not everybody, I'm convinced of this. Number one, not everybody there was bad. But then number two, not everybody there was peaceful. So I'm convinced of both things. The problem is there was such a large crowd there. Who was who? And that becomes the question.
Well, yeah, and he's pointing out some things that are fine. I'll give you an example, too. A police officer was fired, and he had a Make America Great hat on. And, well, he was disciplined, I should say. He then quit. And he wore that hat because he had to go up through the crowd, up the steps of the Capitol. And he put on that hat, and it worked to allow him to go through the crowd, right?
Yeah.
Well, and this has never been brought out. Nobody's talking about this. They disciplined him. And he quit over it, but they disciplined him, the Capitol Hill police force. And so there's a lot of things like that were out there that, really weren't particularly explained. Now, the footage of them walking the QAnon guy, that baffles me because I'm just wondering, why. Now, one thing I will tell you is this, too, and this has just been totally erased. The people coming into the Capitol, which they shouldn't have done, especially the way they did it, the question is, how did they get up into the Capitol? And what's been totally erased is the fact that the structure that runs, and I know I chaired House Administration. I was in charge of the Capitol Hill Police. The structure completely failed in the Capitol. Completely failed, top to bottom, 1,000%, and they won't talk about it up on the Hill. That's the part that, you said about how the drag bill overshadowed, other things. Well, the whole deal about January 6th overshadowed the fact that they blew it up on Capitol Hill. They completely blew the entire security of the Capitol.
It showed, surely to goodness that there have been all kinds of adjustments and changes now, right?
And absolutely. Oh, yes. And the reason I say that is because when 911 happened, and this is in my book, I was on the phone with the Deputy Sergeant of Arms, and the way we evacuated the Capitol is, I said to Carrie, a plane's hitting the Pentagon, because in a bizarre way, we had a lawyer that worked for me that happened to be on the bridge calling in, screaming that the plane was headed to the Pentagon, so we knew before it hit that it was going to hit. But anyway, I was on the phone on behalf of the Speaker of the House, and we evacuated the Capitol. Well, afterwards, people said, well, the Capitol Hill Police Board didn't respond. Well, the Capitol Hill Police Board doesn't do that. The day we evacuated the Capitol and the anthrax, I didn't involve the Capitol Hill board. We did it in conjunction with the Speaker's office and the Minority Leader's office. So what they're skating over is that Pelosi, who controls the chair of House Administration, they totally failed. Totally. Her office and that chair and the committee failed.
And that's not a Trump failure there. Not taking sides or one or the other, but people are like, oh, well, Trump should have done this, Trump should have done that. He would have been out of line, technically, right? To put the National Guard there is what I heard.
He didn't have any jurisdiction of the Capitol, and so that's how it should have ran. And all of a sudden, the Capitol Historical Society made a statement, and the lady's from Cleveland, I know her, and she said, well, the Capitol Hill Police Board failed. No, that's not. I know. I was there. That's not how it works. I work for the Speaker of the House. Anything that malfunctioned in the House was the Speaker's fault and my fault.
Right.
And, of course, I'll fall on the sword. It's my fault first to protect the Speaker. But that's how it runs. Yes. And so this was completely whitewashed.
Is everybody else not really just ready to move on, Republicans and Democrats? Like, can we not move on from January 6th and get to some of the bigger fish to fry?
That's what I think, and that's why Tucker Carlson's got a show and everything, and he's done this, but after this, it's like, okay, you've seen the footage, you've seen his point of view, then there's another point of view. Let's just, they had a committee for a year. Let's just move on.
Bob, the words coming out, and some of this may be because of Trump and the tremendous lead that he has in the party now over Ron DeSantis. Where am I missing everyone being so upset with Ron DeSantis? I just read an article a few minutes ago before the show, and they compared DeSantis to a Trojan horse for globalism.
Yeah.
Said that George Soros loves him.
Yeah.
Is this one of the best card playing games that you've ever seen? George Soros just said, I like him more than Trump. Maybe he was doing that because he knew he'd be the kiss of death on DeSantis, and they feel like they could beat Trump again in a general. Could that be what's going on here?
Well, of course, George Soros is an evil human being.
Yes.
He has destroyed people's lives. He has manipulated foreign currency. He flooded our markets with cheap steel. I mean, he's just somebody who is completely, I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican, he's completely against what we should, value in our economics. And Soros but he's not dumb. You wouldn't get as rich as you did as Soros if you were dumb.
Right.
And so, yes, him making statements, probably is an intent to, if he's done that, to hurt DeSantis.
It's almost ridiculously smart because if if you think about this and you go down the aluminum foil on your head guy, if you go down the hole of thinking, okay, well, Soros knows that all Republicans hate him, right? They're scared to death of him. He doesn't like them either. If he goes, yeah, I like Ron DeSantis a lot, well, that's going to be the kiss of death. He may also know that Trump and Trump people will run with that to the point to where this may be just enough to keep DeSantis from being who looked like the leader in the clubhouse early on. Now Trump's running away from it, and I don't know of anything that DeSantis has done. I haven't seen anything that came out other than that picture with those girls. I mean, come on.
Yeah, he's conservative, and he's not a globalist, and it's just propaganda. It's kind of smart politics, I guess. I used to joke some of my friends. I said, if you're running, I will endorse your opponent to help you, because I got in trouble. I said, I'll endorse your opponent.
Hilarious. That's hilarious.
I do. I tell them that all the time. But in politics, a guy like Soros making that kind of statement, then it'll end up in brochures. But I think it'll fade away. People will realize that DeSantis is very, very far away from Soros. Obviously,
has there been? Do you have a thought of why the numbers have changed so much with Trump? Trump's lead over DeSantis, who still, by the way, has not declared that he's running for president.
Right. And you mean the numbers in which direction?
Do you have, like for Trump's numbers being high, however many months ago, DeSantis, most Republicans wanted, I forget what the numbers were, but DeSantis had the early lead over Trump, and now that's flipped. Is there any reason for that you could think of?
Well, I just think the fact that, a lot of people are loyal to Donald Trump, and they want to see what he's going to do. I think his support is weaker, I think Trump's is, than it was, just because of everything that, he's went through. But there's also other people that they're considering in the race, too. Nikki Haley, for example, comes to mind. So, I think when you look at the polling, I think that, there's Donald Trump made a big recovery. I can't remember, but Trump was leading DeSantis 55% to 25 or something. All right.
Right.
Now that poll was by Emerson College, and that's not new for Emerson. It polled Trump at 55% in January, November, and I think even in June of this past year. All right. But what they're saying about Emerson, it's part of a problem. You analyze the GOP polling, and it's all over the map. Now, all polls show Trump leading in anybody you put in there, DeSantis, Haley, etc. But they disagree kind of on how much he's leading by in the margins. So I think as other polling comes out, there's going to be disparities in these polls, right? In the February, for example, poll with Fox News, Trump was leading DeSantis 43 to 28%. Then he did the worst on a poll called Monmouth and on Message Polling, where the two were tied in poll done at the same time. Then Yahoo News had 47 to 39 he was leading. And then he was trailing on an on-message poll. So, to answer your question, I think it's all over the board, and I think it's really difficult to say where this race really is.
And it's early, right? I mean, we've learned that it's ridiculously early, so lots of things can change. Although we've also learned that Trump doesn't necessarily give up lead. One more thing, Bob, if you've got just a couple of minutes, because I think this is odd. Is there anything? And because I know it's one thing, like what's going on in New York with Trump, but when he paid this porn star off a couple of days before the election, could this be something that finally goes back and gets Trump? Because this is one of the very first things, 6 years ago now, that we heard about.
Isn't he about to testify as well?
Well, they asked him to testify in New York because his lawyer went to prison,
They all should. They all should go to prison.
They asked him, and they want Trump to testify before a grand jury. Now, I don't think he will. Well, he might have to eventually testify, but I think that he will fight it. I really do. Now, remember something, though. This is in New York, and I can show you where in 2017, when the whole Mueller deal and everything, in 2018 was coming up, I said way back then he doesn't have to worry about Mueller. He has to worry about New York. Mm-hmm. New York has been after Donald Trump forever.
Right.
And the prosecutors in New York want Trump. And so they are indicating, the prosecutors, this is a fact. Forget Mueller, forget the presidential papers, forget the classified papers, all of that. But the prosecutors are indicating to Trump's lawyers, too, that he may be charged in connection with the hush money. Mm-hmm. They're indicating that. And they're offering him the opportunity, quote, to testify to a grand jury. And I'll tell you, the grand jury, if the prosecutor in New York tells him, he'd love an indictment, he's going to get an indictment.
What would it...
The grand jury will do whatever, for the most part, whatever they say.
Whatever they say. What would the charge be? The actual charge? I may have missed it if you said that.
I don't know what I guess.
Is it bribery? I mean, it wouldn't be bribing, right?
Fraud. It wouldn't be. Because Cohen admitted to paying Daniels $130,000 before the 2016 election to keep her quiet. All right. Mm-hmm. And here's how they could get him. Bill Clinton had to, and by the way, I didn't agree with the court ruling that Clinton had to testify in a civil matter as a sitting president. I don't agree with it.
Right.
Because our Constitution, our laws, says that you shouldn't have to do that. But the court said he had to testify in the Jennifer Flowers deal. Well, when he did, that's when they got him for perjury. Because he purged himself. Mm-hmm. We know that now. So Trump's danger is being brought into a deposition, being sworn, and then purging himself. Then they will get him for obstruction of justice and perjury.
Gotcha. I don't know if anything's going to happen. I mean, he's been, what do they call him? Teflon Don?
Yeah. He's been tough.
Yeah.
Hey,
right.
Bob, on the text line, somebody came in and they wanted to know what you think of China naming us enemy number one for them.
Of China naming us?
Mm-hmm.
Well, China is an aggressive communist government, and it will do whatever it needs to do, including using us to, keep its people in line, just like North Korea does with its people. Mm-hmm. And so China is aggressive. They're naming us number one because they want us to back down. Now, if Trump went after them with the tariffs, we talked about that on your show the other day, and China doesn't like that because it's aggression back to them. So I think this is just natural par for course. They're going to name us as the number one, controller of the world, etc. And that's just to get support of their people, and it's also to send us a message that they're going to go aggressively after us. But if we hold firm and hit back, they'll back down without saying they're backing down. But they'll cool their jets a bit.
Bob Ney, the absolute best in the business, author of the book Sideswipe, former U.S. Congressman from Ohio. Bob, we hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Bye, Bob.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bob Ney, my man, getting it done every single time. We got some text. You want to get to the text? We're behind a little bit on a break. We'll have to double them up. That's okay. Go ahead.
Well, we got one that came in and said, Trump's speeches are the difference. Don't be a hater.
I agree with that, but after he made his announcement, which is a good speech that he gave, DeSantis' numbers were still up.
Yeah, and then they said, I bet Bill Nye has predicted at least 10. This is the fall of Trump moments in the last year, which I agree. I feel like everybody says this is it for him, and it has yet to do it.
Well, and Bob still holds to it. He doesn't think Trump will run all the way. I don't know that I agree with Bob. I agree with Bob about a lot of things. I don't know if I agree with him there.
I think he's going for gold.
I don't see him drop it out. He doesn't strike me as that kind of personality.
We also got one that said, Tucker is a known liar, shown on national TV with emails, incontrovertible evidence.
Incontrovertible evidence.
There we go.
There's a lot of syllables in that one, which is true. But all those guys are, right? You know that every single one of them
are
liars. Yeah,
yeah.
Tucker Carlson's a punk. I mean,
I
nobody
bet he
that wears...
is.
Oh, he wears the bow tie. He's from San Francisco.
His haircut's terrible.
He's got Ole Miss written all over him. He
hey,
does.
Back down.
He does.
Shots fired in here again today. Adults scold and look down on kids that lie, then turn around and vote and listen to people lying to them, accepting the lies. Word of the last few years, credulous.
Credulous.
That's what I said.
It is what you said. And I will say this, yes, but which honest person are we going to vote for? Tell me the honest
I don't think
people.
Any of them are.
Tell me the honest people that we're going to vote for. Let me know.
Somebody said, Hottie Toddy Tucker.
Yeah, he looks like Ole Miss. What a punk.
And then we got Trump said, only the mob pleads the fifth. And of course, his cultist eats it up. Then he goes before the New York Attorney General and pleads the fifth 400 times, and his son pled the fifth 400 times in a different court.
He did. Now, you have that right to invoke your Fifth Amendment. You can do that. There's nothing wrong with that, right? You have that right. He did make fun of it, and then he did use it.
It just is what it is,
but
man.
He's not the first person to lie. They all lie to us.
Yes.
Every single one of them. Every single one of them. They create false outrage that they don't really care about. And then they put stuff behind our back. They do it every single day. It's why we all should be big fans of smaller government, right? That means less lies.
Yep.
Smaller government. Oh, love this song. Love this song.
All right, we're going to catch a break real quick, and we'll be right back with Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie.
She lives for me, says she lives for motivation. Motivation, she comes out and she goes down to me. And I'll make you smile like a drug for you. Do ever what you want to do, coming over you. Keep on smiling what we go through. One stop to the rhythm that divides you. And I speak to you like the chorus to the verse. Drop another line like a daughter with the curse. Coming like a freak show, takes the stage. We give them the games to play. Say, I want something else.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today.
The Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more.
You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring for?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling,"
and carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900, or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadealer with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said,
"Show me the bling."
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today.
Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Welcome back with Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. We had to take a little break, but we're back and we're ready to hear from you. You can text us at the Advanced Rehab text number, 731-800-TEXT or 731-800-8398, or call us on the CWA phone line, 731-265-6496. We'd love to hear from you and what your plan is for the weekend.
Let me tell you this about CWA. They're our new phone line sponsor, our brand new phone line sponsor, and they handle any fire and water damage restoration. They do commercial and residential maintenance. They have over 80 years of experience. CWA Development has over 80 years of experience. They do gutter, roof, and window cleaning. They repair wood fences and decks. They're open, listen to this, Julie, Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m.
That's serious.
That is serious.
That's a lot
and they're
of
open
availability.
Sundays for emergencies. You can give them a call at 503-9598. That's 731-503-9598.
That's a lot of availability. That's awesome. I don't know if anybody else has hours like that.
No, absolutely not.
So this just came in on the text line, and it said it's not just his lie, it's his hypocrisy. You know, Hillary got attacked by Trump. Lock her up. Hillary Clinton went before a Republican-led investigation for 8 hours about the Benghazi deal. She did not plead the fifth one time. Remember, HRC received 2.6 million more votes than Trump. It looks like for good reason. Well, she might not have pled the fifth, but she might have lied.
Yeah, Benghazi was not handled well. We're not defending Benghazi, right? Surely not. We're not defending what happened to Americans in Benghazi.
And then another person, this one's for you, Chuck. It said, I put Chuck on the Unusual Wells TikTok channel. Now he's winning in the stock market like Nancy Pelosi and Tommy Tuberville.
Yes, I am. Not technically winning yet, but yeah, that's TikTok has a lot of fun channels.
Yeah, it does.
I find a lot of my news now on TikTok. Now, I don't believe all of it. I mean, I believe like the big channels and stuff, but I told you yesterday when we were talking to Tom Scuteri about the report that I saw of the changes that have happened just in Ukraine in the past year. From when the reporter was there a year ago and everything was war-torn in Kyiv, an apartment was almost blown down, to a year later, she's driving back in, stopping at gas stations, getting food, and the apartment has been repaired. There's construction going on. I mean, I'm sure it's like repaired. I doubt there's like new construction going on in Kyiv, but you know what I'm saying. They're repairing some of the damages since they pushed the Russians out of the capital of Ukraine. So it's just kind of crazy to think about, but that gives you a venue to see that really quick. What is it? 2-minute videos? Is that what TikTok is? 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Some are 3, yeah.
Some are 3, yeah.
Yeah.
So you get them quick.
Yeah.
Did you go last night to the new jail, the open house of the jail?
No, I don't know. I have tried really hard to stay out of jail.
Right.
And I just didn't think I ever wanted to voluntarily go to jail.
Go to jail?
So I was out on that. I think it's great that they're giving the public the look where their money went, but that's not for me.
Not for you. It was interesting. I've talked to some people that work there. One of the things, and I think Tony Niehoff actually told us this when he toured it a couple of weeks ago or a week or so ago, he said that they have a scanner now. Like, because one of the problems with every jail is like, how in the world would drugs get in? Well, people sneak it in. You can't sneak drugs into this jail. They have a full body scanner that scans everything when you go in. And I've talked to some sergeants there at the jail, and one of the things that they're most proud of are the educational systems that they have in place now. For the people that want to use it, not everybody there is going to want to take advantage of it, but the people that are in jail who want to, when they get out, they want to, reacclimate back into society. They have different training classes and things like that they could do. They're really going to try to work hard with some businesses in our area that would, be able to give somebody a second chance, so to speak, to find more employees and to do the kind of training that they're looking for. So a lot of neat things. It's not just a, hey, walk through the jail, we'll lock you up for 5 minutes kind of a thing. I think it's pretty interesting.
Did you go? Would you go?
I did not go. Had Knox last night. No, I would not go, but I'm happy that they had it. I think I'm happy that they had the opportunity there, and I'm glad they explained why it was, because when you first see the flyer you may think, oh, why are we having an open house at a jail? But then when you dig deeper and you think about it, you're like, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. They're doing some good things. Now, is everybody in the jail, are they interested in being rehabilitated? Of course not.
No.
But for the ones that are, let's talk about that. Let's talk about ways to get recidivism rates down.
So did you see that there is a lot going on with talking about the Jackson Plaza?
Oh, where's Rick?
So
this is the former Service Merchandise Building, right?
Yes. So this is an article on the Post by Julia Ewalt, and it said the Jackson City Council tabled the approval of a contract between the city and LRK Architects to design the Jackson Plaza site. The $289,000 project is being split into 5 tasks, with the first one to cost $1,028,300.
$128,000?
Yeah, and $128,300. There were concerns for 2 reasons. The first concern was whether the city council would be able to approve each task individually instead of in a bulk action. This would give the council the opportunity to discontinue the project if they were not satisfied. The second concern from Councilman Paul Taylor, District 6, stemmed from a recent addition to the first task of $5,500 to hire an independent project manager service, raising the cost from $122,800 to $128,300. If continued through all 5 tasks, the independent consultant would cost overall $22,000. But that's not the bigger issue, Congress said after the meeting. I think the issue we're concerned about is if we get to a point that we don't want to proceed with the study. The independent manager is Tina Mercer through Infinite Consulting. And Tina's done a lot. You know, she did the managing for the JCM building and all of that. I love Tina. For now, the approval of the contract was tabled 6-2. Marta Wallace and Sam Turner voted no, and David Sisko was absent, with the intention to bring up the concerns again next month.
But so this isn't necessarily slowing anything down. It just potentially...
I think it could be.
Well, just potentially saying they... And this would be the architecture group are the ones that would come up with the cost. Okay, here's the study. Here's what would need to happen to the land. Here's what the cost of the building would potentially be. Parking situations, improvements in the area, all that kind of stuff. This is how we get to the hard number, right? We've heard about what the purchase price is, which has it closed yet?
No.
So it could still technically not close. This is part of the due diligence
Not
stage.
that I know of. I don't think it has yet.
Okay. So this is part of the due diligence stage still.
You know what? I can find out if it's closed. I'm going to double check that.
Would be, if it did, it was, I don't think it has. I think that it's been approved, the money, and accepted, but I think this is still part of the due diligence stage here to
I think
see.
so too.
To see if it is. Yeah, we're curious to hear what you think. Our CWA phone lines are 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text number 731-800-8398. If we've bought it, we got to do something with it. I don't think that we've bought it yet, though. I think this is still, in that inspection phase.
I think that they're still in their due diligence. I think they had a time. Most people, their due diligence period is a couple of months, if not 6 months. So it wouldn't surprise me, but I am going to pull something up and just double check and see what we can find.
All right. On the property address to see if it is closed.
Uh-huh. If it'll let me log in.
You know the property address?
Yeah.
Ah, look at you.
See, I'm smart. I would feel like they would want a manager. Wouldn't you?
Of the property?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot for someone to oversee.
Well, and this is still just in the architectural rendering phase, right? Like what all would have to do, and they were recommending using an independent person to oversee everything. Yeah, I think that's a great idea for sure. You can't.
I think they would need it.
Yeah, you can't do it haphazardly for sure.
That's a whole lot to take on. They already have a whole lot, especially with everything coming. You would think that they would need to go ahead and have somebody watching that.
So let me ask you another question.
Okay.
What would happen, hypothetically here, if, for whatever reason, they decide to back out of this? Then we still have the empty building sitting there, okay? The family, the lease is up when? 2027?
2028, I believe.
2028. We have another empty building there. Should we still pursue a civic center somewhere? I would say yes. I think I want one. I'm fine with it being there. I don't care where it is. I would love to have a new one there to have, I think it makes a lot of sense with the potential growth of Jackson and what's happening there, what's happening here, potentially for us to have a new Civic Center, especially if we have the money allocated from the state of Tennessee. I think that would make a lot of sense.
I do too.
So, but where would you like to put it? Where do you think it would go, if not in the center of town?
I don't know a better area, honestly, for it, just for the fact of where are you going to find that much? Nope, it's still in the Rosenblum Trust, so no, it has not closed.
It's not
Old
closed
Hickory.
yet. Okay. All right, so still in the Rosenblum Trust.
Yep.
So everybody would have to be in favor of this, right? We're doing our due diligence. We're looking to see potentially, what the cost would be moving forward to make sure it was or is something that we can build on and finance the money for and all that. So I wonder how long this period is. We need to see if we can find out how long they have this.
I bet we might know somebody.
Yeah, I bet we
who
might
can help
too.
us with that.
We have any text messages come in?
Hey, and just, everybody said that is a flood zone. It says right here the FEMA code for it is not.
It's a minimal flood zone.
Minimal. It's the lowest that you can get, which is awesome. Do not assume drugs get into jail by just human transport. It's almost impossible to keep drugs out of jails and prison. It just is the way it is. And that is from a text line.
How do they get there if they don't get in through
With a
people?
dog?
Yeah. How are they getting there?
I think maybe they mean it's coming in like food containers or something that are going in.
Yeah, but I
something,
think
but it's
everything
still a
has
human.
to go. I think everything has to go through the from what I understand from Tony, everything has to go in through the scanner now, that full body scanner. That's my impression, at least.
Yeah, I would think so. I don't think anybody's getting through without going through that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Julie, you may want to tell them, as we're getting very close here to the top of the hour, that they are listening to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. We got top of the hour news coming up. A couple quick sponsors to thank, and then we will be right back.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM, 96.5 FM, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Speculation, the latest jobs report could prompt more aggressive interest rate hikes by the Fed. American employers added 315,000 jobs last month. It was a surprisingly strong showing. Another atmospheric river is bringing torrential rain to California. North Central California, buried in feet of snow in recent weeks, is under flood warnings, while flood watches have been posted to the south. A deadly mass shooting in Germany.
Emergency vehicles rushed to the scene Thursday evening of a 3-story building next to an auto repair shop a few miles from downtown Hamburg. Police believe the shooter is among the 8 dead. They're not sure how many people were wounded.
Correspondent Donna Waters says the attack occurred at a Jehovah's Witnesses hall. Republicans of the House say energy tops their agenda for this Congress.
The party will focus on H.R. 1, or the Lower Energy Cost Act, which includes various energy components. One portion focuses on increasing the speed of energy and mining projects. The bill also is expected to include measures to protect fracking and remove restrictions on natural gas imports and exports. Tasha Stevens reporting.
Americans for Tax Reform putting President Biden's budget proposal under the microscope. It finds the blueprint includes almost $4.7 trillion in new taxes on individuals and businesses. No injuries this morning when a small fire broke out in the basement of the Eisenhower Executive Office Building. That's right next door to the White House. The fire department in D.C. says it was a fire in a cooling motor in the building's basement. Again, no injuries, but workers were evacuated for a time. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 45 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
We're entering a time of increasing hostility against people of faith, a time when Christians are going to be tested on a moral and physical and financial basis, unlike any other time in our lifetime. I'm Lance Wallnau, Christian author, evangelical leader, here to remind you that you have to take action to protect and steward what God has given you. For example, record high inflation is going to continue to eat away at the dollar, and the savings of your retirement account is in danger. Fortunately, God does provide a way. To protect your retirement, I recommend diversifying your 401k or IRA out of paper and into physical gold. And the best way to do that is with a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. Now, to see how it works, just text the word FAITH to 989898. That'll give you access to a free info kit on gold IRAs. There are no strings attached, so text FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 right now, and I pray your family is blessed with peace of mind because you took action.
British Prime Minister Sunak meeting in Paris with French President Macron in efforts to mend fences following post-Brexit tensions. The BBC's Hugh Schofield in Paris.
It's a question of resetting a relationship which went very badly wrong 4 or 5 years ago, and which the French agree with the British is in desperate need of just returning to what it should always have been. The relationship is vital because we cooperate in so many different ways, trade, but also defense, security, energy. Both countries will be looking for tighter cooperation on nuclear power, renewables. So in all sorts of areas, if there isn't cooperation between Britain and Europe, it's felt.
Poland's lawmakers approving a new law relaxing the rules for installation of onshore wind turbines, a move that was urged by the European Union. The law still requires approval, though, of the Polish president. News and analysis, townhall.com. California Attorney General Rob Bonta is suing Huntington Beach, hoping to force a residential building boom.
Bonta asked a judge on Thursday to force the seaside city to comply with state law requiring it to build more housing. City officials later filed their own lawsuit in federal court. The city's asking a judge to block the state from forcing it to build more homes. City officials say the new homes would transform their suburban community into an urban one. State officials say California needs 2.5 million new homes by 2030 to keep up with demand. The state builds about 125,000 homes each year. Keith Peters reporting.
American Airlines promising significant pay raises to its pilots to match a recent deal at Delta Airlines. American CEO says he's ready to give pilots raises and higher retirement contributions that would average 40% over a span of 4 years. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com. See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy, Bam Bam Bundy, M.J. Davis, Mr. Marvelous, Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it. Unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
When I was drunk, didn't mean to call you that.
Welcome back to Chuck and Julie Talk. Ha!
Chuck and Julie Talk. It's Walker Talks with Julie and Chuck today. Julie running the board, doing a good job. It's tough. If you've never done anything like that, it's not as easy as you would think, right? Because you got to kind of, it took me a couple of weeks to kind of find the vibe. And I still make mistakes. Like the other day, I left her microphones on, right? I still make mistakes. It's not as easy as you think out there doing it, but you'll get it. She's going to do a great job.
Well, we just got a text in.
All right.
And it said, what response by you to my text about Trump pled the fifth 400 times and HRC did not once.
I'll show you. Oh, you just hung up on that one. I'll show you.
Hey, I just hung up on somebody, so whoever was on there, call back.
731-265-6496 is our CWA phone line. We're sorry, we're learning here. 731-265-6496. This part's tricky. I'm glad we got two calls, but I'll fix it in a second.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, so it said, what response by you to my text about Trump pled the fifth 400 times and HRC did not once. You said she could have lied. She wouldn't jeopardize going to jail for perjury when she could plead the fifth. She didn't one time. Hey, wait, how do I do that?
All right, so you're going to hit
hold
this, hold, and use that one back up.
Okay, all right, very cool.
We're going to get into that. We're going to
Come
get into
on,
that question.
This is not a logical response. Okay, we're going to get into that, but we're going to go to the phone lines first, okay?
Here we go.
So do I just hit one?
Yep, it's already, the one in red is where it's going. Now slide that up.
Thank you for calling Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. It's your turn.
New home buyers program on tomorrow, a seminar.
Ooh.
Oh, tell us about it.
Well, Connor Real Estate is the sponsor. There's several local agents that will be sponsoring a first-time home buyer. And it's not just for first-time home buyers. It's for any home buyer, whether you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in property. Our program will be tomorrow from 11 to 1. Lunch will be served at 12. It will be at 545 Lane Avenue at their Cyber Cafe. There will be on-site lenders who will give pre-approvals on site tomorrow. So,
on site, do they need to bring anything with them? Social Security card, tax information, anything like that?
They can actually just give that. When it's a pre-approval, they can actually just give that verbally, and then all of the documents will come in later. If they have it, they can bring it, but a pre-approval is can be verbal at first, and then they'll have to prove out what they said, So it'll just be a pre-approval until documents are supplied.
So I can't go in there saying I make like $15 million a year. Just trust
you can say that,
trying to get that 1% rate. I cannot prove it. I promise you, I cannot prove that.
Right.
So who's going to serve lunch, and how much does it cost to come?
The event is absolutely free. The lunch is sponsored by one of our lenders, Simmons. THDA is sponsoring the lunch.
Oh, that's awesome.
They will also be in the house sharing about their grant programs they have available, 100% financing. USDA will be in the house. Simmons Bank, Bank of England will be in the house, and your Connor Real Estate agents will be there.
Wait, like the Bank of England?
Yeah.
One of those here? Are you for real?
Yeah.
We have a Bank of England here? Are you kidding me?
It's over by the Sonic, across from the post office.
Really?
Yeah.
Did they speaking? I mean, no, I'm talking about like British English, not English English.
No.
That would be awesome.
No, they're normal Tennesseans.
Okay. Well, that's still awesome.
It is.
Yes.
Hey, what's your number, Shayna? So if somebody wanted to get in touch with you and learn more about buying a house.
My number is 731-217-9034.
All right. Well, thank you for calling us, Shayna.
You're welcome. Thank you for the time. Y'all have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
First-time home buyers. That's awesome.
Yeah, that is.
That's cool. That's important information because that's probably a scary process.
Yeah, it is. And you want somebody to hold your hand through it.
I bought my first house. I was 20, I believe. But that's back in the day, like, anybody can buy a house kind of thing. Thank God.
So much harder now.
Yeah, of course it is. But yeah, I remember I was nervous, and it was a relatively simple process.
Yeah.
It was Kevin Clark over on Mary Kay Drive. He was actually, believe it or not, he was there. And Tammy Reed may remember this if she's listening. He was there with a hammer on that 37 Mary Kay Drive is where my very first house was. And he was there with a hammer. It's the first time I'd met Kevin and Tammy and all that. And it's just, God, that's been 23 years ago.
I love the Clark family home builders.
years ago. God, I'm old.
All right, so now we've got this other call on hold, so I just click it.
Yep, you hit that and then slide the button up. Tell them good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for calling Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. It's your turn.
You hear about Robert Blake?
No.
Robert Blake. Is that who you said?
Beretta.
Who is that?
Beretta. He played Beretta with the cocktail on his shoulder.
Yeah, back in the day. I knew that name sounded kind of familiar.
I didn't.
Never. Hey, for everybody that loved the Little Rascals, I never thought it was that cool. I'm going to be honest with you. I never thought. I like the African American kid on there. I found him to be funny. Spanky. The rest of them I thought were punks.
Well, there were several African Americans on there.
Well, but you know, when I said the African American on Little Rascals, you know which one I was talking about. And that was Buckwheat.
Yeah, Buckwheat. That's right.
That's one. Maybe
Spanky
you did.
was the little white boy that had like the little brown cap.
Buckwheat is who I was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, just one to me, and I watched the Little Rascals last night on Pluto TV, and Mickey was on there, and I looked up.
That's crazy.
And then find out the day the guy died.
Well, you know,
anyways,
there's a thing. What is it? Is it 6 degrees of separation? 8 degrees? What's that?
6 degrees.
There's some kind of law, rule, whatever, and it says, and it's the 6 degrees of separation bull, but somehow you can go through 6 different channels and you know anybody in the world. Like you would, you're only six people separated from knowing that person.
Kevin Bacon. From Kevin Bacon, I think.
Yes. Oh, yeah. For Kevin Bacon's where it started, but I think it's like for other people too. But yeah, 6 degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon, which is a funny one too. Yeah, I know what you're talking about there. I remember that.
Yeah.
Right.
When I was about 17 years old or younger.
Right.
And of course he knew Elvis, so I was one person away from Elvis.
That's pretty awesome.
That's cool.
That's
when you
pretty awesome.
really
See?
get down and think about it like that, like that's very neat.
Who's the most?
And he was one person away from Nixon.
True.
See, this is how
And
this
that
works.
was one person away from the Chinese stuff that we have now.
What do you? Was that the most famous person you'd ever met, Bull, besides me? Carl Perkins.
Russell.
Well, yeah,
And,
that's not a lot of upside for him there.
And then who was the DJ in Memphis that made Elvis famous? Who was a Jewish man? And
Rick Dees?
no, this was Jewish guy. He was the first one to play Elvis music. He was big time record spinner back in the
day. I don't know that I know that. I mean, if you said his name, I probably would have heard it if he was a famous one, but I can't think of a Jewish DJ. Melissa, who's the Jewish DJ in Memphis that first played Elvis? Do you remember an old school DJ in Memphis? I don't remember. Tom Prestigiacomo?
No. I arm wrestled him at the Coliseum in Memphis.
Okay.
And he was a small guy. He says, "Why do you want to arm wrestle me?" I said, "I just want to try somebody famous." That's why I challenged Too Tall Jones.
Did you take it easy on him?
I think I was 15. I was just a little kid when I tried. When I was 13, I could beat my daddy easy.
Did you
I can
come
make his
from a
knuckles
long
bleed
line
better.
of arm wrestlers? Like, is that something that's passed down from one generation to the next? Like, was your brother a good arm wrestler?
No. To lift over 3,000 pounds with his legs.
Lord.
He could. And if you pick you and the cotton picker up, he picked 1,000 pounds, took it to the gym, and set and he could pick it up and hold it in the air 4 inches high.
How do you figure that out? You just decide that you're just going to go out there and lift something with your legs?
Yeah, we used to play tug of war with the 4-wheel drive truck.
So
if you play wins. And so the brother get on the back bumper, and you pick up as much weight as you can with your hands, and then you push backwards, and whoever wins pushes the other one backwards.
Who
That's
usually
a true
won?
test of power there.
Who usually won?
Oh, he would.
So he was
Yeah.
a beast.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
But
Like him.
not like him.
This just came in to every other person on earth, which is why the law of love your neighbor as yourself is a technology. It's called the mutual guarantee that we are all inside of the same system of development. What you think about that, Bull?
Oh, my saying. Jennifer Lawrence. Y'all know who Jennifer Lawrence is?
Yeah.
Okay, she's needs a car. Or a car. What's the odds of that?
Are you serious right now?
I'm very serious.
Did you send her the screenplay?
No.
Sounds
They're making a movie.
hauntingly familiar.
I think it's called The Hard Way or No Hard Way or so. I just seen the movie a while ago, but you know, she's going to be.
I just don't think that happens that often.
It depends on your circle.
Okay, so maybe
It's gotta
that's
depend on your circle.
Because like all my girlfriends, they've always had a car regardless of a man.
You probably knew richer girls that had daddies buying their stuff for them, but
well,
you know,
I know poor girls with cars. I don't like to brag, but I know poor girls with cars.
I
They
know
just
girls that
pay
work
their own car payment.
Yeah, work their butt off for their cars. I mean, my 23-year-old.
for launch movie won't be understood. Everybody be going like, I don't know what in the world we're talking about.
What do you mean? Which new Jennifer Lawrence movie?
So,
is she in a new movie?
When you were messing with the thing,
Right.
he's talking about Jennifer Lawrence has a new movie coming out that is hauntingly similar to everything that Bull says. She dates a guy for a car.
I'm telling you, people have been listening to you for years now, Bull.
I asked him if he
They've
sent her
given
the
you the plot
transcript.
line. You have given them the plot line.
I think he wrote it, and he just doesn't want to tell us.
Well, I mean, it may be a flop, but she's going to go out with a guy, and her only incentive is just to get a car. Which is something flop since nobody knows what I'm talking about.
Have you ever bought a car? I was talking about Chuck. I know
Yes.
you have.
Yes, I have bought a car for a woman. But I mean, you say, I mean, it's like if you're married or whatever, that's
Well,
what you do.
That's what I mean. Not like that.
No, never a girlfriend. No.
I've even made car payments on a car that was paid for. I just didn't know it was paid for. She told me that she owed car payments on it, but her fiance owned the car.
See, that's not
And he was
nice.
Fighting a war and all that somewhere.
That's not very nice, Bull. She shouldn't have done that to you. I'm sorry that happened.
I am too. I hate that you've had these caliber of women.
I think that may have led to some of this angst towards the females. Just a couple of bad experiences. That's all it takes. You know, there was a pizza place in Medina that I used to go to when our office was there over on Main Street. Was our very first office. This is, 15, 17 years ago. And I'd go in there at least once or twice a week and we'd have lunch. And I'd go in there and I'd say, hey, can I get a marinara sauce? Well, I was spending $7-8 a week, twice a week. So that's $16. And they used to never charge me. Well, then one day they wanted to charge me. There's 25 cents. I was like, well, man, you always just give it to me. He's like, well, no, it's going to be 25 cents. I was like, are you sure? Because I'm not going to come back here. And I never went back. Now they're out of business now. Did that have anything to do with it? No, I did not. But I'm just saying, I get it. You get a bad experience, and then your mind's kind of made up.
Yeah. I have a place like that here right now I will not go back to from a bad experience. And the way they handled it, well, they didn't handle it at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I get that. That's you, Bull,
Her last
with
movie
women.
Her last movie was Don't Look Up, and now this one is called No Hard Feelings, and she's after a car.
Are you a big Jennifer Lawrence fan?
Sounds like it. I had no idea.
No, it just showed up. Just like last night, I just happened to watch The Little Rascals, and Robert Blake was on it, and then today he's dead.
6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon.
And I even watched Dickie Roberts' former child star last night, and seen a bunch of the former child stars that was in it. It was a bunch of them.
Huh.
And guess what else was in there? That's why I watched it in the first place.
Hey, Bull, this came in about you on the text line. It said you're a hopeless romantic in the worst way.
Oh, poor Bull.
And then somebody else just said, surely Bull doesn't believe that S that comes out of his mouth.
Well, of course he does.
2011, and nobody there knew who I was. You know, I worked there for 6 months, and me and about 20 other guys were all working together, and we was eating in a little restaurant across the road from the paper mill. And so, you know, I was hearing conversations at the several tables that we were all occupying, and they were talking about the hottest, best-looking girl over there. And they were making fun of a guy that was, you know, giving her thousands of dollars a month. And they was, you know, some of the better-looking guys were making fun of that guy. And then another fellow spoke up and says, he has to do that. And the other guy said, why? And they don't know who I am. He says, if he don't do it, there's 8 other people waiting in line to do it. And, you know, I'm like, yeah, that's the way it is.
That's depressing.
It is depressing.
And that wasn't me egging it on. That was just the people that I worked with in 2011 having a conversation.
I also think some of that is still going to be the caliber of woman that you're associating
It's where
with.
you're looking.
Yeah.
Where's the last place you saw a woman that you were interested in, Bull? Where was it? I know you say you don't get out much now because of COVID, but where was it? The last lady that caught your eye, where were you?
I don't know.
You can't remember. I'm just saying, you're going to have better luck like in a grocery store or Target.
Church.
Target is where white people go to meet. You could go to Target.
Yeah,
you
to
could
sell
go
stuff off of
to-
Facebook.
Yeah. Yeah, what about one of those Facebook sites? I'm not a large proponent of online dating, but I know people who are and have and had success with it. What about online dating, Bull? You could literally get on farmersonly.com, like for real.
Well, I don't know. It's kind of funny. I was talking to a guy. He's fixing to go on a cruise.
Yes. A cruise is a
You
great
know,
spot to meet a woman.
He told me about how years ago he would take alcohol with him in a suitcase. And now it's illegal to do it. They search your stuff because they're going to sell you alcohol on the trip at exaggerated prices, you know.
Right.
And then you're supposed to tip everybody that you see $13. And
No,
No,
you
really.
tip at the end of the week. But go ahead.
anyway, he was telling me how the cheap price it sounds like, and then what you really pay when you go and all like that. But he's going to spend more money in a week than I spent on 3 of my last cars I bought. And I think I'd rather have the money.
Then he's doing some drugs or something. Okay, seriously, you could have, as a single man, you could go with $1,500 and have a great time on a cruise.
Oh
And you can buy a Honda Insight for $600.
Well, I think I'd rather have the cruise.
I would rather
I'd
have
rather
the cruise.
Give me the cruise.
But people go to a concert and spend a wallop of money when they could just buy the tape and listen to it for, a year to 2 or 3 years until you're sick of it.
Yeah, but it's an experience. You can't compare a car to an experience.
I can.
Yeah, you can.
The experience. If you go to a concert in Memphis and you don't leave with a woman, what was the use of going?
See, that's
the way I
oh
was.
no,
that's the problem.
That's the problem.
What what did you get out of watching somebody sing a song for the 9 millionth time?
It's fun. You were there.
And they would rather be dead than be there and happen to do it again. Again.
Julie, you just went to go see Garth Brooks not too long ago, didn't you?
Yeah, and Reba and some other folk.
Did you go home with a man?
I went home to a man.
But you didn't go home with a man.
No.
Did you still have a great time?
Oh, me and Meredith had a blast.
Concerts with friends. I was going to say didn't go home. Well, never mind. Go ahead, Bull. Finish the story. Go ahead, Bull.
I just don't see, if you don't get a woman at the end of it, I don't see the reason to do anything.
Well, that just says that the only thing you're truly worried about is getting a woman.
Yeah. You should just go to the bar.
So just
go to the bar.
But then he's going to get that same caliber of woman that wants the car paid for.
I feel like all of these things are connected, Bull.
They
What you're
are.
looking for, the kind of lady you meet, I feel like everything's kind of connected.
Evolution didn't make me want to go and listen to Garth Brooks sing and act like he's happy and excited to be there, which he's acting.
You don't know that.
He loves his fans.
I'm about to say, you don't know what he is. You don't know about Garth. You don't
Okay, I'm
think
going to
that
predict this.
All right.
I'm going to predict wherever Garth Brooks goes and sings again, he's going to act like he is happy to be there and excited and do the big fake wave like politicians do when they make speeches. They wave out in the crowd at people that's not there. And
right.
Just like they do when they was applauding Biden 6 weeks ago. Like, that's all an act too. If you want to go and pay for an act, go pay for an act.
Well, it is a show.
I don't get anything out of it.
What about this? What about if all of the knowledge that you've obtained over the course of your life, if you could go somewhere and talk about that for, hour and a half or so and probably make, $700,000-$800,000, you'd be happy, wouldn't you?
Just go watch No Hard Feelings with Jennifer Lawrence.
That's
what I think
Garth
he just loves.
Garth is happy. Garth is happy. Bull, we appreciate you, brother. We hope you have a great weekend. Hope you have a great weekend out there. Good luck with the women.
I want him to find a good woman.
I mean, people have tried for years and years. Dan has actually tried to set him up before.
Really?
Yeah. He's tried to set him up a little bit. And I don't know that it worked out. I don't know that Dan's the best. Like, I wouldn't let Dan set me up if I were a single man. Dan is not who I would go to set me up. But I think he has tried to set Bull up in the past.
Lord. Well, this song is for Bull.
Thing called love.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
They say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
News Talk West Tennessee includes NewsTalk965.com and News Talk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Welcome back to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. We are going to get caught up on some of these text messages. Feel free to text us at the Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. We got one that came in and it said, so Bull hates capitalism and women. I bet he is a blast to be around.
Bull is not. He has just had bad luck. Come on. You all know what it's like out there to be heartbroken, to have, to be upset a little bit. Like, you know what that's like. I don't blame Bull. Now, I will say this. Bull is a little hard-headed, right?
Yeah, stubborn.
He's a little stubborn. He is not going to, what do they say, get back in the saddle? I don't know that Bull strikes me as a get back in the saddle type.
Maybe we just need to get him another saddle.
We need to drug him and then introduce him to a lady. Now, I'm not talking about meth drugs. I'm talking about relaxing drugs.
Like a Benadryl.
Yeah, Sudafed. Like if I take a Sudafed, I'm out.
Yeah.
Benadryl knocks me out. Are you going to Benadryl your kids when you go to the beach?
No. My kids are those weird kids that Benadryl makes them climb the walls.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do then.
Pray.
Oh.
Melatonin.
Oh, Julie.
I know.
And that's just in a couple of hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, baby girl.
We're driving.
You're driving the whole way there?
Yep. We're going to hit it.
Chris, go and let them babies go to the bathroom now.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. We ain't stopping. We driving straight.
Is Frank already at the babysitter's?
No, Frank is going to Alex's. I have to be able to tell him goodbye and all that. So I'm going to do that.
You haven't taken him yet?
No.
Gotcha.
So then we got another text that said, I spent $1,200 on Morgan Wallen tickets for my daughter because that's what she wanted. Now that I think about it, I guess I should have got her 2 Honda Insights.
See? That's one for each foot.
Yeah.
And that's about how big they are.
I don't even know what a Honda
on.
Insight looks like. I'm about to look it up.
Do 2002 Honda Insight because they came out with a new design that looks a lot better. But the original, there it is.
That is terrible.
It's not.
That looks like a whole tennis shoe.
It's not made for sex appeal.
You know what that actually looks like? Do you remember back in the early 2000s, Mercedes came out with a C230 compressor sports coupe?
No, baby girl.
That's
Early 2000s.
Exactly what
the
that
last
looks
thing
like.
I was looking at was Mercedes. Like that's how people that are saying okay, did you see that Lamborghini India? I was like, no, man, I can't afford it. I don't look at things I can't afford. It just makes me sad.
I do.
Makes me sad. I can't do it.
And I say I want them. I'm going to get this. I'm going to get this. I'm going to get this. What's it called? Not meditate, but
manifest.
Manifest. I'm a manifester.
Lindsay's a big manifester. She'll be saying that stuff all the time. I'm like, whatever.
George Klein.
George
the legendary DJ.
Melissa had sent that to me too. Yeah, for Elvis.
Smart. Okay, so it says.
Okay, yeah, we need to read back up here.
Okay.
All right, so start with the one question because we never answered it. If you have a question for us, our advanced rehab text line is 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398.
So on here, let's go back. This was sent in earlier from this texter. It said, what? Your response, the response by you to my text about Trump pled the fifth 400 times and Hillary Clinton did not once. You said she could have lied. She wouldn't jeopardize going to jail for perjury when she could plead the fifth. She didn't one time. Come on. That's not a logical response. I believe that Hillary lied. I believe that Benghazi was handled terribly. I think you're lying when you wipe a server. I mean, I'm not going to be the person that's going to have anything really positive to say. And I'm sorry that we will disagree on this. I still like you.
What about this? What if we said this? Hey, Trump lied. He said, or he didn't lie. Trump looked insincere when he said, I don't like people who plead the fifth. And then he did it 400 times. That was insincere. Hillary Clinton lied about a lot of things. She didn't plead the fifth in this. I do think that she had her bases covered, her tracks covered when she went in front of the Judiciary Board, but I don't know that for sure. I don't think Hillary Rodham Clinton would have been a very good president. One of the reasons I don't think she would is I don't think that Joe Biden is a very good president. And I think that you would have seen similar policies between Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. I think that anybody who uses the climate as a religious institution, right? I mean, people are treating this climate change the same way that they treat their religion. I think that is a problem. I think that is a problem because we are not ready to make a complete, tear the paper in half, a complete adjustment on going from gas to battery. There needs to be more hybrid talk and stuff like that. So yes, regardless, has Trump lied? Yes, of course he's lied. He's been called a million times lying. Of course he's lied.
Yes.
Would Hillary be a poor president in our opinion? Yes. It doesn't have to be either or. It can be both. It
She's
can 100%
lied
be
too,
both.
though.
Of course she has.
So I mean,
but everybody lies. Come on.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
I lied to my kids this morning. I told them I'd be right back.
I said you can't keep read this.
Okay, so the next text from this texter says you can't keep drugs out of jails or prisons. This fact just shows the stupidity on the war on drugs. Trying for 50 years to keep it away from people in a free, open society. You talking about being against big government, you can't get any bigger government than trying to stop people from consuming molecules that they want. It's more prevalent, cheaper, and deadlier today. After 50 years of prohibition has failed. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Prohibition has failed. Legalization is the least bad solution, in my opinion. And then they sent a picture, and it's a cover of a magazine, and it says, "Totally wasted. We've blown 300 billion. Death squads roam Mexico. Cartels operate in 259 U.S. cities. This is your war on drugs. Any questions?" And it's a dollar bill that's rolled up like a joint, lit, burning.
Mm-hmm. Couple things for sure that I'd like to say to that. Yes, the war on drugs has failed. The war on drugs has failed. I'm good. I'm completely good with saying that. Are you completely good saying that you would be okay if crystal meth were legalized? Yes or no?
I can't.
So that's it. Would you be okay if we legalized, I'm talking to the texter here, crystal meth? I cannot. Because here's the other side about the war on drugs, okay? And everything should be legal, okay? I hear you. And has it failed? Yes. Have we, built up cartels to make a ton of money and stuff like that? Yes, we have. But what about this other side of the war on drugs? What about addiction? What about the people who get so addicted to it, their teeth rot out of their head?
Yeah.
Their body completely morphs. Their insides are rotting.
They're dying.
Are we going to legalize this because of Mexican cartels? So if this is about weed, yes, legalize weed.
But
what does anybody care?
Here's the thing.
Weed is legal.
Here's the devil's advocate.
Weed is legal.
You
can get pulled over in this town right now, have enough weed just for you, and they're not going to do the paperwork on you. We know that. We can say these things out loud.
Yeah.
Crystal meth, heroin, all this stuff. Look at OxyContin and the way it's been abused. I understand it's legal, but it's being used illegally. We cannot legalize these drugs. We just can't.
The thing is, the other side of that argument that people are always going to come back with is, well, we're rotting our insides out with the food we ingest and this. I think it's
not at the same clip rate.
No, but I just think we live in a hard, unhealthy world, and we've let it go for so long that it's going to be really hard to change. I mean, I smoke. I drink Diet Coke.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't think we haven't had McDonald's in the last week. I know I'm not the healthiest person, but I'm not smoking crystal meth and shooting up heroin. It's hard for me to think that it would be okay to legalize those things.
You start dying the minute you're born. The very second you're born, you're closer to death than you were right before that, the second before that. Okay, so you are going to die at some point, right? We all know that.
Yeah.
But there are things that you can do to speed it up. Mm-hmm. There are things you do to speed it up. If this is about should weed be legalized, yes, but the cartels don't go out of business if weed is legalized, right? They move to something else. I just don't understand anybody. It's hard for me to even have a discussion with someone who would say, okay, and I'm sure there's something out there that's similar to crystal meth, right? That's just as bad for you as crystal meth. It's just the worst thing I can think of. Knowing people who I went to high school with, some that I went to college with, they got on this mess. They smoked crack. They got on meth. One of the guys that was one of my good friends in high school, he was so ridiculously talented, came from some money. I mean, just in so many ways, I wanted to be him when I was in high school. And he tried that crap. He started waiting. I guess I can say the restaurant now because it's closed. Started waiting at Old Charlie's, and sometimes those waiters and stuff, they can get messed up with a bunch of stuff. You may know this guy then. This would have been 2000 or so. He was somebody that he and I were really good friends, and he got caught up in that, and it breaks your heart, but there's no coming back for him. I visited him. Let's see. Will was probably 12. So it was probably about 9 or 10 years ago. I was in Nashville, and it was over there where he was one of those places kind of close to where the Titans play. And it was, I guess, like a hotel motel, but it was the most disgusting place I've ever been in my entire life. And that's where he was living. And I hadn't seen him in years, and took him out to buy him he wanted money. I was like, no, I'm going to give you money. So I bought him some food and some soap and shampoo and stuff like that. Like I didn't leave him with any money. But it was ridiculously sad and ridiculously depressing to see that. So there's a whole other side of drugs besides just the cartel making money. There's people that get addicted that lose everything.
I struggle so hard with this topic because I have a stepbrother who was insanely talented in things, and he is literally homeless in Memphis by choice because of drugs.
Right.
I mean, he's stole from all of us. He's treated my stepdad terrible, his sisters, my mother, and I mean, if it was legal and he didn't have to go on a search for it, he would have been dead 20 years ago. He just would have.
So again, we got to be clear. Yes, could the war on drugs be failing? Yes, it could
Absolutely.
be. It could be failing.
But it's because we've gotten so dirty and intertwined.
Yeah, because of the money. Because of the money in it, and our cartels making money. Yes, and our cartels ruthless. Yes. I think they're terrorist organizations. I agree with Joe Manchin and other people who said that. This one we got a couple here.
So we've got a couple. Let's get to them. The first one we have in is Hillary Clinton is a war criminal for overthrowing the Libyan government.
Liberian.
No,
Libyan. Libya.
They know Libyan government, and helping it turn into an open air slave state. Woo, say that 5 times fast. Who cares what she said in the Benghazi hearings? She is a thug that belongs in a gulag.
Yep. And I agree. This is the thing. It doesn't have to be, okay, well, Hillary is cleaner than Trump, or Trump's cleaner than Hillary. No. Trump lied. He said, I don't like people who plead the fifth. I think it's disingenuous. And then he pled the fifth a whole bunch. Okay. I don't care about anything that Donald Trump had to do except for the peace and the prosperity, right? I don't think it was just a rando coincidence that our stock market wasn't in total free fall like it is right now. When you've got Brazil, Russia, India, China, South America, potentially Saudi Arabia. I saw somewhere else in Africa, but besides, what was the name of it wasn't Egypt. Maybe it was Egypt. Yes, it was Egypt. Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, going to try to change the currency of how the petro oil dollar, taking us off the dollar and going to their own form of currency, which will completely destabilize us. And then peace, right? Russia wasn't invading Ukraine. China wasn't going to potentially invade Taiwan. Like there was a lot of peace. There was a lot of prosperity. I don't really care that he's a liar, because guess what? I don't know that he's a fan of the show. I think if he heard it, he would be, because it's a pretty fun show. But honestly, Donald Trump's not that important to me. Neither is Hillary Clinton. So just give me back what I had. Give me back what I had. Give me back a retirement that meant I could actually retire one day. Give me back world peace so I don't have to worry about where would I send my son if a draft becomes reinstituted to go fight in Ukraine.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Again, does Donald Trump lie? Yes. Donald Trump lies.
Every politician lies.
So what? Exactly. You're not going to vote if you're going to vote for an honest person.
Yeah, no, there's too much. So let's get some of these other texts real quick. One came in that says, you don't have to apologize, or you don't have anything to apologize about. Truth springs from arguments among friends, and I truly do agree with that.
And
I don't want anybody to think I'm ever like picking on them.
Right. Well, I feel that way sometimes.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't want anybody to think I'm being mean to them on purpose. We just disagree.
That's right, Chris Holt.
Okay, so this came in and said Portugal legalized all drugs and treats addiction like a public health issue instead of a personal crime issue. Look up the stats there. Addiction rates have fallen by 50% and overdoses at the same.
Now that's interesting. Okay, so
we need to
read one more up there. One came in like 43. Hold on, let's talk about that one first, though.
Okay,
because that's interesting. That is some hard data. Did they legalize? And I'm asking you the question. I don't know the answer. Hardcore drugs like meth, Molly, crack, and they very well may have. I don't know. Did they legalize those kinds of things?
Yeah, we need to know. Hey, if you know the answer to that, text it to us at 731-800-8398. Thanks, Advanced Rehab, for sponsoring our text line. Also, here's some more of them. Joe Biden has not even tried to do the Great Reset. He thinks we, the people, are not ready. Well, we, the people, are free to do citizen assemblies and community-level interventions. Consider this a public service announcement.
Huh.
I like it. Okay. Then we got another that comes in that says, we are not allowed to send our DEA or military into Mexico to fight the cartel. So our hands are tied.
Wouldn't be, though, if Joe Manchin gets his way. And I think Bob told us there was or Tom is who it was, told us there was another, and this guy was a Republican senator or congressman, one, who had said the same thing. We need to classify these cartels as terrorist organizations. If we do that, we can fight them. All right, here we go.
So then we've got another one that came in, and it said all drugs should be legal, taxed, and regulated. Illegal does not mean unavailable.
That's true.
We have addictions and deaths now. You just stated friends and people addicted. Tobacco kills 450,000 people per year in the USA today. But that number of use went from 50% to today's 18% usage. And we didn't throw anyone in jail or arrest millions of tobacco users. And thank God, because I'd be
in the jail. You mean in the jail.
In the jail. And yes, Portugal has decriminalized small amount of all drugs.
So you could get crystal meth in Portugal.
About to Google
that. I'm not calling look, I have no idea if that's true or not. Okay. I mean, none. So you very well could get crystal meth in Portugal for free. I just don't know that I'm comfortable with that. Now, your point is very valid, saying illegal doesn't mean unavailable. Is there crystal meth in this city right now for sale? I feel confident that there is. Yeah, I feel confident that there is. Wow. Okay, Julie, you found the article.
All right. Portugal decriminalized the use of all drugs in 2001. Weed, cocaine, heroin, you name it. Portugal decided to treat possession and use of small quantities of these drugs as a public health issue, not a criminal one. The drugs were still illegal, of course. That doesn't make any sense.
They decriminalize.
So they
if they caught
but it
you
is
with
illegal. You don't necessarily go to jail. You get taken to like a rehab facility.
Okay,
but
I could live there.
But we've kind of got that.
I could live there. I mean, instead of taking them.
So it's just decriminalized, but it's not legal. Here, let's see what this one says.
All right, this is an article. Was it?
This one is from Lisbon Guide.
Okay.
This article says on July 1st, 2001, Portugal decided to decriminalize each believable drug from marijuana to cocaine to heroin. Some idea I don't know what this word is, Lisbon, would turn into a drug traveler asylum. Others anticipated use rates among young people to surge. After 11 years, it turns out they were both off base. After 10 years has gone subsequent to the Portugal change, its logic from naming drug clients as crooks to marketing them as individuals influenced by a sickness. This time a mission has permitted measurements to create, and in time has made Portugal a sample to take after. Portugal's prerogative to decriminalize does not mean individuals can bear, utilize, and offer drugs free from police obstruction. That would be legitimization. Mm-hmm. Maybe all drugs are decriminalized. Significance, drug ownership, circulation, and utilization is still unlawful.
Okay.
The subsequent impact and intense lessening in addicts, with Portuguese authorities and reports highlighting that this number at 100,000 preceding the new arrangement was instituted. But this has been divided in the company in 10 years. This article is kind of all over the place.
Okay, so the idea is essentially if you legal or decriminalize it is what we found.
But it's still illegal. Let's get to some of these texts. Hold on.
All right.
I wish I could opt out of Social Security and keep and invest that myself.
Absolutely. That's 6.2%. 6 pennies. 6.2 pennies of every dollar you make. You're trusting the government, who's already saying things like, holy crap, we're going to have to extend the age. I would call that theft.
Yeah.
They are taking the money from you, saying, look, you're too dumb to retire on your own. You need us.
No.
You talk about crackheads. Let the government run your money. I agree.
If you are an American and you're using drugs that come from the cartel, are you a terrorist? The guy that drives the car away from a bank robbery who never went into the bank is also guilty.
An accomplice, yeah.
If you are sitting in the backseat of a car and somebody else in the car shoots a cop, you are also guilty.
I don't know that that's always true, is it? I mean, I'm sure that you would be looked into, but your involvement. But I mean, like literally, if I got in the car with you and you said, "Hey, let's go to the Lord's Chicken and grab a spicy chicken sandwich," I'd be like, "Okay, that sounds good." And if you did something crazy on the way there, would I be held responsible for that? I don't know that's to be true.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know that to be true.
You know, it's a lot to kind of meander.
We're going to go back to some of these messages. We want you to message us. We're up against the top of the hour news coming up in just a minute. 731-800-8398 is our advanced rehab text line. We've had some interesting discussion today. Our phone line, 731-265-6496.
We'll be right back after this and the top of the hour news.
Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova, a champagne supernova in the sky. Wake up the dawn and ask her why.
News Talk 96.5 FM will be hosting a City of Jackson mayoral debate on Thursday, March 23rd at Northside High School Auditorium. The debate will begin at 6:30. All 6 qualified candidates for this mayoral race will be participating. News Talk 96.5 wants you, our listeners, to participate by submitting your What Do You Want to Know questions on our website. News Talk 96.5 will select a series of your submitted questions to be included and presented to the candidates in the live debate. Log on to newstalk965.com and submit your questions in the space provided. We invite you to attend the debate and hear the answers to the questions from each of the candidates for Jackson City Mayor. News Talk 96.5 FM.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. President Biden says February's job numbers and several other factors point to an improving economy.
It's been down. Interest rates have been down. The inflation's been down for many weeks in a row now. And I said we're going to see blips going up, but I'm feel confident that we're headed in the right direction.
The president addressed reporters at the White House this morning. America's employers adding 311,000 jobs in February. That was fewer than January's huge gain. The unemployment rate rose to 3.6 from a 53-year low of 3.4%. Also at townhall.com, a new atmospheric river has brought heavy rain and thunderstorms to California, bringing flood threats and disrupting travel. Flood advisories or warnings in effect for areas around the San Francisco Bay, the Central Coast, and the Sacramento and San Joaquin valleys. As Republicans try to stop the unprecedented flow of illegal immigrants and illegal drugs across the nation's southern border, Democrat lawmakers are making the crisis about race.
A letter authored by 20 Democrats on the House Oversight and Accountability Committee claims efforts to stop illegal immigration is a racist act by white lawmakers and demands the Republicans on the committee sign the letter to denounce white supremacy. A spokesperson for the Republican-led committee said, quote, "It's shameful that Democrats are calling efforts to protect the American people from the worst border crisis in history racist. Democrats are trying to distract from President Biden's border crisis and their failure to conduct oversight of it for 2 years," end quote. Tasha Stevens reporting.
That on Wall Street, stocks are moving up and down now. The Dow is lower by 42 points, the NASDAQ losing 66. More on these stories at townhall.com.
We're entering a time of increasing hostility against people of faith, a time when Christians are going to be tested on a moral and physical and financial basis, unlike any other time in our lifetime. I'm Lance Wallnau, Christian author, evangelical leader, here to remind you that you have to take action to protect and steward what God has given you. For example, record high inflation is going to continue to eat away at the dollar, and the savings of your retirement account is in danger. Fortunately, God does provide a way. To protect your retirement, I recommend diversifying your 401k or IRA out of paper and into physical gold. And the best way to do that is with a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. Now, to see how it works, just text the word FAITH to 989898. That'll give you access to a free info kit on gold IRAs. There are no strings attached, so text FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 right now, and I pray your family is blessed with peace of mind because you took action.
On the international front, Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says he's agreed to strengthen defense partnerships with India following a meeting in Delhi with his Indian counterpart, Narendra Modi.
The Australian Prime Minister called India a top-tier security partner, saying there's never been a point when the strategic alignment was stronger. Their defense relationship has grown in response to Chinese military activity in the Indo-Pacific, and they plan to strengthen joint naval exercises. This despite the fact that they have starkly different responses to the war in Ukraine. Australia has condemned it, but India has been more neutral. Delhi has long bought most of its weapons from Russia, although it is also looking for new suppliers. Australia and India have also drawn closer on trade, and they've agreed now to accelerate a broader economic partnership.
BBC correspondent Barbara Plett-Usher with that report. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. A Texas man has been executed.
Texas has executed an inmate for the drug-related killings of 4 people more than 30 years ago, including a woman who was 9 months pregnant. All 4 had been tied up and shot in the head in a Houston home during a drug robbery in 1992. 52-year-old Arthur Brown Jr. received a lethal injection in Huntsville, Texas. His execution was carried out after the U.S. Supreme Court declined to stop it. Brown's attorneys had argued he was exempt from execution because he was intellectually disabled. Brown was the 5th inmate in Texas and the 9th in the U.S. put to death this year. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Police in Miami say 5 suspects taken into custody in connection with a shooting that wounded an officer on Wednesday. The officer conducting a narcotics investigation and was ambushed. He was treated and released at a local hospital. No names have been released. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
They say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular care in West Tennessee. At Corbin Cardiology, our patient-centered approach, along with a full array of diagnostic imaging services, sets us apart from other cardiovascular clinics. Corbin Cardiology has clinics in Bartlett, Dyersburg, Lexington, and the newest location is now open in Jackson at 58 Murray Guard Drive. To schedule an appointment in office or by telemedicine, visit CorbinCardiology.com
or call 731-513-5701.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and NewsTalk.WTN.com.
welcome back to
Bush.
Walker Talk.
Bush is always the right way to go. Always the right way to go. That's what I heard.
Okay, so we got we got another
messages.
Yes, we're having some good talk.
Yep.
Wake up, prohibitionist. Not attacking you two, but in all my years of debating the drug war, I always find the prohibitionist the least informed about the subject. Tobacco kills more people than all drugs, guns, gun death, car deaths combined, but not illegal. I agree. Bad. But just think how bad it would be to outlaw the most addictive substance known to man, tobacco. Look at what we have from our present drug war. Death, destruction, drug gangs in 300 cities across the USA. Not smart or wise in my opinion. Thanks you two for reading the text and discussing these important issues. Read my text at 11:43 again. Thanks. Which was the one that was like, truth springs from arguments among friends.
Okay, and here's the thing. I'm not a big tobacco guy, but I will say this about tobacco. Just in the difference with it, it's not the same thing, right? You can't, even something as simple as weed, you can smoke weed and be, what's the word, inebriated, intoxicated, and drive a car and have an accident. I've never seen someone smoke so many cigarettes they couldn't drive, but I guess they could. I mean, but probably not. I mean, you get the you being a public menace to someone else is a lot more elevated with drugs than it would be like a tobacco. Now, the comparison that could be made would be alcohol, and we see that every day, unfortunately. Very sad, but people being inebriated, driving, and killing other people, that's awful. That's terrible, and we hate that. I don't know. I mean, we saw the prohibition of alcohol did not work. It worked well for some people. It worked for, the Kennedys, the Kennedy family. It worked good if you watch Boardwalk Empire for Nucky Thompson. Worked good for him. That's a great series. If you haven't watched it, you need to. It's on HBO. God, it's awesome. You would love it. It shows how the mafia got started. Actually, believe it or not.
I would probably love that.
It's really, really cool. Gosh, I forget the guy's name that started the mafia in the very beginning. He's a young kid in the series, but you go on to see him set up all the 5 crime families in New York and start the very first organized Italian mafia. But all that's through Boardwalk Empire. But yeah, alcohol prohibition didn't work either. And I'm not willing to say that drug prohibition's working. I don't know that we can say, can you legally, if you make it legal, can you legally buy crystal meth, heroin?
But even then, I mean, that we've used, the example of Portugal, it's still not legal.
Mm-hmm.
It's just decriminalized. So basically you're treating, a mental health issue, a physical health issue. Well, we kind of do that with rehab, but there's a lot of people who we put them through and then they didn't really want the help. They felt forced.
Right.
And so they did it. And as soon as they get back out, they're back in it. The repeat offender, they can't wait to get back out and get high. I honestly don't know what the answer is. And if we all knew the answer and it was so easy, we would just do it at the snap of our fingers. But it's hard. It's alcohol and weed and drugs. Yes, they all change who you are. Tobacco's never changed who I am. Well, that's not true. If I haven't got to smoke a cigarette, I might be a little more irritable. You can ask Chris.
Do you wake
and my
up
mom.
and smoke?
Yeah.
Do you smoke before bed?
Yeah.
Is it a soothing thing? Like, what is it? Okay. A soothing thing.
I was telling somebody the other day, not last night, but the night before, I was up till 2:30 in the morning, sitting outside smoking a cigarette, reading a book. Like, it's what soothes me. Everybody was asleep. Everybody had left me alone. And then I could go get in bed and actually fall asleep. In the morning, the first thing I'm going to do is grab a Diet Coke. I'm going to go outside and I'm going to smoke a cigarette.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Are you an outside smoker? No inside smoker?
No.
That helps the resale, right?
Yeah, well, it helps resell. It helps your life. I think I don't understand people who smoke in a house. If you do, that's okay. That's your thing. But I'm so funny about how my house looks,
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want anything. I don't want the nicotine changing the color on the walls or making my pictures look hazy. I mean, my house is like,
when I owned a carpet cleaning, this is completely off subject. I'm going to get back on the serious subject in a minute. But when I owned a carpet cleaning company, one of the first things that got us into doing restoration was using that ozone machine for smokers, for houses that have, the smoke. And you're right, that tar look especially. And I'm going to lay the house out for you. And you're going to, everybody listening right now in your car or wherever you are, you're going to picture this in your head. It looks like your grandparents' house, a ranch style home, but in a neighborhood, not in the country. you could see on the green carpet, the green shag carpet, you could see where the recliner sat.
Yes.
It's, if you look straight up from that recliner, what did you see on the ceiling?
Cigarette ring.
Yes. That cigarette ring. I was like, oh, has there been a water leak? They're like, no, this is where
he sat and
Papa
smoked
Joe sat and smoked. And so
that's
it's
awesome.
It's like he always blew it up one spot and you could see it. They're like, can you get this out with your machine? I was like, well,
yes.
I was in there and I was like, I don't know that we can get this out with a match and gasoline.
I own an ozone machine.
Yeah,
they're great. In real estate, like people are like, well, what does my house need? And I'm like, we need to get the smell out of here. It could be animals. It could be cigarettes. It could be a lot of things.
Right.
Actually, this is kind of a sad story. I was called by a local attorney in town that does probate, and a lady had passed away in her home. And her family lived in like Ohio and somewhere else. Mm-hmm. But I think she had a touch of schizophrenia, and nobody had seen her in like 2 weeks. So they did a welfare call for the lady, and they found that she had been locked in the house for 2 weeks dead, and she was a hoarder of animals. And the animals ate her, and then they also died. That ozone, that's when I bought an ozone machine to get the smell out of the house.
Did it work?
Yes.
That's great.
We took all the carpet out. I mean, we went down to nothing. But yeah. So then we got a text that just said, is it tobacco or nicotine? I think it's nicotine. I don't think it's the tobacco.
What are you talking about?
That people are addicted to, because I'm sitting here with a vape, which is the nicotine, obviously. It's not the actual tobacco.
Right. So is that are you talking about what gets you addicted? But is nicotine, all right, so
because in these previous text, he said that the most addictive substance known to man is tobacco, and they're saying, well, is it really tobacco or is it the nicotine? Yeah.
But all right, so like if this were the 1700s and we were tobacco farmers in Virginia and we grew the tobacco and we hung the leaves up and then we did whatever, wouldn't that tobacco have nicotine in it? Nicotine's not an additive, or is it? I don't know. I'm asking.
I don't know. We need to find that out.
We need to find out.
But I will.
Who could possibly know such things?
Bull
would know. Maybe it's, oh, look, here he goes. And this is Bull texting here.
All right. Bull says they'll charge you more money for alcohol on a cruise, just like they charge more for marijuana when you're in jail than the street value. And I'm not going to tell you what girls do for a McDonald's sausage, egg, biscuit, and coffee in the morning instead of, we got a phone call. Hold on. Let me do this.
Yeah.
Okay. What they will do for a McDonald's sausage, egg, biscuit, and coffee in the morning instead of cold oatmeal. I'm not going to tell you what they do for that. Looks like if the church wanted to do something, they would protect women in jail. Cold oatmeal gets good after a while. I think you're right.
Wow.
Thank you for calling Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. How are you? This is you.
They don't add nicotine to tobacco. It's produced in the plant.
Okay, so it's actually in the plant. That's what I would assume. But all right, so can you get the nicotine out and then just smoke the tobacco?
Well, you can soak the tobacco in warm water, and it will dissolve like soap dissolves into it. But the reason the nicotine is in there, nicotine is a poison to kill insects. I was watching the Andy Griffin show, and the farmer was spraying nicotine on his crop to kill bugs. Nicotine poison.
So you're saying back in the day, like let's go back to 1700, right? Before we even beat up those English people. So let's go back 1700. We're growing tobacco over here. We probably wouldn't spray it with nicotine then, would we?
It hadn't been invented yet.
That's what I'm saying. So if they were growing tobacco, they were just chewing it, smoking it, and it had to be healthier.
It was 4 to 10 times less nicotine in tobacco in the 1700s than it is now. They've bred it to have more and more levels of nicotine.
Because
then when you smoke it in a cigarette, they soak the paper in. I knew what it was a while ago. It's something to make it burn hotter.
Right.
I can't remember what it's called. Butane. They soak it in butane so it burns the tobacco hotter to release even more nicotine.
Wow. That doesn't sound very good.
Yeah, if you have a plant that produces something other than fat, starch, sugar, and protein, it's usually called an alkaloid. And the alkaloid would be within marijuana, the THC, nicotine, cocaine from the coca leaf.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all controlled by genetics. Like I told y'all a week ago, they now have tobacco that produces cocaine instead of nicotine. You take out cocaine to the plants produce a small amount of nicotine to try and
That's
fight
why I
off
love
insects.
tomatoes.
See? It all makes sense now.
I'm so ready for summer tomatoes. I cannot
Bull, do you
even
grow
wait.
tomatoes?
I used to grow them before we went to dicamba. Dicamba kind of makes your close proximity to somebody using dicamba. You can't have a garden.
Well, you could do you could put those pots up, right? Like the raised bed garden and, put them inside your house by a window, things like that.
That gets real old.
It gets real old? What do you mean?
That having to babysit a tomato plant gets real old.
Yeah, I can understand. Well, you're not out meeting women in the bar, so what are you doing?
Well, I'm learning that these plants make alkaloids to protect themselves from insects. That's what the drugs.
You're too busy learning about the plants to grow the plants.
Say again?
I said you're too busy learning about the plants to actually grow the plant. You don't want to have to babysit it.
Well, the most genetically altered plant that we have is the tobacco plant because it's mostly leaves, and the leaves are more likely to genetically mutate than the rest of the plant.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why they use tobacco plants to test all these different things that we're doing in farming. Like that, they made the tobacco plant Roundup Ready first. They did the BT thing in it first, and they learn how to do everything using tobacco plant, and then they go to other plants that are harder to introduce genes into with CRISPR.
Are people still using Roundup? You remember on TV they had that class action lawsuit against Roundup, the makers of Roundup, like if you've used this and you've gotten cancer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, is that still used? Like, do farmers still use that, or is there something that's similar to that now that they use?
We buy Roundup 200 gallons at a time, 220 gallons at a time.
Okay, so you are still using it.
And spray it like Kool-Aid. Hey, we're still using Agent Orange.
No, no, you're not.
Why would you question that?
Why would we be using Agent Orange? That's like really bad, right? That's like those poor people that came back from Vietnam.
That's right, and we still use it today. See what happens if you make it look like something's real dangerous. People will go and try and get money from it. It's kind of like, hey, join this church, you'll get a miracle. Like, who's them famous preachers that do all the fake healing, and all you got to do is just send them all your money, and then all your dreams come true.
All right,
that's kind of like what these lawsuits are on the chemical companies. I've probably had more Roundup exposure. I've probably had more Roundup exposure than 999.9% of the population.
Right. No cancer shit. Bull, I'm going to make your weekend for you, Julie. I'm going to make yours too.
Yeah.
Go to YouTube when you have some time this weekend on your drive. Bull, you do it whenever you'd like. And type, Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. That's a song. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. That's a song. And then type in Let the Bodies Hit the Floor, and then type Preachers. And you'll see like these people, lay their hand on you. People fall out. It is the funniest. Matter of fact, we're going to pull it up during the break. It is the funniest thing you'll watch all weekend, Bull.
Well, look, ask Miss Judy. She smokes nicotine. Ask her to look up the chemical structure of nicotine.
I don't want to.
And then look up the chemical structure of serotonin, oxytocin, dopamine, which are all neurotransmitters in our brain, and you will see why people get hooked on nicotine. They're very similar in their construction.
That's funny that you say that, because I am on a drug that, not a drug, I'm going to take Lexapro, but it's a serotonin boosting inhibitor. Like, that's why I take it, because I need that. Well, that when you say that kind of makes sense as to why I've been smoking for so long.
Well, see, when your mother is smoking while she's pregnant with you, you have a lot of nicotine in your system if you're a baby developing inside of her.
My mama never smoked. Something was just wrong with me.
Which will make your brain have fewer serotonin receptors. And then when you're born and get older, since you have a real bad shortage of serotonin receptors, you never seem like you act like everybody else because you can't. And, then they say you got something wrong with you. Give that person more drugs.
I need you to come talk to my husband.
Mm-hmm. You need to work it out. Bull, have a great one, my friend. We appreciate you, brother. Got it pulled up here up against a break. You're listening to Walker Talks. Oh, I like this one. You've done well here.
Thank you.
No, see this one. You got to do this when you pull it up.
I know, but I was really interested in what Bull had to say.
I know. You got to multitask.
Was good. I'm not that good.
A lot of multitasking on that side. Oh, you're welcome out there. Great call.
What's better than 20% over invoice, or 15% over invoice, or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? Wait, did I just say 0% over invoice? Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. As your authorized Ford ordering dealer, Gene Langley Ford, in partnership with Ford Motor Company, is accepting new orders at cost. So our price is your price. There's never been a better time to order your new Ford. Come see us today for details, and let's get your new Ford car, truck, or SUV on its way to your driveway. Struggling with credit issues? Not here. Our finance department can work magic to get you approved. Plus, every new Ford comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. And if you're looking for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, check out the great selection on our lot and online. Updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
At cost offer excludes Mustang GT500 and Raptor. See dealer for warranty and financing
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring forward?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling,"
and carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900, or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadigger with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said,
"Show me the bling."
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today. Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
They say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse, all for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from The Range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
We're stopping and stalling, we're running in circles again. Just as things were looking up, you said it wasn't good enough, but still we're trying one more time. Maybe we're just trying too hard, when really it's closer than it is too far. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head instead of going under. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head instead of going under. Instead of going under.
Welcome back to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. We are almost done with this Friday afternoon.
We are just about 30 minutes left in.
I haven't crashed the computers or anything.
No, you've done so good. Let me ask you something, though.
Yeah.
Because I heard this, and obviously this was timing. People aren't, there are no coincidences, they say, right?
Right.
Chris Rock's special came out, like a week or so ago?
Yes.
I haven't watched it yet, but I've heard that it's good or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then this weekend, is it Oscars? Is that where he got slapped by Will Smith last year?
I think so.
Do you remember where you were when he got slapped?
Yeah, sitting on the couch, and I was like, I think that was staged.
So, okay, I was in bed watching something else. I can't tell you how long it's been since I've watched the Oscars. I was in bed watching something else, and people started talking about, like, on Facebook, that you'd see it on social media. So somebody had shared the video. I was like, there's no way. So then I had to find the whole clip. I didn't think it was real either. I thought there's no way. But
I think they both wanted some kind of relevancy, but it backfired.
So you think it was a setup?
I don't know. Yeah, I did for a long time, but didn't Will Smith end up getting in a lot of trouble over it?
Yeah, he got banned from the Oscars for like 10 years.
No, he's not that relevant anymore.
No, but he got banned for the Oscars for 10 years. And, Chris Rock, who's finally talking about it, it's like, look, man, here's what this couple has done and what they have talked about and what this woman's done to this man and blah, 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 blah. And, I mean, he's kind of laid it out supposedly in his comedy special, and he's getting now some more heat. You would think after getting slapped in the face on national television and having to, accept it like a, relative professional, that he would be given a little bit of grace here. But I've heard some backlash on Chris Rock over his comedy thing.
It's good that you and me would not have been the ones on that stage.
Oh, it'd have been go time. I mean, even if I'd have gotten beat up. And I
will take a butt whooping before I turn down a butt whooping. Does that make sense?
Sure it does. Well, he was and it was right there in front of everybody, but he was hosting it. Like, it's tough.
Oh, we would have got to jocking.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, you would have to. But he said, I did see like a part of his comedy special, and he said, this is the guy they had play Muhammad Ali. He's like, look at me. I was like, dude, I still get it, but like, do something. That man walks up there and slaps you in the mouth and then acts crazy.
It was just, it just shows how insecure he is and how much of a what Jada is.
That when you go there, then you sit in the front row of those things and they have a comedian on stage. They're going to talk about some of that
stuff. If she was that insecure about her alopecia, she could
wear
a wig, and she has in the past. So I don't want to, whatever. This text did come in and it said, no, you can't get the nicotine out of tobacco, even though they have been trying for 50 years to make a smokeless cigarette. They also have been trying to come up with a vaccine for tobacco for 30 or 40 years. Very difficult. They have not been able to do it.
Well, one of the reasons may be because the tobacco company is, like Bull said, they're soaking the paper in butane so it burns hotter so you can release more of the tobacco inside your lungs.
Now, this is really cool. It just came in. I don't know what this means, but JIC.
Just in case you didn't know. I'm so young.
I'm
so hip.
I should know this. Just in case you didn't know, scientists are very close to coming up with a vaccine for fentanyl. It would be a game changer. Now, how would this vaccine be different than Narcan?
I don't know.
Is it a vaccine for the addiction that the brain has?
Oh, no, that would be great. That would be.
I want to know more about this.
That would be something. Now, would it be because there are times where you need fentanyl, right? Fentanyl is used
cancer
for
patients.
Well, also like when they put you to sleep, right? Anesthesiologist.
Yeah.
Is that what they use, or do they use something else?
I've always been under the impression
Propofol.
that
That's what
fentanyl-
Michael Jackson took, wasn't it? Propofol.
Yeah,
I think
Propofol.
Prince too.
I always was under the impression that it was fentanyl was like a very, 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 very high dose painkiller.
Okay.
I didn't think, but I could very, very
I
well
thought
be
it was
wrong.
used in anesthesia. But it doesn't matter. Regardless, it's strong and it's being misused. But yeah, I'm curious to hear about that vaccine. What that
I
want to
know more about that for sure. Let's see if we've got any new messages. Yeah, no.
Nope. So that's the one we just read. Yeah.
See, why does it do that? It makes me feel like we about to.
I know.
Before we go, let's talk about this story.
All right.
That's come out, and this is on WBBJ.
We can even play it.
And we can do that. How do I do that?
All right. So what you do is you turn this desktop up here. You're going to stop stop all that. Yep. Hit stop. And then hit stop on this other one. If you have that one up and running, you do
Stop.
not. All right. So then we just slide this up. This is a story you can find on WBBJTV.com.
2 in a week.
Yeah. 2 in a week. Go ahead. Should be playing. Oh, take the mute off there.
Just another plea. Lifeline Blood Services.
It's going to be a little ad here. We'll turn this down, and then we'll wait for the
actual story.
The actual story to pop up. This is Brad Douglas bringing you this here.
From WBBJ7.
Meanwhile, a Department of Children's Services employee was arrested on charges involving a minor. WBBJ7 Eyewitness News reporter Ryan Hodges has that story.
On March the 2nd, a juvenile female found a strange note left on her vehicle at a local business in Bolivar. Her and her parents reached out to the Bolivar Police Department, who opened an investigation. They then called the Jackson Police Department's Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force to get involved into the situation.
Yeah, sure. So the Internet Crimes Against Children unit, we investigate anything related to child exploitation, whether it be on social media and we work closely with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in cases like this. Anyone looking to commit a crime against a child in a sexual nature.
During an undercover operation on March the 7th here at Melissa's Park in Jackson, the suspect met with who he thought was an underage girl. As a result of the investigation, Christopher Baker, a 50-year-old man, was arrested. Baker was also an employee of the state of Tennessee's Department of Children's Services, and he was arrested by Jackson Police Department, and he was charged with solicitation of a minor.
Baker left a note on a underage girl's car, and they ultimately turned it over to the Bolivar Police Department, who contacted me to assist them, and an undercover operation was done, and he showed up at that location with the intentions of having sex with an underage girl.
We have been told that this is an ongoing investigation, so no further details are going to be released at this time. In South Jackson, Ryan Hodges, WBBJ7 Eyewitness News.
So, two in West Tennessee in a week going after children.
Yeah.
And guess what?
And it's Department of Children's Services, which you hate, because
Even
these are the
worse.
people that are supposed to be protecting our children out there. I mean, I don't know if you can have an elevated charge because of your job, if that's your job, but it seems like you should.
I mean, I believe you should. It's kind of sad that we've targeted, these drag queens. And so far we've had church, and then now we have the government that's supposed to protect.
Yeah.
Just is very odd.
It's bad when anybody hurts a kid. We just got to make sure we go after them where they are.
Yeah.
And then I got to say things like, oh my goodness, bad people are doing really, bad people are doing really bad things, out there, and we need to go after them. We don't need to, paint with a broad brush on everybody. Would be my suggestion, but what do I know?
We just got a text message from a number that I don't recognize.
You should.
No, that's not his number.
Well, that's somebody's number. That's got to be one of your kids' number, because read right above it.
Well, it says, Julie, you're doing a great job, girl. let me tell you, that husband of yours is smoking hot too. Congratulations.
Wow. Now, people know that you and I aren't married, don't they? Do you think they're watching online and think think you and I are married?
No, I don't
Did
think
you say
so.
ooh?
No, I'm thinking if we were married,
right?
And this is how we, we
Oh,
don't
no.
look at each other.
No.
We're sitting over here doing our thing.
Scribbling.
We would have a terrible marriage of doodles.
Well, I've been there. Been there. It says, you're looking up that number, aren't you?
Yeah, I got
Because
the
they know your
high
kids'
app.
names too, because before it said both say hi to Mom and Chuck. That's got to be your babysitter or somebody. Are y'all taking babysitters on this trip?
Yeah, Liz is going with us.
Oh, Liz.
We love Liz. Liz is the best thing since sliced bread. I'm going to tell you, they've become such good family, that whole Mendoza family.
Mm-hmm.
And her mother makes the most amazing, authentic tamales. And you go over there.
Can Liz cook?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. This just got sent to us. Okay, this is about the vaccine targeting
the fentanyl.
Okay, very cool. So this is from the University of Memphis, Minnesota. Opioid,
close.
Opioid use disorders and the increasing incidence of opioid-related fatal overdose are a national crisis, which I think that we can agree with that.
Sure.
There is a team at the University of Minnesota Medical School led by Marco Pravatoni, the doctor, an associate professor in the Department of Pharmacology at the University of Minnesota, has developed vaccines to counteract the fentanyl toxicity. That's awesome.
Really?
Yes. The vaccine for fentanyl and its derivatives, a strategy to reduce illicit use and overdose to support the further development of the vaccine targeting fentanyl and its derivatives, such as, you want to give that one a stab?
Carfentanil? Carfentanil, yeah, I'm not sure about that. Okay, so is this saying you would take the vaccine before getting fentanyl, or you would take it afterwards, like a Narcan?
Vaccines can offer a promising treatment for reduction of opioid use disorders and opioid-related overdoses in the substance user, as well as people in occupations at risk for accidental exposure, such as law enforcement,
that would be
customs,
awesome,
or military personnel. Preclinical data indicated that the vaccination can reduce fentanyl-induced respiratory depression and that the vaccination does not interfere with reversal of the toxicity of Narcan.
Okay,
so
great.
This would be like you would,
in conjunction with.
Yeah, like you would have the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you were somewhere and fentanyl got put on you.
Yeah, or police officers.
Yeah,
that's a great
you would less likely,
emergency responders.
Right.
They could get it on them not knowing, trying to help someone who's passed out.
So, it says, according to the professor, anti-opioid vaccines offer a long-lasting, safe, and cost-effective intervention complementary to medication-assisted treatment. So this could also help get people off those drugs. But this team has also developed a series of vaccines against heroin, oxycodone, and fentanyl and demonstrated their preclinical selectivity, efficacy, and safety.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, could be a game changer.
It's going into clinical testing.
That was such a great point that I don't think a lot about the police officers and emergency responders that are having. Imagine rolling up on a scene, someone's passed out, you have no idea why. You go to flip them over if they're on their chest or whatever, and you get that stuff on you. Yeah, I hope that gets run through quick, and I hope it does what it's supposed to do. I hope it does exactly what it's supposed to do. 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496 is our CWA call-in number. Advanced pre-app text lines have been blowing and going all morning long. That number is 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398.
Did you see that there's a Dolly Parton museum coming?
To Jackson?
No,
or to Tennessee?
To Dollywood.
Oh.
To that Gatlinburg area.
I thought they already had one of those.
No.
No.
Parton and the park leaders announced the Dolly Parton Museum will be open sometime next year.
Yes.
It will be a crown jewel and anchor
nice.
Of a larger expansion called the Dolly Parton Experience, which will explore her faith and family and her Tennessee mountain home, her wardrobe, and according to the video shared on Dollywood's Facebook page. I'm going.
People love Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
She's a national treasure.
She's the Tennessee treasure.
She is the Tennessee treasure. She is the most famous Tennessee.
What was that? What was that singer?
Dolly Parton.
No, the one that had the long black hair that was like down to her ankles.
Elvira?
No, and she would be on like the Tennessee commercials, and she'd be like, "Come to
Crystal
Tennessee."
Gale.
Yeah.
Crystal Gale. Yeah, no, she's no Dolly Parton.
No,
Crystal Gale. Yeah, she has
They
the
should
long
have
black
had
hair.
Dolly on that, not Crystal Gale.
Well, I mean, Dolly can't do everything.
Yes, she can. I don't know anything that good Dolly.
Well, I
cannot
guess
do.
but I'm talking about like all the commercials.
I know
but I guess
something
you're
Dolly
right.
can't do.
What?
Fit in a cup A bra.
No, it does not appear that's the case.
Nope. What are you going to do this weekend?
Well, I have not a lot going on. My son Will is in. He's in. Oh heck yeah, we gotta get one more break in. Will is in Gulf Shores right now because colleges have early spring break.
Yeah.
Knox's isn't until like the 27th, so I'm not doing anything this weekend. I'm hanging out and not doing much. Just chilling. Yeah, I'm gonna be really boring. I'm good with that though. I'm good
I
with
like
that.
boring sometimes.
Yeah, I can be boring. I don't like to brag, but I can be very boring.
Well, let's go ahead and get to this break, and then we'll be right back with you.
Maybe you would understand why I feel this way about our love and what I must do. If you could only see how blue her eyes can be when she says she loves me.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition free, Jackson Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
I know what you're doing, I see it all too clear. I only taste the saline when I kiss away your tears. You really had me going, you're wishing on a star. The black holes that surround you are heavier by far. I believed in your confusion, so completely torn. It must have been that yesterday was the day that I was born. Not much to examine, nothing left to hide. You really can't be serious, you have to ask me why. I say goodbye, 'cause I am barely breathing.
Welcome back.
Yeah, that's a good song.
I love that song.
He didn't do anything else after that, did he?
No.
Duncan Sheik. He
I
retired.
loved him.
He retired.
Let's go check out this text line.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, we have something. Narcan has been around for 50 years, but prohibitionists fought it, saying it would lead to more abuse. Not wise.
Cartonfill, or whatever that word is.
Carfentanil
Yeah.
is 10,000 times stronger than morphine, 100 times stronger than fentanyl, used for big game like elephants, rhinos to tranquilize them.
Wow.
Lord Jesus.
Okay, so Narcan has been around. Is this the same thing? Like, you know how they have these, they're not pain clinics. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the places the Suboxone clinics
Like
or whatever.
methadone. Well, now you know they've even got injections. They're
Okay.
shots. So you've got like methadone wafers, you've got Suboxone, which is kind of like this little tab that you dissolve on your tongue.
And
then
it's
they've
to
got
help you from
an injection. It fights the brain chemistry that makes you want those things.
Want those opioids or heroin or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah. That's nuts. It also makes me very leery of legalizing stuff like that. But I hear the point to where it's still available and people still get it. But would more people get it if it were something like that? You know what I mean? If it were available at Dollar General, for example.
I don't know. I mean, I think that the people who want it are gonna get it.
True.
I do.
But would people who may not get it out of fear? Because I mean, I do believe that there are certain people in our society who don't do things just because they don't want to go to jail. I'm one of those. If every time someone made me mad in traffic, if I could get out and just kick their car, I would do that. But I don't, because I don't want to go to jail. So there is a certain fear. Like, if you decriminalize it, would more people try that? And the people who aren't trying things like that now just because they don't want to go to jail?
I don't know, because then they probably wouldn't want to go to rehab or a hospital to be treated.
Okay, so you're going somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're
Well, as long as you're
going
going somewhere. You maybe you don't want the public shame of.
Yeah, I
of
think
it.
that would be a big thing too, because I mean, you know, where we're living in time, it's still like, you remember when Whitney Houston, they said she was on crack, and she was like, I do not do crack. Crack is a cheap drug. But in reality,
She was on crack.
She didn't like the shame of being on the drug.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We did get another text that said, understand that the entire creation is composed of one desire to receive. We elevate life everywhere when we use any creation for the sake of sharing. That will be all. Well then.
What are we sharing here?
I don't know. But I also just got Very good show, educational and enlightening. Thank y'all. No, thank you, because you've sent us some really cool stuff today that we didn't know about.
Yeah. I like the idea of working toward, and it's one of the deals where I know, and even the Gabe Hart, who writes some articles for News Talk West Tennessee, wrote an opinion piece about this, about the open house at the jail. He's like, I don't know, but as he dug into it, it's like, I kind of see what they're trying to do here. And he thought maybe, at first blush, maybe it didn't, seem the very best. But as he got into it, he's like, this makes a lot of sense and what they're doing. And I think that's right. We can have, we need ways to get drug users, and a lot of these are drug offenses. Some of them simple offenses like weed and just not being able to pay your fines, but there's a lot of people caught up in jail for drugs. We do need to figure out how we're going to work through that, or are we just going to keep these people in prison forever? I mean, I don't know what the answer is. I like the idea of giving them a chance, working with them. One of the things that I had one of the deputies tell me is they're going to train them on something just as simple as filling out an application and resume. You would have thought that everybody would know how to fill out an application, right? It's pretty much just fill in the blank, but not everybody does. Not everybody does. Not everybody's had somebody sit down with them, go through it with them, talk to them about it. Not everybody has the same experience on our earth that, you may have, or I may have, or somebody else out there may have. So, some small things like that. Also getting with employers who say, look, we'll take a chance on some of these people, but they need these training and these skills, and putting those skills in the jail. If we're going to spend $50 million on a jail, let's have it functional. So I like that. And without having that kind of stuff out there, I don't know.
We got another text that said all of the drugs only to be sold at clinics. As I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got
But let's play that out real fast.
Okay.
You go in there and you say, what? I'm used to buying crystal meth on, from a guy on the street. Now I would like to purchase it here. How do you do that?
I don't know.
Yeah. The clinic, do you have to prove that you've taken meth before? Are they not going to have anybody else who has done, like, surely to goodness, they wouldn't say, I'm a first time user. I'm here to check out your meth. I'm here to check out your meth. I mean, surely that wouldn't work, right?
I don't know. It just seems so far out to think that we would have drugs being dispensed from a clinic,
right,
and legalized. I don't know. I don't know.
I agree.
I don't know. We got another message come in that said anything used for the sake. Wait, this is the one. This is it again. Hold on. So we're repeating it. Anything used for the sake of receiving as a creation. When we elevate that the receiving to be for the sake of sharing, there is our answer to discord and chaos. Sharing. So share the dope?
I don't know. Do dope dealers do that? I guess weed people share. Or they don't. They don't share?
No.
They want their own weed?
The worst drug dealer is a drug dealer that uses the drugs.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Most true drug dealers don't do their stash.
They just sell it. They're just in it for the money.
Now, they may try it in front of you so you could, feel comfortable buying it, but or they'll let you try it before you buy it. But most drug dealers are not on the drugs.
Okay. All right. Here we go. This one comes in. Advanced Rehab text line. Got a couple of minutes left. 731-800-8398.
So this texter says they have injection sites now with nurses that check out your vitals and let you do the drugs at these sites. Oh, that just seems like handing them the needle, literally.
But then what do you do? Like, do they leave when they're sober? Because when they sober up, don't they need the drugs again? Or do you let them leave inebriated?
Or do you give them, like we're doing those semaglutide shots right now. I did my vitals and got the shots for 3 weeks. So is this how we're going to do it? Like, here, we'll give you your initial dose and you've got this much to last you? I don't know.
I don't either.
I mean, are we going to write a prescription for crack? I don't know.
Or is there a plan to wean them off of it? To take them back to the weed, which is the gateway drug? And that's what we used to hear when we were kids, wasn't it?
And then we could go to the vaccines that they're making. I don't know. There's a lot that would have to be figured out.
A lot of thinking.
And then this came in and said we do not get addicted when we are focused on sharing. I disagree.
No, that's not true. That's not, Sharing is not what's
This
keeping you
texter-
from not getting addicted.
Yeah.
Not using the drug is what's keeping you from not getting addicted.
This texter said these people are very sick, just like diabetes and other illnesses. And that's one thing to say as well. We're sitting here about the war on drugs and addiction, but what about the war on the insulin prices for people?
Yep.
Like, that's insane.
And something.
And how I guarantee you, just as many people are dying from diabetes as these others.
There's another one that, I'm nobody's AOC fan, neither are you, but she gets pretty heavy into this drug rep. This has been, I saw it just a few weeks ago, but he's like a president of one of these pharmaceutical companies, and she's grilling him, and she was saying, now look, this AIDS research, this medicine, this was done with taxpayer money, right? When you guys were searching out what works and what doesn't. And he said, yes. And she's like, to the tune of, whatever it was, $3 million, whatever the number was. He said, yes. He's like, but you sell these drugs in Australia, these AIDS drugs, you sell them, HIV drugs, for $6 a month. You sell them here for $2,200 a month. Why? When we're the ones who funded it, the taxpayers.
You know why?
Well, I know, but I mean, if you think about that, and again, I'm nobody's AOC fan, but that's a heck of a point.
Yeah.
We're funding it, and then they're charging $2,200 a month. And then you could go to Australia or wherever, and it's like $6 to $10 a month. It's insane. Same thing with diabetes is that way.
It's also our insurance structure here, our medical system structure, and then the people who got their hands in the back pockets. So there's, that 22 is not, it's paying a lot more than just the cost.
I agree.
And the marginal profit. But we've also got another text that says, when we're no longer focused on what we receive for ourselves, but instead of what we should share with others, addictions are not a problem.
Yeah. Meh.
I don't know if I believe that.
We don't believe it.
And the cost of living is a war on life by dead corporations.
Okay. Whatever.
Whatever.
Play
how I feel about that.
Julie did great today. We're going to miss you next week. Listen to this. Read that one. That's
said,
crazy.
My wife is a diabetic and it is $600 a month for insulin.
Insanity.
And I can't. It's
not right.
Instead of worrying about the silly things, the drag queens of the conversation, let's get to the bigger, harder issues.
Yep.
Sad. I hope you guys have had fun today.
Yep.
Chuck, thanks for being patient with me.
Thank you. You did phenomenally.
Well, let's close it out. You can't stay here.
This is WBFG.